Na'Vi! That was how OUG were able to find that win against Na'Vi on Midtown by running both the Iron Fist and the Psylocke as we get ready to head into our draft, and it's immediately going to be the Mantis removed.
Oh, hey, we finished the content right before the first match even started!
Now, do FlyQuest go for a
now,
mirror Jeff save?
I'm going to
Yes,
start a
they
prediction for you guys, but how many times do you guys think... How many times do you guys think we're going to get paused today?
Both symbiotic shenanigans.
Yeah,
okay, starting the
usually
prediction
there's
for you
been a
guys,
pattern,
go ahead.
at least in day one, right? Both teams, either they get the Mantis on one side or the Jeff on one side, sometimes both. Usually it's both, but this time it's a little bit of a different approach. FlyQuest now banning the Mantis off the rip, but OUG also doing the same, which allows that Jeff mirror matchup.
Save on the Emma coming, or rather the Invis coming on through from FlyQuest. Denial on the Emma coming on through from OUG, so that whichever dive Vanguard makes it out.
My house is on FlyQuest. Well, to be honest with you, the what do you call it? China and the Asia teams are looking really. They're closing the gap, chat. This looks really good.
Denial to stop any dive potential towards the back line. As here is a surprise. We talked about versus Magneto. We said it was a staple, and it's been removed from play by OUG. So not only do you not have Magneto's Meteor M to keep a track of.
What's your Discord server? Type ! Discord. I'm pretty sure it comes up.
Able to try and save your own Jeff when he's using his ultimate to get everybody off the map.
Yeah, and speaking of Vanguards, so much emphasis on the Vanguards on the side of OUG, just trying to limit the pool of Vess. We covered Vess as well. The hometown hero, you could even say, on that Vanguard position. He has been on an absolute tear, and here,
yes,
OUG,
people have played Daredevil. Actually, it's my upload on my main channel today.
On FlyQuest is Vess. So if you limit his pool, you essentially nullify
What's your
the
prediction?
effectiveness of Vess.
Between OUG and FlyQuest? I think FlyQuest is going to win, but
hero pool, and with
OUG does have the potential to upset.
What does Vess really pull
if they play really well?
Strange. It looks like it's going to be
if they play like the Mantis that we just watched.
And with that is going to be pulling a portal out of the magic hat from the Sorcerer Supreme to kick things off in our first fight. So OUG, I like this adaptation. They're running that Atom, so if a portal opens up onto one of their players, they're all going to be stacked up. Soulbind's going to be able to come on through, and they're going to be able to absorb all of the incoming
I do feel bad, though. Some of the players had issues getting there.
You do spot out the Penny Parker and the Rocket Raccoon.
I know some players have issues with the computers.
We will most likely not see the Penny Parker, unfortunately. I know there's a few Penny mains out there.
Not going to run triple Vanguard.
I'm going to turn that down a little bit, chat, because that was a little loud.
Windows, Convoy, and Convergence, but
oh, Visa issues for OUG. Oh, yeah, that sucks.
Opening up the portals, and will take that high ground position right in the middle of the map.
This is huge because now you've actually got that angle immediately for both your Hela and your Namor. OUG's players, they're not on the point yet. They have to walk into all of the poke angles that those two duelists are going to be able to control. They're currently sidelining themselves off in those side rooms to be able to use the walls as natural cover to avoid it without having the shields. Out comes the Emma looking for that brawl fight against the Strange! And that's the problem of the Sorcerer Supreme. Diamond Form into Carbon Crush with all of that incoming damage, but FlyQuest doing such a good job of sustaining him with both the Luna and the Invis.
We didn't cover it too much. FlyQuest are also opting for the Hela Namor composition, a composition that FlyQuest really like to run, and Vision shows them why they love that composition as he gets the first pick of this
That's
entire
hope I bet
fight.
on a good team. What, FlyQuest chat? If you guys want to farm channel points, listen to every single team that I tell you to bet on. I know who's going to win. I know the script.
From the Hellethorns coming out from Energy. He is absolutely devastating on this hero. And they might be able to find a late pick onto the Jeff as well. Staggering out Molan Ran as the swaps come on out. Taro Cookie is going to move over to
Last time I listened to you, I lost my life savings. Chat.
Instead to be able to put pressure on both.
Even if you lose your life savings, who cares?
Energy at an all-time high right now for FlyQuest.
You still have to trust in J3.
Vision and Vess have their ultimates available. Cooper and Zealous also have theirs available as well. But look on the flip side, Molan Ran and Svald have counterplay available. But now you have to set your eyes on Taro Cookie, who is on that Bucky that has been a strong pick as Molan Ran tries to find something but uses it to reposition instead. But he still gets caught and taken out of action. Vision and Energy teaming up once again to try to find the man advantage, but FlyQuest already got that point and are already up to that halfway point as the Gods of Death immediately shut down as MASH does open up the dance floor.
But it forced out OUG's fate of both worlds, so Cooper gets his later for the damage boost from the Horn of Proteus, and OUG are stuck in one small space against a very large whale. Out comes the Angela with the Heavenly Descent. We hear the sound of the Comet Revival coming on through. OUG trying to keep that space safe with the Sonic Seduction. Do FlyQuest have an answer? At the moment, it looks like it's just disengagement play as they've still got control of the point, and they don't even need to burn the Invis Boundary.
Oh my god, he like didn't even move when that came out.
Dudu now has the Heaven's Retribution. Savald tried
Did he just say
everyone
Dudu?
alive. Pastor Adam says all rise, but it looks like OUG will have to sit back down for the time being as Vess and Spark Chief, the two vanguards of FlyQuest, just rip apart OUG. Staggered and bruised are OUG as they need to find a desperation play. It's going to be a desperation portal as Galacta lights that overtime candle. Can OUG make it through?
Do they have an ultimate to look towards? No, they don't, because that Angela was hard focused down. Taro Cookie, the next one to go, and FlyQuest are starting to clear the board. Molan Ran gets the itch jab off, will be able to give the 100 heals per second to come up from the team.
Oh, yeah, you gotta get off the Jeff, bro.
On the Jeff? There's always a bigger fish in the sea, and it looks like FlyQuest.
Damn, that's a great call out. There's always bigger fish in the sea, bro. You gotta get off Jeff. The Jeff ain't working, chat.
Dominant shutdown on OUG.
Yo, not no vibes. Twitch Announced 22 months, my friend. How you doing?
Vess coming in with that Eye of Agamotto, tagging the two strategists of OUG, and that just sealed it for that first round.
Show me the stats.
Savald and Mash couldn't really
Show
do
me the
much,
stat.
And now the momentum.
Stats check. Thank you.
Oh
my god. Zero.
Right now. He is
donut. Oh my god. One kill, and that's on your that's with your Invis woman.
Over to the Psylocke so he can come back faster because the hell is just a little bit slow once you burn out that astral flock shift cooldown. OUG, like, they tried to go with the Winter Soldier because they spotted that the Vanguard line from FlyQuest were just being distractions to buy the space for energy and vision to be able to pepper all of the shots in through. Unfortunately, Winter Soldier really struggles into a poke fight as he's strong at the mid to close distance, not so much the far range, which is where Hella.
Okay, I'm glad that they got off Jeff. I'm glad that they got off Jeff.
To avoid all of that uptime.
Oh, great Carbon Crush into the knockout from DRP. OUG will start things off with a man advantage right off the get-go as FlyQuest need to find a way back in. But then again, it is D'Angelo getting taken out, so and Spark Chief will have no problem joining this fight relatively soon as the site does open up. But Molan Rod wants to try to find the disruption but cannot find any sort of pick. Will just back away and then re-engage yet again, but now Spark Chief, he's back in the fight as the dance floor opens up. Mash does have the chance to equalize this dance battle coming in, but Savald does pop the invisible boundary, but here comes the meteor. Will it land? Will he find the mark? But Energy with that Goddess of Death will get shut down, but still takes out that Taro Cookie.
They're just shutting down every avenue.
Oh, come on, man. I would have hit those shots.
For the assassin style play as well with Molan Ran on that Psylocke. Wanted to be able to hit the backline strategist. Good force physics comes on through from Zealous, buys the time for Spark Chief to be able to reposition in with the shield, and immediately that plan is sunk. As we're still seeing, however, OUG trade positions on this point, denying FlyQuest the opportunity to scoop it on through. Taro Cookie's going to be able to come back in with the Kraken impact. He's not going to have to worry about the strategist ultimate right now. This is the moment for OUG to truly shine, but the breeze coming on through from Cooper into the Eye of Agamotto shuts down any window of opportunity, and this should just be FlyQuest cleaning things up now.
Taro Cookie, yeah, like you said, had the ultimate and was the perfect opportunity for him to use it, but Vess, again, the star, the hometown hero of Atlanta, comes in with that eye, spots out Taro Cookie, and gets absolutely wiped.
I don't know how no team capped that in
the
past, like, 2 minutes.
But then again, they only just now got the point.
But now they have.
I like seeing pro players miss because it reminds me. It reminds a bronze player like me that sometimes I could play like a pro. Hey, there is no difference between a bronze player and a top 500 pro player. I said it.
To be able to match up with Mashes.
Yeah. Like you said, quick ultimate checkup, 3 available on FlyQuest. OUG only have 2, but that meteor is available for DRP. OUG are in a tough spot. They have to look for a retake, and there's going to be the Meteor M actually going to be the initiator.
Ooh, blocked by
Tries to
Vision.
find a pick, but Vision in that bubble shields himself from that DRP Meteor, and that might signal a push coming in, but FlyQuest are already at a man disadvantage. The Horn of Proteus has to be absolutely perfect, but he gets sunk down into the waters as Energy tries to pick up the pieces. Taro Cookie looked for a hook, but could not find it as Dudu trying to keep the team alive from that Goddess of Death, but Energy still finds that pick as the gauntlet comes down from Taro Cookie as Adia's backup as well has to reset, and Cooper will just fall, and it looks like FlyQuest have to hit that reset button.
They tried to put Taro Cookie in timeout with the Heaven's Retribution against the Winter Soldier mid-Kraken impact, but OUG will finally be able to scoop up point control on the board. However, FlyQuest have been able to bag 64%. Vez still has that Eye of Agamotto ready to be able to go, and all eyes fall now onto OUG's Sval. He has to be able to come on through here with a Force Physics to deny the Eye of Agamotto, as they don't want to use the Invis boundary because Wealth is just going to mirror and overlap.
Yep, Vess does have that Eye of Agamotto, but like you said, there is counterplay available for OUG, Invisible Boundary, as well as the Force Physics. Vess, he's been absolutely perfect with these Eyes of Agamottos. Yeah, the bubble coming in early, like you just said. Vess now needs to find a way in. Savald actually needs to protect himself. Great push coming in from Savald to deny the Agamotto from stunning up everyone of OUG. And now OUG, they have the space available to them, but Energy will take out DRP. A hook does come in, but we'll see what the plan comes in as Energy just slams down the gauntlet, goes for it again, but might not have to reset. Actually, he does, but Mesh saves them with that Fate of Both Worlds.
OUG still have Fate of Both Worlds up, like you mentioned, but what's the follow-up here? At the moment, this is just sustaining, but that Lunar Ultimate is about to be muted entirely. Cooper still got hit.
Jay, would you ever have your own tournament like Boger Bash did? Oh yeah, I run tournaments. I mean, I haven't ran one in a very hot minute because the last one I did was for Overwatch. I liked it. It was a lot of fun.
But surely for OUG, it's a matter of getting the space to get.
But I probably wouldn't do a pro tournament, or no. I would probably make it like a community clash again, where if I ever did make a tournament, I would want everyone to be included, not just pros or streamers. Making a, I feel like it's weird that, like, you know, when you come out, when you make a tournament, or like these content creators make tournaments, I really don't like it how like they only invite their friends.
Away, Energy will pop things off. The Eye of Agamotto not even needed, as everyone on FlyQuest, they do what they do best. Vess twirling his fingers, but it's all inevitable. FlyQuest take over. Burn into
Phoenix for 2 months. Appreciate it.
Looking incredibly strong in these performances. Going to show the synergy of those players as well. Like the reads that they had, the ability to be able to peel their players back. Angela is such a good vanguard for just that, because one of the problems that Emma has, if you're trying to peel dive right, is that
Jay would set up the tournament so he could win.
You either choose frontline to be able.
I would host a tournament. I wouldn't play in a tournament. It's so weird to host a tournament but also play in it. I think XQC did that. I think that's pretty weird. Like, hey guys, I'm coming out with a tournament, but I'm also gonna win my money that I'm putting on the tournament.
Gets to essentially do it all because she still gets the shield.
But I mean, hey, at least there was a tournament, I guess.
Reasons that we see Spark Chief literally only go down 3 times. Vez, by the way, the entire round doesn't go down once.
And if you want,
damn, Vess. Vess went 25-0, didn't even die once.
25-0. Getting 9 final hits as well, doing a significant amount of damage as well, almost going into the 18,000 mark. Energy and the Vision also matching that as well. But my goodness, FlyQuest, that momentum just keeps on going, and they do not.
Why does Rivals have 2 Group B streams with no Group A on their YouTube? I'm pretty sure the streams are going to be different.
Maybe they're going to be going for a little bit of an undiveable composition going on through, and then no. But if they did get forced off of the Hellenemo, because
are you Australian? Yeah, I'm Australian. You can't hear my accent.
And you just get jumped upon in half turns rather than full turns.
Also, bro, is DreamHack really fucking up this whole tournament, bro? There should not be a stream on YouTube. There's no way. Hold on, give me a second.
Hitting shots like that Hella is going to be an absolute menace to deal with.
Why are both streams going on at it's the same stream? Why?
Yeah, great plays coming in from FlyQuest. It almost seemed like OUG just could not find a way to solve the Vanguard problem that FlyQuest were offering to OUG.
Group A is Marvel Rivals America, they said at the start.
Perfect, spot on.
What? What does that even mean?
Well, Spark Chief also in that tail end of that second round was able to skewer both of the strategists. And they were able to just absolutely take over.
Well, we'll see if FlyQuest will be able to complete the takeover
on Twitch. Go Marvel Rivals America. Yeah, but
after this short break.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Even let's just say it doesn't matter because YouTube, like they did yesterday, is supposed to have Group A and Group B, and you switch between which YouTube channel you want to watch. And then Twitch is gonna have the same thing. Twitch has, I guess, the America for Group A, and then the Group B as well. I think I'm gonna stay here and watch Group B though, chat. Look at all these games. You have 100 Thieves against, what do you call it, Navi. You have Citadel against FlyQuest. You have 100 Thieves against Crazy Raccoons, and you have Citadel against, what do you call it, Navi again. All these games are gonna be awesome. Even though like all the games, I'm pretty sure in Group A are gonna be awesome too. But like this is the group of death. We wanna watch the group of death. I'm scared.
That was my first try. First try. That is.
Oh.
Good.
Is that eggs?
Yeah,
That looks good.
I'm happy that.
It looks good. It looks good. Don't worry about it. Thank you. Ooh, that's a big oh. Can you use the air fryer? Oh, better than oil. Okay, I'll try it. I mean, unless you want. Is it hot?
Fried rice.
I'll try it first before I leave. The eggs look good. What's up with the fried rice?
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now. Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready to kick things off for map number 2 of day number 2 of game 1 here at the Marvel Rivals Ignite. We can hear the players behind us all warming up, making sure that they get all of their before game rituals done. And OUG, well, they're going to be in the drawing board room at the moment, trying to come up with a way of shutting down FlyQuest down, as one of the good things about losing the first map is that you get to choose not only the map type that you go to, but the map and also the side. So here we can have a look at a wonderful buffet selection choice of our map pools. Convoy and Convergence is currently up for play. What would you choose here if you're OUG?
Oh, OUG. I mean, they did take a map over Navi on one of these maps, so definitely probably a more convoy-oriented composition. Maybe because both Convoy and Convergence both really like to run that triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition. We've seen some deviations from it, some people just resorting to that 2-2-2 composition, but right now, with the addition of that Heart of Heaven map, that could be a wild card in terms of what OUG decide to pick up.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be Midtown. So do you know what? Let's see if we can do our jobs, and if we predicted this correctly,
Ooh.
Let's see where exactly.
Chat, do you guys like the smell of hibachi? Like, have you ever walked into a place like at a hibachi restaurant and it smells so good?
And like you said, we're very likely now going to get to see that triple Vanguard.
Phoenix, appreciate the massive 2 months, and Geo, by the way, appreciate the massive Prime sub. Oh, I love that smell, man.
To win you all of first point, it's literally just designed to stall the attacker side out so that they start losing steam and momentum when we get into the later stages of the map.
Yep, exactly what the plan is for that triple composition, right? Just stall and just wait for the right moment, and then just try to just burn the clock as long as possible. And we've seen some teams also just adjusting to that kind of map.
No,
where
Emily
Strange
cooked downstairs.
very well could get banned out here.
And it smells like hibachi. But
But
then her mom, when we were visiting her, doesn't like the smell of food in the house, and I'm like, I like it. Smells really good.
To prevent them from delaying and immediately stalling on that point, as we're going to be seeing FlyQuest now having to react to that Emma save. What's the ban going to still be here? We've still got Adam, we've still got
I like doing
we've also
I like doing all of it in at a hibachi, like
more Eddie Brock has been removed.
Yep, and FlyQuest, as we mostly
I usually get the steak and chicken and with a little bit of shrimp.
But OUG, a great pickup with that Emma Pig. Midtown naturally just has so many lanes that this Emma Frost can just control, and that's going to allow OUG a little bit of breathing room if they have to go for a push, or they have to look
months. How you doing?
FlyQuest going to be banning out the Captain America, starting to limit OUG's stall potential, especially when we get into the later stages of the map. Captain America being able to flank all the way around.
I'm eating breakfast that Emily made.
Push himself onto that objective can be really frustrating for a lot of players to have to deal with, especially when you don't have Emma to be able to shut him down. So that's a very strong ban, as we're going to be seeing the save onto the Invis woman yet again. OUG going to be removing the Hela, as they remember that FlyQuest did shut them down, and when you have Convoy on Convergence, you also have to have a defensive round, which means that the Hela and Namor have eternal angles to be able to choose from when they begin those fights.
And with that Hela and Namor gone, that's really FlyQuest's most comfortable composition that they really run, and with the Hela gone, you can't really play the Namor anymore. So, like
I'm eating a pepperoni pizza for dinner with you. MB, put some honey on it.
I wonder if that door will finally come through, but then again,
delicious.
With a lot more emphasis from OUG on the Vanguards and the strategists. Look at Vess. It opens up a lot more for him compared to what happened.
Vision as well. We're going to be looking at him, and I'm sure Cooper is going to be looking at him potentially to copy that Karmic Revival cast with the God of Mischief coming on through from the Loki. You've got two good targets to be able to choose from, the Invis boundary, potentially to be able to stop an aggressive play coming out from OUG, or if they want to literally just go the Eternal Soul strategy, then you just come on through with the multiple
No, I do not ever believe in your food takes. They're L takes. Honey on pizza is delicious. Why are you never in these big tournaments? Because I'm not a pro, I'm a streamer, man.
But it's a very good read, actually, of a lot of these teams going for the Groot to be able to combine with either a Moon Knight or potentially a Torch or a Winter Soldier, anything that allows you to play off of the Triangle Prison, because Thor is going to be able to go in, he's going to be able to displace, but he's also going to be able to use Fun Surge to get his way out if he gets wall isolated.
Yeah, Spark Chief playing one of the more mobile Vanguards in this entire roster. It also provides a little bit of extra damage in favor of FlyQuest. Thor does a surprising amount of damage, now being able to provide a little bit more flexibility. And speaking of damage, Vess just takes down that first pick, but the BRB from Savald will bring things back, but that is a big cooldown burn early.
There's the Thunder Surge, because Spark Chief did indeed get wall isolated coming on through from Dudu, and FlyQuest are still going to be full 6 players strong to be able to keep holding on this corner, delaying Molan Ran as well the opportunity to flank around and try and hit the backline, which means that Koopa's already got the God of Mischief ready to go. Speedily is going to, or rather Energy is going to go down, but we're going to be hearing the copy from that Loki ultimate for the Karmic Revival cast. And all
that is so crazy, bro, that they're going to run double fucking res, chat.
They've got high ground control too.
Brute ulti does come out, but Energy did use that Eye of Agamotto.
We thought
and
Mercy
got
was
canceled
bad,
by
but
it because he
imagine
went down. But thankfully, Vision actually was able to bring it back, but Cooper did steal it away. So now FlyQuest still have another Karmic Revival available to them. As to Jeff, does eat up one member, but for now it looks like FlyQuest still taking control, but that Born Again voice line haunts the players of OUG as everyone on FlyQuest rise again,
Another
and they look
fucking
for
res.
attempt number 2.
Marvel Rival Zombies, eat your brains out! FlyQuest are back on the streets of Midtown, and Sparkchief is
Marvel
back being
Rivals
a menace
Zombies,
against this
eat your
Vanguard
brains
line.
out.
FlyQuest complete the hold, and OUG, despite a really good play coming on through, it's Jeff combined with Psionic Seduction so that FlyQuest are forced to move on forward. The eliminations were just 2 stacked close together.
Whoa.
FlyQuest got an opportunity to revive everybody in one fell swoop. As OUG
So
are
far,
go back
we
to the
have
board,
one.
back to the drawing board, and come out with a different composition and a different win strategy.
We did see
We
a
have
glimpse
one,
on
chat.
OUG. We'll see if they decide to pull through with the Thor. They saw what Sparkchief was doing. It's like, yeah.
Just like, write that down, write that down.
Oh, write that down, pick that right now, right now. And it looks like that's what OUG really need to do. They are getting held up, they're getting bottlenecked in their own spawn room, and with these adjustments, it's just going to be a big question mark, right? Of how can OUG really adjust to solve this problem with FlyQuest just having so much damage, so much mobility, so much utility even.
Yeah.
So it's just an all well-rounded machine on FlyQuest.
bro.
And somehow OUG need to find a way to throw a wrench in that engine.
Yeah, low-key players right now are going to be in absolute shambles because they're going to be like, what, he's nerfed, he's awful, he doesn't do enough damage, he doesn't do enough healing. He's got regen domain, guys, he's got doppelgangers, he's still incredibly strong against dive as well.
Nah, pause counter.
And now that you get 2 Karmic Revivals with all of the additional health, there's nothing really that OUG can actually use to be able to get on top of those Adam locations and punish the revive, because one of the things that was actually keeping Adam, I say, in check in terms of meta, he was still incredibly sought after, was things like Ultron and Phoenix, because of Ensong Inferno destroying overhealth from shields, which means that everyone brought back by the Karmic Revival loses that overhealth immediately, and so too does Ultron get to do more damage with Rage of Ultron into those players with shielded and overhealth. But those 2 things got booted out of the meta because of the previous nerfs, which means that Adam stocks have only grown stronger, and Loki has kept climbing alongside him too.
Yeah, whatever Adam does, Loki will follow, right? The double.
I think they're having computer issues. The computers are crashing or something.
For many of these
I think someone was telling us in chat that they installed like the game. Their solid state is having issues or something.
Invis woman.
J3 appreciate the mass of 9 months.
Instead,
but anyways, look what Emily made for the first time. She
a
made
lot of disruption, a lot of different approaches for these teams. But yeah, like you said, that double resurrection still a very, very strong combination.
I mean, it's so good for stall holds too. Like, it's so good for stall holds. And it puts you in a really rough position, right? Because if you ban out the Mantis, you at least ban out that full damage boost potential of the regen domain, but then you have to burn bans on things like the Adam and the Loki, and we're just in a meta that it does not allow you to be able to do that.
That was pretty fast.
As we get back into game, let's have a look and see how OUG decide to actually go through with this. Is it going to be a commitment onto the fall? It does indeed look like it. DRP is going to be locking the Asgardian, and they're going to be looking to try and find a dive, hitting the backline rather than the front this time.
A little bit of a rotational play coming in from OUG, just trying to find a way from the outside in as Sevald kicks things off with the Cosmic Yarn, but can OUG take advantage of it? FlyQuest don't have many ultimates to work with, but I say that as Cooper steals away that Invisible Woman ultimate. Cooper also health bar going dangerously well, but still is able to stay strong, stand tall, but energy is threatening with that Eye of Agamotto, but OUG's ultimates are coming back very, very soon.
I'll explain it after this.
He went for the copy of the Invis boundary for the slow factor, given the fact that OUG was so deep into FlyQuest's players to be able to bait out the regeneration domain. Vision has been picked, and unfortunately so too has Taro Cookie right at the beginning startup frames of his ultimate. Out comes Heaven's Retribution paired with God of Thunder though, and if that didn't find the eliminations, the follow-up from it, Jeff, surely will be the coup de jour for MASH to be able to find those eliminations and finally set OUG on that path.
Keep everyone in that 20 circle. Sparkchief comes down with another circle, right? Great wombo combo coming in.
There's another circle.
Yep, another circle as well. The portal coming in as well. Great combos coming in from OUG, but they need a little more than that as that hold needs to be perfect for FlyQuest if they want to deny OUG from that first point. And they only need to for 20 seconds, but OUG, Molan Ron, just with that Fist of Fury, just tear apart FlyQuest, and they are split apart, staggered away, and OUG, by the skin of their teeth, will take that first point.
By the skin of their teeth, or potentially the palm of their hand, as Molan Ran has been absolutely crucial with the Iron Fist ultimate of being able to take FlyQuest players down, and they're going to be hunting for more. DRP, though, might have overextended a little bit too far into the Invis Women's distance for the Force.
That feels bad, man.
Is going to get fully punished off of the back of that.
They can't delay the games or postpone it. The grand finals start on Friday, chat, and they have to finish these stage groups. And it was, there's one more day tomorrow. The only day that they have off is Thursday.
Still opting to stay on that Iron Fist, but the CYA, that 40% damage boost is very threatening, so they will take care of it almost immediately. But the Haymaker from Spark Chief, if Molan Ron can do the Fist of Fury, Spark Chief will do you one better, as he just goes right in and will just sprint right back, and FlyQuest look to complete the hold, and look at the economy coming in from FlyQuest. They have so many resources. If you remember, it just in that little skirmish alone, not a single ultimate used.
Fish does have its jab, which could be targeted here against either Mash or Taro Cookie. The problem for them is if he goes for an eat onto the Luna to deny the fate of both worlds, it's going to be a green light for the Kraken impact to come on through. Either way, the jab is going to be something to keep your eye on as these fights start to ramp on through. And
yeah, I think they're playing Thing for the Iron Fist.
Someone more Bionica into Triple Smith with the meteor.
Oh!
From DFP. Damage boosted by Mash, and that's going to be a clean house from OUG. Finds the eliminations even through the Invis boundary on FlyQuest Sand.
OUG just slam into the fight again, and again. Taro Cookie, like you mentioned, perfect opportunity to go right in with that Fate of Both Worlds. Yeah, Fate of Both Worlds was able to just timed it perfectly, and now OUG looking to make it towards that halfway point to that second point, but FlyQuest, they still have ultimates to work with. Keep in mind, Energy still kept that Kraken impact, but look at OUG making the offensive move.
Clobbering time into follow-up from Jeff. Isn't going to be able to find out.
Bro, the Iron Fist is just crazy.
Does have the ultimate currently up, as well as getting the shield coming on through from his Magneto. This is still stall strategies, though, coming through from FlyQuest, and guarantees the defense will be able to regroup and get another fight before OUG can find themselves getting a wider time back as we head towards OT. And that's going to benefit Cooper, who gets the copy of God of Mischief for the Invis boundary, holds the ultimate as long as he possibly can, and tries to buy the time for Energy to come through. Playing off of the slow to set up the Kraken impact. DRP falls. Dudu is going to be the next, surely. Small gets to bring one Vanguard back with the BRB, but it's gone for now.
Yep, BRB gone and not available on the side of OUG. The portal might have to come into fruition very, very soon, but that overtime meter still alive and well, so OUG have a little bit of breathing room. But right now, FlyQuest looking to take over, but Saval comes back with the CYA, combo it with the Kraken impact. That 40% boost just wipes out Spark Chief, but Taro Cookie needs to wait a little bit to wait out that invisible boundary, but that is the signal, that is the green light as Taro Cookie tries to go right in. The dance floor opens up for OUG. FlyQuest want to use that meteor to shut down the dance floor, but they are not able to, as everyone on FlyQuest desperately, frantically trying to find a way back in, but Energy has that Kraken impact, and look at the numbers right now. It is perfect timing for FlyQuest to strike, but the Carbon Crush just shuts down Energy before he can do even a single bit of damage.
Vision gets Tower Cookie, Cooper gets to come on through with a copy coming on through with the rocket combi to get another BRB, but also the 40%
Bro,
damage.
it always amazes me how long these like overtime fights are.
But Molar has got another ultimate. He's finding the pressure onto the Loki in the backline. Regen Domain is forced off of the objective.
Oh, it's always been an issue. You can never mute a stream for drops. If you mute a stream, you don't get the drops. You have to mute the tab.
Waving a hearty goodbye to FlyQuest presence, as I think OUG in overtime are going to be able to pick up second.
There's still members still
beat
hanging around
that
on
shark,
the site,
bro.
so that second point has not secured just yet. But
I hate Shark Chat.
man.
Vision's a great player, but I hate Shark.
Coming in hot right now, swinging those hands and making sure FlyQuest are kept at bay. OUG now secured that second point again by the thinnest of margins. If you looked at that overtime meter, that was so thin. You couldn't even see a bit of yellow in there.
Okay, here comes FlyQuest with the emergency measures. There's 1 minute left on the bank for OUG. If they lose one of these fights, FlyQuest are in such a good position to be able to hold, so they're going to swap over to the group for the isolations. Now that Four's not in play, they're going to swap Vision over to the Adams so that they have Soulbind to play defensively
Raving,
everything
what?
that OUG have aggressively. This is a really smart decision because they were also 50% over to the ultimate for the Karmic Revival, and OUG have to commit the Iron Fist. It's the only one who's going to be able to go deep enough, which then baits Molanran's position for energy to peel and find the elimination.
But unfortunately, Molanran still going to be a nuisance yet again, thanks to the BRB. But now a supernova of ultimates is very much inbound. Everyone on FlyQuest has their ultimates available. OUG also have ways to clap back, but it's going to be a little bit of a staggering of these ultimates as FlyQuest look to find a way to break through the offensive of OUG. But Vest, being the man from Atlanta, trying to stay tall for his own team. But OUG with Molanran has that living G. Goes for the right clicks, goes for the Dragon defense, but he's just going to become a little bit of a helicopter as he waits for all the cooldowns to be burned as he does use the bubble to get away to safety. But FlyQuest have a way back, but unfortunately, Cooper gets taken out in his own domain as OUG find 2 picks, but Vision comes in. Everyone on FlyQuest rising to the occasion, and that's exactly what they need to do as overtime pops up yet again.
They don't have the Soulbind though. Sparksheep is able to build a wall between themselves, literally, but that wall now falls, and the floodgates have opened. The Regen Domain is going to be weaved coming on from Cooper, so that FlyQuest have the opportunity to disengage safely around the corner without losing another one of their players, trying to shore up the time to build the Strangling Prison and the Kraken Impact. The one thing that can stop OUG's push right here, right now, as they do not have Fate of Both from match. It all comes down to this. Can the Winter Soldier and the group pull through?
That is the big question mark right now. Spark Chief is the green light
I do like
in
how
this
they're running.
entire
I like
fight.
how OUG's running the Iron Fist out. It's different, and I like it.
Actually, at bay for a little bit, but the Strangling Prison comes in, and then the Wombo, and then the combo as Energy and Spark Chief try to shut down this defense, but OUG, thanks to that BRB coming out of cooldown yet again, will keep OUG in this fight, and they have to resort to Cooper, who had to steal the Fatal Bow for DRP. Can he land this Meteor? The bubble will buy a bit of time, and it will just stray the Meteor away, but look at OUG. This is their clapback. This is their chance, but Vision, again, wants everyone to rise again, but he falls, but not before everyone on FlyQuest respawn in the nick of time. But FlyQuest, can they get the defense going? But OUG still have a huge advantage right now. Half of the members of FlyQuest are down, and OUG with the Fist of Fury, they complete the triple, and now FlyQuest need to match that push.
Legendary Chi, and they said our battle between OUG and FlyQuest will be legend. Wait for it.
Damn. That's crazy. Hey, remember, I think someone in chat as well said OUG has 3 people who couldn't make it on their team due to visa issues. So they have like 3, people who are not usually on the team. So, hey, so to be honest with you, they're doing really good for only having half their team.
So Vision still had the regenerative cocoon to bring himself back, which is why all of those revives kept going even after Vision had fallen. But that was still the buffer window for OUG to finally be
I mean, I think that's normal for every for every team though. There's like there's American teams or NA teams who have like, a few EU players, or EU teams who have a few like, NA players. I think it's just like that. I think you have to have majority, or like majority of your team
on the Ignite stage.
That would make things a lot spicier. It would cause a bit of variety in these picks and bans. We've been seeing the same.
Where is this being held? This is being held at DreamHack Atlanta.
If that Iron Fist does come in, that would make things a lot more spicier. But FlyQuest need to right now match what OUG did in round number 1. They have to complete the triple for themselves if they want to force an overtime scenario. But the push starts right here.
Yeah, that actually does suck though. Going to a grand finals tournament for $1 million and not having half your team fucking show up because of visa issues, that's fucking tough, bro.
right? But however, OUG doing a very good job of actually hiding from it, utilizing the walls of these inside buildings to deny any damage uptime coming.
I don't know, Butter. That's scary. They're probably not going to have another land in America because of it. Yeah, I mean...
There's no doppelgangers for the Onks to bounce off of.
Yep, Sival
I hope
will
there's
pop
another
that
land. I couldn't go to this one.
But Due will say CYA to Vest. Energy and Spark Chief will follow suit. Gets sent back to the spawn room, and FlyQuest. Quick and you miss it. Just like that. Already wiped out, but still have a lot of breathing room. It's 3 minutes left. You can take a breather, figure out if you want to stick with this composition or you press the emergency button and try to look for something else. But right now, FlyQuest, they do have the Groot, they have the Moon Knight, the Groot Knight Wombo combo, but Molon Run comes in with it, and they try to find a way to break through the offensive of FlyQuest before it even comes into fruition. But FlyQuest, look at the resources they have available. They only burned Zelos' ultimate, but Taro Cookie a little bit early on the Karmic Revival, you could argue, and that just means FlyQuest can just wait it out, wait until that giant sphere goes away, and that will be that go button for FlyQuest as the Meteor comes right in. But the Invisible Boundary is going to buy a bit of time, but the Strangling Prison will tag up to 2, but the Groot Walls tries to buy a bit of time, but Vision in the backline, he sees everything, he sees you all, and he will try his damn best to try to wipe out what is left of OUG.
The Cosmic Gun Amplifier, though, it was on the other side. The Punisher wasn't able to actually find a line of sight onto it, which means that OUG did lose some players, but not all of them. Taro Cookie was also able to bring himself back, and they think that this is still going to be, if not winnable, stallable. Out comes the Psionic Seduction, and they're trying to burn as many ultimates as they possibly can. FlyQuest!
This is a really good hold by OUG. Sorry, I was like mesmerized.
The heel tick can kick on through, and it's going to be stopped both by the hand of Khonshu and
we're on pause number 2 so far today, chat. But I was gonna say, I think they do. It's like a double-edged sword. Them running the tournament, I'm gonna be honest with you. The tournament in China was absolutely fucking phenomenal that they put on, chat. It was beautiful, it was amazing, it was a lot of fun. Sadly, I got sick, so I couldn't really experience it all. But
now FlyQuest have to find a way back in. But right now, they're suffering the same.
Even though it was much better production and less problems, it did start at like 12 o'clock, if not like, 3, 2, 1, 4 a.m. for, for America. But in America, you will have times like the games are going to go on our time so we can watch it. It's much, it's more NA friendly, but you get production like this. So which one do you guys want? Do you guys want production like this, or do you guys want like time zones and the games happening in like, China? I don't know.
To have to combine with the final judgment.
I mean, I personally, in a perfect world, I want the China production with the NA time zones so we can watch it. The people who were here in my chat during the China streams, you guys are absolutely amazing, but like it's tough,
Players that they could bring back, either with things like or with the add-in self-res, so they were able to hold their position and then use things like the Magneto's Meteor M, as well as the Emerson Seduction to be able to hold the fort down on the space, and not allow FlyQuest, despite using every single aggressive combo that they have in the pocket, to be able to move that cart forward.
And we'll see how much farther they do go in. There is a bit of a clapback coming in from
Call me crazy, but I like watching the games instead of the pause screens. Wait, really?
Like you said, Vision using that final judgment, but there was that great response coming in from OUG. These micro plays, we keep talking about it again and again, right?
I haven't really been to a lot of dream hacks. The dream hacks that I went to, I like went for Overwatch, obviously.
As far as we know, the players like to
there's usually a lot of issues. The first dream hack that I actually went to, there was like they had to delay it for like an hour or two because
we're providing
they had technical issues.
Guide of throughout this entire fight, and now we are soon enough going back into action.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to see Midtown in action. We're getting to revive strategies in action, but there's another way that you can revive. And in the spooky season, it's by becoming a zombie. Let's have a look at all of our PvE modes.
They're going to show you the PvE, chat. While they're showing you guys the PvE for this is brand new content, by the way. I didn't even know Marvel Rivals was coming out with a zombies game mode. You can play it here soon. I'm going to go put this downstairs. Holy shit, that is so cool. There's a new game mode coming out.
Told Spectre I'd carry on his legacy. Time to live up to the promise. I was born ready.
Oh my goodness, Marvel Rivals Zombie. I'm so sad I haven't gotten to actually try
Really?
it yet because I was traveling when it released. But the second that I get back, I'm going to be sinking my teeth quite literally into that mode because I'm a strategist main, which means that, Dan, I'm going to be playing Jeff.
Jeff is a very fun a fun hero to play. I know me and my friends have been experimenting on some funny builds. There is one where you just stay underwater and then you just do as much damage as possible like
submarine.
that. Yeah, pretty much.
my
Yeah,
elbow.
just staying under there, just doing whatever, and then you're just finding ways to take out those hordes of enemies, and just like that, Marvel Rivals. Very, very fun game, but I got the chance to try it.
Did you get to Nightmare 4?
Not yet. Actually, I did get to Nightmare 4, but I didn't get to beat it yet because we have been a little bit. It's been rough.
A little bit busy, you know, with a little bit of something called Marvel Rivals Ignite Atlanta DreamHack Grand Finals. That's definitely been keeping you and me ship-shape in terms of that meta. But speaking about Jeff, let's have a look and see how exactly you can play the
Well,
land
I mean, to be honest with you as well, they're going over a lot of like different stuff, chat. But to be honest with you as well, like,
amazing skins, but I think my
I think there's a lot of things that are going on that this is the first time, you know, Marvel Rivals is at DreamHack. I do feel bad for the people who are actually working on this and like the production. But at the same time, like, this is not a good viewing experience, and this is not a good first showing for, like, you know, for grand finals for Marvel Rivals. But I will say, like,
Bright and orange, and it's very, very suited towards.
I will say I do know DreamHack itself is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's like, because they're not even playing on the main stage, chat. They're literally building the stage right now. So the fact that, like, the fact that people had to come to like DreamHack early, set this little booth up for, and then have these matches, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's them going out of their way.
And it is available in the store right now. You'll be able to get it from here until November 21st. That is absolutely one you don't want to miss out on. I know.
No, I don't think they're there too early.
But hey, we all know that sometimes a little spook around Christmas goes a very.
I feel like they're not really prepared.
OUG could be taking
like
this is a very long way in a. I mean,
know.
I said it. I can kind of sound a little bit smug here. I said that I thought OUG would potentially pull off a surprising upset. But I don't think a lot of other people expected to see this one potentially go to a free mapper.
Yeah, perhaps that match versus a Na'Vi might have been a little bit of a signal, a little bit of a red flag for most of these teams, seeing that OUG have been really doing well on this.
How many pauses do you play Milk now?
Quite literally, the
I don't know what Milk is.
In Marvel Rivals, the pinnacle of Marvel Rivals esports, and what better way to do it than to show the world that you can play these unconventional picks, and just like that, Molan Run putting on a show on that Iron Fist, even running the default costume as well. I think that's just absolute aura.
That's the aura. Let's have a look and see as we have a look at some of those replays and highlights brought to you by OUG. We are not going to be held accountable here at Marvel Rivals Ignite.
We're watching highlights
Iron
now.
Fist players that are now going to be locked subsequently because of this performance put on by Molan Run in your competitive and non-competitive games. This is not on us. This is just Molan Run being an absolute monster on the hero. Look at that. Out comes that legendary Chi, just managing to put so much pressure onto FlyQuest. He was the reason. He single-handedly kept 3 strategists at bay.
Oh, we're back!
To play rock, paper, scissors, punch with the entirety of FlyQuest's backline to allow OUG to pick up second and spiral into third, as we go back and have a look to see whether or not FlyQuest this time are going to be able to do the same and get this payload all the way through.
Stay at bay no longer, right? OUG now look on the defensive side. FlyQuest looking to match that triple that OUG did back in round number 1. So now with that stage set, FlyQuest now have to make it towards that step 1 position of taking that first point, as a turret does come in for Vision, trying to find any sort of opportunity. But as the Strangling Prison comes in, there is a response from FlyQuest. Everyone responding to one ultimate after another. But Taro Cookie has that res to come right in. They even have a BRB from Saval just in case, but the Eye of Agamotto tags onto 2, but the follow-up is just not there. But Vision comes in with the Strangling Prison from Spark Chief, but Vision, his is 20-20 right now as he picks up a triple. Energy will help contribute towards more frags, and FlyQuest complete step 1.
Okay, such is the strength of the Loki with the regen domain being able to pocket the Punisher, something that would normally need to use a Lunar Ultimate or an Invis or a Cloak and Daggers. And that is why he's going to be able to stay all the way alive through the entire duration of that Invis.
What's up,
Emil?
I'm having a fantastic day.
That free holder has been broken. Energy's going to be moving over to the Psylocke, Spark Chief, the Captain Americas. They have a lot of time to make up for, and they're going to be looking for dive into the backline to get that objective moving and split OUG's attention.
I saw a little bit of, I don't know if you saw that, right? Energy put up a wall to provide a ramp to go back into the spawn room to change into the Psylocke, and I think Vision as well, using the right click from the Punisher, the smoke bomb.
Are you going to be playing ranked later? Depends on when this is done,
a
but yeah.
microplay coming in from FlyQuest, and that really means that they have the upper hand in this adjustment play as OUG look to try to break through, but Cooper comes in response, but the God of Mischief immediately canceled.
Oh, Molan Ran and Energy both having a Psylocke off over for that high ground control. FlyQuest will be able to win it out though with an intrusion of the Phoenix. And out comes the Invis Boundary trying to hold up the healing against the Dance of the Butterflies. The stacks are good, but Zealous gets a later Invis Boundary off of the back of it. Something that OUG are going to use to shut down Psionic Seduction to prevent FlyQuest picking up the momentum, and they manage to find the pick. Vision falls. Cooper does have the God of Mischief, but without the Gene, do they decide to try and rise from the ashes of this fight, or is it going to be a throw the towel in and reset for the next?
See what the play is. Cooper did pop that God of Mischief, did copy the Fate of Both Worlds, and it's just a matter of time until when he uses it. That timer coming down to 0 and will time it just perfectly. But OUG, they have their own dance floor available as well, as Vision does have the Endsong Inferno vest.
The one thing I really do enjoy about watching like different regions play against each other,
he can't find the frags as the Endsong Inferno comes crashing down.
You see like characters that are never usually played that we see, like the Iron Fist here.
OUG trying to find an opening of some sort, but that opening pick does come in favor of OUG. Another one falls as well, and Molan Ran with that living Chi again
he fell
and again,
over.
just wipe out what is left of FlyQuest, but he does get taken.
Yeah, the Widow was cool yesterday.
But FlyQuest still need to walk away, just take a breather, and look for a different way in as Spark Chief looking to get a flank play coming in.
Do they mark the Captain America? FlyQuest are going to make a move. They're going to split OUG in half, so OUG go first and walk on the rest of the team call. Psionic Seduction is going to be blocked by the Magneto's Curtain for a little bit of time, but not the full duration of it, and that allows Molan Ran to come back into the mix. DFB does have
exclamation mark tournament is the link.
Cooper's God of Mischief, but that means that Zealous is going to be able to get a free of his boundary. As hold on a minute.
Oh, I'm feeling much better than today, Death. Appreciate it. What's up, Chronic?
Hail Mary copy of the Magneto, and now it's up to the lone Invis Boundary to stand up against the might of OUG. Svald manages to pick up Energy so close to the Dance of the Butterflies, which was punished. Mash failing to have the Fate of both worlds, and FlyQuest now are going to be up the creek without a strategist defensive.
This guy's just sitting on the car healing. I fucking love it.
Another upset happen. Will they make the entire
is he gonna block it?
FlyQuest become a little bit worried right now as Molan Ran with the Fist of Fury yet again?
So I'm telling you, bro, that it's fun to see that. Listen, I hate Iron Fist, but it's nice to see an Iron Fist being played in the tournament because no one runs it.
Is able to find a neutralization on that character as Vest looking to adjust onto the Thor. That overtime meter comes into fruition and is going down ever so slightly as Taro Cookie. Is he the difference here? Can he slam the gauntlet down? Or is it Vision with his own Kraken impact as well? Cooper steals away that invisible boundary. The Eye of Agamotto only tagging onto Taro Cookie, but Molan Run, he has the living chi again.
Yo,
He's gonna
what's
go
up?
again and again as Dudu has the support with the Silex seduction, and that overtime meter might just come down short. That spangled path from FlyQuest might not do a damn thing.
Oh
as
my,
OUG
yo, we're going to a
will
map
take
3.
over Midtown, and now tied 1 apiece.
Do you know what's absolutely crazy too? The buff that they gave to Iron Fist on the previous patch means because his damage is based on the health percentage, he actually does more damage than Wolverine. So by FlyQuest using the freedom charge
true?
of the Captain America, all they did was increase the damage output of Molan Ran's strikes against the entirety of the team. It's such a good way.
There's
of trying to
no
sustain
way they
plays
popped
coming
Captain
up from
America
your
ult.
opponent.
Everyone gets the
And
health
that's an
boost, and then Iron Fist does more fucking
MVP on
damage
Midtown.
because they have the health
Something
boost.
that
He
no
went
one
44
expected
and
to see.
13 with
Total
18
wildcard
final
on
hits.
the bingo board,
40,000 damage. No fucking way, bro.
40,000 damage. 57,000 damage blocked.
57,000 damage block. No way, bro.
Iron Fist topped the damage charts.
Yeah.
Not, almost
Over
the
a
entire
Winter Soldier.
over a Winter Soldier, like you said. Both of them, actually almost Vision, but still. Molan Run. My God, what an Iron Fist performance you are putting on right now. It's not even in a ranked game. It's literally on the biggest stage in Marvel Rivals.
That is
And with
fucking
that
insane, bro.
exposure
Chat, we're gonna
coming in,
spectate that later. I made a little
They
marker.
must feel like at an all-time high.
Oh my goodness. Let's take a look.
I
back
made
at
a
that
little
last
marker
match
so we
because
can watch
really
that.
do
That
have
is
a moment to
absolutely
let it
insane,
sink
bro.
in and properly appreciate all of these amazing plays.
57,000
Cooper
bro.
coming up
Oh
through
my
all of the
God.
into the comic revival. This was the moment
They should have
where we
used
got
Emma
to see
against the Fist.
culmination
Maybe
of
Emma
the
was banned. I don't know.
and
I wish
the
on
HDR
their
onto play
production
players, but
here
because
they
of
would
that
show
was
which
the
characters are
elimination
saved and banned for each team.
It was two
Kind of wish they would add that. I'm pretty sure they did that in China for the finals, for the last game. It was really fucking cool.
We really can't
But they haven't done it since.
It's Molan Run on the Iron Fist. What a performance.
Jay, make
put
sure
on
your
by the
notes are right
Duelists.
this time.
Me personally, I started
Heisen.
out playing a bit of Iron Fist. I
Shut
thought he was a fun character to play, but now with all the changes coming in as well, and now receiving that buff where he does a little bit more damage to those tankier
Shut up.
characters, Molan Run shows that this buff is no fluke. It might have been a small number, but
Yep.
it goes a long, long way, and Molan Run just shows us why this Iron Fist might be their key to maybe even taking over.
Wait, I thought
the
OG
entire
got knocked
group,
out yesterday.
but
No. So
obviously,
how the
he was still in
tournament
day two.
works
We
is
are
that there's
about
3
to
days
reach
of
that
group
halfway
play. So
point,
everyone plays
but
each other
still a
once.
lot more games to play.
Yesterday,
And
today,
look
and
at that,
tomorrow.
just the aura
Thursday's
of
going to be a
going
day
against
off, and the
Magneto
2 bottom
completely
teams from
because all
each
of your
group
damage is
are
melee,
actually
so it goes directly
eliminated,
through
and the
the
top
air.
4
Then you can
teams,
also
which is
use the
8 in total, are going to
be
move on
able
to the
to
grand
prevent
finals and
the
play
grand
on
collapsing of
stage.
one of your players, which would have been absolutely huge if he'd been able to pull it off. The problem for OUG is that, like you said, that Iron Fist has definitely been one of the key factors of their strategy. That is one duelist, and that's likely going to be banned on out. We'll see whether or not we're going to get our
If
first
Iron Fist
ever
gets
Iron
banned, that's
Fist ban
fucking aura,
here on the
chat. That
Ignite
is
Stages.
aura.
We'll be back with map number 3 after this break.
Oh, they're going on a break. Never mind. Goddamn dare, brother. This is my music right here. People have too much pride to ban Iron Fist. That's not pride. It's basically what they scrimmed with, they practiced. Because you guys got to remember, usually NA scrims with NA or maybe even EU teams because the ping is there, but it's not too bad. They can't scrim with, you know, Asia teams because the ping is crazy. So when usually these NA teams or these EU teams play against Asia or the China teams or the Oceanic teams, usually the metas are a little different. Even in Overwatch is a little different. Usually, you know, in NA they like to run the Reinhardt, and then in Asia they like to run the Winston. So I mean, it's pretty interesting that like every region has like their go-to characters, and it's pretty fucking cool. So yeah. So it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting, chat. Ow, my legs. Milk time? No, chat. I'm not gonna do milk. If there was ever a pause that's like for 45 minutes, we could do milk. Do you ever think we'll see a... Do you think we'll ever see a make main stage and played in these tournaments? I don't know what make is. I don't know what that is. Is TTK 100 Thieves? Yes. 100 TTK is on 100 Thieves. A Moon Knight? People play Moon Knight. Do you ever think, meant to say Wanda? Do you think Wanda is gonna make the main stage? Probably not. I don't think Wanda's a good character, chat. Jay won't play Milk because he almost beat it off stream and can't show us. Well, beat what? The game, or what are you talking about?
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. As Dan is just trying to get over exactly what happened on Mid-10, as I'm sure all of us are. What a convoy that we had. And Dan, I think you and I were
I like milk.
as we
What are you talking about?
I
I was having milk last night when I was having some cookies. Emily and I went to Publix, our grocery store, and we got a lot of cookies.
Surely, right?
Surely. It really depends on what kind of map they decide to opt for. Obviously, now that Convoy is out of the picture now, we only can look at the maps of Convergence, Hall of the Jolly, Symbiotic Surface, Central Park, and the newest
My legs are...
part of
Wait, what's the
Heaven.
temperature
And that
upstairs,
map
bro? My
really
legs are
suits
freezing.
Not only Iron Fist characters, but also just dive compositions as a whole.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is...
How is it
all of those
75? I'm
maps
freezing.
suit dive characters.
That is true.
You can't go Central Park, right? Because
Who
of
decides
the
which map to
tag,
play?
like,
The
flying
loser
characters
usually
also fine,
decides. So
but
every
you're
single
able to
game
on
starts
attack
usually
roll,
out on a
actually
cloth map, a
rotate around
domination.
the cliffside,
Whoever
pop the point
loses
and pop up
picks
behind,
the
and
next
then
map,
split the
whether
defense
it's a convoy map or a
so your
convergence.
iron
So let's just say
fist
you play a domination, you
and
lose,
manage to
you
box
pick a
them through.
convoy,
So that rules out
and you
Central
lose
Park
again,
being
or you're gonna have to pick a
bad.
convergence.
Now
And then
that
after
leads
all
us
the
to
maps are
Hall of
played,
Jolly,
usually you can
Symbiotic
pick
Surface,
whatever.
or Heart of Heaven, our latest map. And one thing that you could
Usually what happens.
potentially
Loser
do
picks, but you have to play
if you're
each
a
game
team
mode
coming
once. You
in
cannot play,
is
you can't
you
go
work
domination,
team
domination,
script
domination.
on
No.
that latest map, so that you have a strategy up your sleeve. And indeed, there it is. Heart of
Yeah, I don't know why they
Heaven
call
is going to be selected,
so
and
domination
that's
is
gonna
king
put
of the
you
hill.
a lot
I call it
pressure
Koth
into
still.
removing the Iron Fist, right? Because otherwise,
Um,
you're not playing Marvel Rivals, you're not playing Attack Shooter. You're playing a horror game simulator with all of the clouds not knowing where
Wait, what do they call it? They call it
forward.
domination.
There's going to be an Iron Fist waiting
They call it
in the wings to jump.
convergence, and they call it
This is
what?
FlyQuest's pick, right? They did opt to go to the
Convoy.
newest map.
Convoy
You've been
is
watching
the
us
payload.
so far.
Convergence
This the
is you
first
capture a
time
point and
you've
then
seen
push
Heart
a
of Heaven
payload.
here on the
I
global
don't,
stage.
bro. I just
Essentially,
like calling
the
it
entirety of Marvel
a hybrid
as
map,
as a whole.
a push,
And FlyQuest
a payload map, and a king of the hill.
And they will opt to choose that as their home base for map number 3. And like you said, these clouds really benefiting dive compositions. Obviously, OUG will take full advantage of it, but you gotta look at FlyQuest. They picked this map. Do they have something right now?
I feel like that might be a strategy.
100
But we're
Thieves
going to
never,
have to see
bro.
what
It took me
we're
3
not
seconds to
going
look it
fly,
up, bro.
if it's going to be wings made of
100
gold
Thieves has
or
never
made
played
of
against Crazy
wax.
Raccoons.
Are they going to be flying too close to the sun with a little
Everything,
bit of
everything,
hubris, picking a
if
map that's
everything is
really
right
going
there!
to benefit
Exclamation mark
a
tournament
lot
chat.
of OUG's
All the
playstyles.
information's
They
right
like
there.
to run the dive, they like to run the Psylocke, the Iron Fist, all of those things really do find a footing on Heart of Heaven, which makes sense. This map is literally all around Iron Fist. As OUG, they didn't go for the instant save onto the Iron Fist, they instead prioritized the Emma, as both of these teams are going to take out the Mantis because
What's the difference between convergence and convoy? Convoy is a payload, so it's all payload. Convergence is you have to capture the point and then you have to push the payload.
From, that Mantis pick,
So this is a convergence map, chat. You're gonna. Oh wait, they're playing the new map for the first time.
OUG OUG claiming that Emma Frost and then FlyQuest.
Wait, I'm pretty sure this is the new map, Heart of Heaven. Yeah.
How long do you wait until you take out that Iron Fist, or even take it out at all?
Wait, this is the first time we get to see.
Captain America, which could set up for a dive duelist, either the Iron Fist, the Psylocke, the Daredevil. All of these are potential duelists that we get to see on this lineup. Hela is going to be
so the really cool thing about watching this, chat, is not it's the first time that I've seen in pro play, but not only is this the first time we're gonna see this in pro play, we're gonna actually see how the pros hold this or push this, and now you're gonna be able to, like, you know, mimic that in your ranked games.
And Winter Soldier is much more of a problem for Iron Fist to have to deal with.
We'll see what the play is for FlyQuest. They are down to one more ban, and OUG will secure that Hela for themselves, which means FlyQuest have to do the flip side. They have to take out the Namor if they want to deny that team up, and they do just that. And OUG hits them with the Nuno reverse card.
Yeah.
You have to ban Namor. You have to allow us to play whatever we want. We can play the Bucky. We can play the Iron Fist. Even the Psylocke as
with
well.
The Emma as well for the side of OUG, and Molan Ran is already teasing us with the Iron Fist. For FlyQuest, though, you know what's coming, right? Not only do they get to choose the map, they also get to choose the map side. They're going to be starting off
2 seconds.
And this time around, this is the test. You've lost once against the Iron Fist. Now you're expecting it. Now you're going to be marking every single one of your angles and positions. So I actually really like the duelist line that they're currently showing us, because yeah, Phoenix did get nerfed. However, the stun is still really, really strong, and she gets to play both off angle and with the team core. So you're going to have a lot of coverage of space for the Monopoly to be able to set up Zealous as well.
Take me down to the Paradise City where the grass is green and the girls are pretty.
Bear witness to
okay, let's see this chat.
Time on the global
Molan is playing the Psylocke.
No! Flying up to the mountain of Kunlun, and now we clock it down to 0, and OUG will be first to take on the offensive. And with these clouds, how do any of these teams play around this map? This is an element that no other map is currently have. So a lot of unknowns right now here on the biggest stage.
A lot of spam damage coming on through from FlyQuest Energy, getting to hold that very aggressive angle over the rooftop terrace to spam the pressure onto OUG's approach before they fall back over towards point, keeping it between themselves and creating as much distance between the divers as they possibly can.
Wait, how the hell did the mag get to the high ground?
Directly on top of them. Bears on that mag is going to act as a buffer, as Taro Cookie's going to be able to chase my Spark Sheet and get the pick on Division, and there's no rocket
and
to be able
that
to bring him
is
back,
pause number 3.
OUG have been able
pause
to
number 3, chat.
To point, and now they have a clear off-angle rotation for the Psylocke to be able to collapse.
That's a big pick coming in from OUG. No rocket available, if I remember correctly. So, and you're on the defensive side on these kinds of convoy or convergence maps. If you're on the defensive side and you go down, you have a long way to go back. So that 10-second respawn timer really is like close to 20.
Yeah, unless it's Jeff, and it was Jeff.
Yes.
So at least what we're probably going to be able to see is like the weave in of going under the ground, getting the speed bubble, going under the ground, getting the speed bubble, which starts to look a little bit like a swimming stroke on camera.
Right? Pause count 3.
Which I feel is very fitting, as we're going to swim right back into this fight.
Why on my Steam activity page does it say J3 played one iced latte with your breast milk, please, for the first time? Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. I just want to say that coffee and that latte was delicious.
On the Strange is going to be back with the pulse release, try and stall it out, but there's no win condition for FlyQuest to hold on for.
Somehow there was a trade that does kick in on FlyQuest. They got a little bit staggered, so that portal should be up for long enough for everyone on FlyQuest to flood onto the site. But Savald wants to try to kick them right back out with that invisible boundary. But now their response coming in.
Did you? I'm pretty sure I have more, Pollard. I'm not so sure.
Strange in your face.
Pretty sure I have more.
You and taking you out, but Energy, despite the end song Inferno not going to plan, Vision comes in, stuns up Molan Ran, but the rest of OUG are still standing tall.
Molan Ran's back on the Iron Fist.
Oh shit, chat, he's back on the Iron Fist.
And manages to find the AoE claps onto Energy, who pushes it low enough that he has to disengage, setting up the Strange to be isolated. Out comes the fate of both boards from OUGs, and Taro Cookie has been taken down though with the Meteor M1 shot, and now they don't have the Lunar ultimate against the Heaven's Retribution. It's reliance on Molan Ran instead to be able to deflect all of the incoming damage. Dudu has fallen. We've still got Invis Foundry and Legendary Chi coming on through from Molan Ran in the back line, as it's up to Energy to turn the fight for FlyQuest with the end zone.
This guy is just fisting the shit out of them, and no one's helping.
Strategist of FlyQuest just being an absolute nuisance, and that allows Spark Chief though to just find a cleanup frag as FlyQuest still looking to find a
No,
way.
having an
Sign
alt
of
account
life even
doesn't really matter
outside of
for
FlyQuest
hours
just
streamed, because even if I had an alt account and I still
defense
streamed
coming
it,
in as
that's
Molan
still
Ran.
stream time.
He's gonna rest his hands. He's gonna go right to the Psylocke now.
Yeah, Phoenix might have been muted in terms of Beyblade tech, but it's still very vocal for the health reset of Ensong and
Yeah,
Finish,
goddamn.
even with all of the focus from the strategist.
God damn, I wonder who has the most hours streamed. Probably Emon for Overwatch.
Stop them picking up that last crucial bit of point, and now it falls to
Has to
this
be.
last fight. 1 minute remaining, but FlyQuest very much in the driver's seat with the ultimate charges. Heaven's Retribution starting to build an up hit for Spark Shoes, but the strategist ultimates are going to be crucial as Cooper and Zelf and Vision are all about to get theirs, and OUG are currently a little bit too far away from an aggressive play to be able to force them.
No, he got off the
Still off
fist,
the full
chat.
trigger just yet. Mashed now very
Give
close
us
to
the
involved as
fist.
well. OUG, they have a way in, but FlyQuest also looking to equalize the battlefield with their ultimates of their own as the clock runs thin. 25 seconds left on that timer as everyone on FlyQuest, every one of OUG just flood right onto the site. Ultimates coming in left, right, and center. Sensory overload.
I gotta get my hours
for both
up.
of these players,
I gotta be the most
but
streamed.
They have to play it out. They have to find a way in. OUG, can they get a push
I
going?
think it's interesting. I love
Doesn't
statistics.
seem So, but
It's
FlyQuest
very
actually
interesting.
did take out Cooper,
I
but
used to
OUG now
actually
looking
look
to
at
try to
statistics
be
a
in that
lot.
driver's seat with that psionic seduction from
Guy,
Dudu
appreciate
Molan
you coming in here to
Ran,
tell us that.
Taken out, but Taro Cookie waiting in the wings, waiting for his moment, and will find the flyer, but the cloud, but the hook.
Bro,
was
I hate Angela.
absolutely
She does not
perfect
die.
as Taro
She does
Cookie
not
chunks out
die.
Sparky, but they don't find the pick as Taro Cookie trying to find a way through the fogs of war as FlyQuest finally look to fall apart as OUG with 2 frags of their own.
Dude,
But
this is
Zealous
crazy that this
has
guy's
that
not dying.
portal coming in. His hands are shaky. It's getting a little bit desperate for FlyQuest, but OUG
The Jeff needs to
stay
die.
on this site, and Spark Chief looks to try and be that difference.
2
But
HP.
Savald will ease things out with that invisible boundary, but that vision ultimate is absolutely perfect,
Oh,
but
no.
still absolutely neutralized.
This should be OUG finally starting to clean up house, and oh my goodness. I've heard of, you know,
Jeez.
Head in the clouds. I've never heard of Jeff in the clouds. Vision was hiding that entire time, utilizing the cleave from the primary Joyful Splash to be able to both damage OUG
Well,
players,
Tim doesn't
but
stream
also
weekends.
keep the
He has a
Vanguards
kid.
from FlyQuest up, alive, and contesting. It was only Taro Cookie on the Winter Soldier, and that continuous pressure, which
And that
allowed
adds up.
OUG
So
the
if you stream both days, Saturday and Sunday for 8 hours, that's 16 hours every week that someone else doesn't stream. A month, that's what, 16, 32, 64 hours.
Coming on through, but here is where we get to see that Hella Save come into play. Vision is going to be on a long linear angle with a high ground hold to stop the dive in its tracks.
No,
Yeah,
wham.
What's unique about Heart of Heaven right now is
Doesn't
that
count.
point actually goes right under the pad and then goes circles to spiral right back up. But DRP will
Yeah, I do have
Zealous
3 kids
during
myself.
that entire skirmish as OUG.
All my kids
keeping
are.
their
I
trade
need to
going.
get them to college.
FlyQuest, though,
Right
need
now,
to
they're
find a way
not
to
making
clap
it past
back,
3rd grade.
That Kraken impact from Taro Cookie might be the difference, but Vision and Molan Ran will equal up with a 1-for-1 trade.
Yes, Domi, I
so
saw the
far,
new
but
Spider-Man
Synergy
skin.
looks to keep it in favor of FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest just won this
DJ,
ball by
probably
reset
later
right
after
now,
the
so
matches.
He's going to be in a good spot to be able to find a magic pick on the entry of these attacking teams. Spark GT on the Azure is going to be able to do so much to disrupt. Has to worry about the
Jay, do you
team
realize that you
coming through.
work
Taro
way
Cookie
more
does
than
not
a
want to get
normal
knocked down,
full-time job?
but
Isn't that hard on you?
Angela is going to be able to hold the position
I love what I
long
do,
enough
and I
for
love,
Vision,
like,
but
you know,
also
you know,
energy. And OUG
don't want to
has got
say this,
Invis
but the
Factor. They're gonna
community
have
is,
to
you know,
sacrifice
a
one
lot
or
of
the other.
fun.
Spark Chief almost found a a pick onto DRP, but was able to get support from his fellow teammates. But Safal will kick things off with the invisible boundary, and that's
it does, yeah, I don't know.
OUG,
it's a double-edged sword, to be honest with you, because as a streamer, if you're not streaming, technically you're not like working or making anything, right? So like you have to stream, and if you're not streaming, you know, you're not growing as well. It's not like a normal job where you could be like, oh, you know what, I want to take 2 weeks off to go out on vacation. You know, you can have like a 2-week paid vacation or all that shit or something. Like if I don't stream for 2 weeks and I come back, view count can be lower. People could have moved on, you know. But
to do it. Out comes the Soul Drainer, managing to clear Molanran's
what I was gonna say is,
he does make it
I like streaming.
but that meant that no one was keeping an eye on Energy. Out comes the Kraken Impact. Fate of both worlds comes on through from Mash. He's gonna be able to damage amp up DRP's on ultimate. But Cooper and Zealous now get a free slate to utilize the Strategist ultimate from FlyQuest's side. Out comes the Invis boundary. The Slow is gonna be able to put the pressure onto Mash, and OUG are down to just Smal coming on through with the Invis healing.
Oh, also, the main thing I was gonna say is that the one thing I do not like about streaming, and I guess it's also on me, is that I stream so much that it does take away. Streaming so much does take away from me hanging out with, like, you know, let's say Emily or the cats, or let's say my family, my dad. So all the time passes that, like, you know, you spent streaming.
But is it going to be enough? OUG picked up the full point and managed to get almost halfway through into the second half.
Wait, is Sushi here?
FlyQuest now have to deal with an OUG team who are going to be in control of all of the angles with the stall comp that we can already see getting locked here with Molanran on the Adam and Mash over towards the Rocket. If they really want this stall to go even longer too, the Loki was able to make it through the band drop as well. But it looks like it's going to be more of a priority onto the Invis woman instead, being able to utilize the shields, but also having the invisible boundary for the full heal, but also slow impact in case FlyQuest try to run an aggressive dive to be able to break through this push.
FlyQuest, this is a lot more favorable of a position. They didn't give up a triple over to OUG back in mid-time.
I want to love her.
It's a very, very winnable situation right now, but OUG do have options on the
I also have a cat named Sushi. Oh, there you go.
See if OUG opt to go for the Rocket. It doesn't look like that will be the case, so they will just fully rely on Molanran, on that Adam Warlock, to keep everyone alive. And that is what the plan is as Spark Chief starts making some circles on the map.
Yeah, Portal's going to come on through. This is going to allow FlyQuest to break away from all of the defensive angles that OUG have favorably right now. Also means that Vision gets to be put on and off angle to have that Guardian Shield and pressure OUG's players hiding up on that roof for Taro Cookie to try and find as many stuns as possible onto those players and hypercharge out the end zone. Astral is going to be used for Vision actually to directly challenge, but there's the hubris. He thought he'd be able to win with the Soul Drainer grabbing the Phoenix's position back, but DRP with the assist comes on through, and OUG have dealt with the Hela and dealt with the portal push.
So far, OUG are looking good in this defense. Taro Cookie still standing tall on that high ground of that temple, and will keep the choke point in control of OUG just for a brief moment, but Spark Chief is a little bit of a thorn on Taro Cookie's side. He has to keep tabs on this Angela pick as Taro Cookie slips off the roof, but flies back up to try to contest that space yet again. But Vision looking elsewhere, but now looks to set his sights on Taro Cookie, who is just dancing in and out of that high ground. And now Spark Chief trying to make a tough target for himself. He gets into the waterfall, and that will save him from going down. But Taro Cookie still raining down hell onto FlyQuest, who have to invest two with their ultimate to even get a chance to taste something on this site, but the Wombo combo does not find a single frag.
The Endsong Inferno and the Meteor managed to pressure FlyQuest off of getting to utilize the fate of both worlds, and Energy burned Kraken Impact in that fight as well. For them, they're going to be relying on things like the Invis boundary to play into these retakes, but they don't really have a way of getting forward onto the point unless OUG invite them in. And that's just all going to be a bait so that they can use the Sonic Seduction when FlyQuest are too deep to be able to disengage. Out comes the Invis boundary, but wait! Doodoo got CC'd! Something prevented the Ember
I think this guy needs to change his name.
So
Every time the
many
caster says his name, they're saying
so
Dudu.
much factors that disrupt the general flow of the game as energy takes out
And
Dudu,
they're just saying
but
Dudu.
that signals Pastor Molanron to tell
See it there?
Dudu to rise again as he tries to find any sort of right click, any sort of opportunity. But even hitting targets will allow
think that team
Molanron
is,
to
though.
keep sustaining the team with the flick of his hand.
Spark, Chief, and Energy can combine their ultimates, Heaven's Retribution, and Kraken Impact, but no, it's just used to finally take control of this high ground. Out comes the Meteor M from DRP, staving off the momentum from both of the two ultimates.
Hey!
Yeah,
FlyQuest
that's
ends,
crazy.
And it sets up FlyQuest being stuck yet again.
Damn,
in
wait,
the limbo
FlyQuest
of
actually
these
might lose to
chokes, and
OUG. This is
ultimately
awesome to
devices
see.
move
Like,
and
it's
just
bad for
move forward with
FlyQuest,
the
but I'm
Meteor
actually really glad, like, how...
pushing the attacker side out, and we go down
Like
to
we said
1
yesterday, chat, I
minute
don't know if you guys
remaining,
remember,
and
when we watched the
OUG are going to
mid-season
have
finals
another
in
ultimate
China,
for the shutdown.
the Asia teams and China teams got fucking rolled. So it's actually really nice to see them actually, like, closing the gap a little bit.
OUG found the perfect pick on the likes
Was
of
OUG
Cooper,
the team that was
so
getting cheered?
close to that Beta Bowl
Remember?
Worlds, but that pick alone meant that FlyQuest could not contest that point any further because Mash on OUG was able to pop his own Beta Bowl Worlds, but now FlyQuest, they need to use this Beta Bowl Worlds to absolute perfection, but Vision goes down early. That is bad news for FlyQuest. OUG, can they complete the upset? 20 seconds remaining for FlyQuest to scramble away.
I do
back
want
in,
Energy
but
and Vision
looks to be that
invest the
difference
win,
maker.
though. And
Energy
Spark Chief is cool and
matches
Cooper's
Mirror
cool.
Death
Ah,
and
man, I like
trying to
FlyQuest's
creep
team,
his way
but
into
shit, bro, this
FlyQuest's backline.
is looking
Does
tough,
get
chat.
punished for the overextension, but Molanron does have the self-res and may well commit it, so they have the soulbind in the exchange of the invis boundaries. Molanron revives himself. DRP still has the opportunity for the Meteor M to absorb all of the damage.
Oh, wow, nice.
Vision's Goddess of Death, and it falls to FlyQuest. The wombo combo,
Are you sure?
the homestand hero.
I was gonna say, if you wanna do
Can
Nightmare
they
Forward,
find the
maybe, yeah.
combination to be able to take this point? Because they still have to worry about
I mean, I
OUG's
beat it, but
Portal
I can play with
recontest.
you.
Great plays coming in
See
from
when
the
this
duelist of
see when this
FlyQuest.
ends.
It might be sealing the deal here as OUG almost had to hold in, but wait a second, DRP, he's going to open up a portal for OUG to try to flood it right in. as
They're getting
Molanron
through, chat. They're getting through.
preemptively Pops that Karmic
It's too
Revival
early.
to try to find players to come back into the site, but that
Oh
Karmic
no,
Revival's
he
all the way
wasted
back
his
into the
ult. He
spawn
popped
room,
it too
so
early.
if
Yeah,
anyone
that's
does go
they're
down,
right.
OUG
They rezzed
still have to
one.
make the long march back onto the site, but Mesh has that Beta Bowl Worlds, and Vest needs to find that Meteor, but it's not onto the Luna Snow, it's actually going to be onto that Molanron Adam Warlock, and now FlyQuest looking good, looking strong with that man advantage, no Cocoon, no chance
Ooh,
for OUG to come back. And
both
it's all
supports.
written on the wall here as FlyQuest all but surely should be able to take this site, but that overtime meter still running short as OUG still have some fight in.
I'm gonna spectate him later with his
already
it's
back
crazy.
into the fight, but Cooper finds Dudu, will shut down that silent seduction, and finally
they got
by the skin
Dudu,
of their
chat.
teeth, OUG also had that same scenario, but FlyQuest also sweating a little bit at now.
It's
taking
such
my
a
dad.
risk going for premature casts of Karmic Revival when that overtime
raining?
had only really just started
My
going.
dad said it was raining.
Because it meant that FlyQuest could still stagger their positions onto the objective without putting the pressure onto OUG and looking for the eliminations until the end of that ultimate comes on through. Out comes the Force Physics. Spark Chief is going to be able to disengage it. There was no follow-up CC to be able to punish the Angelus position, as Vision is going to be able to come on through with the Goddess of Death.
Did
Managed
Virtus
to
Pro
push
play
OUG's
Daredevil for a whole match, chat, or
that
or
we're
no?
going to start to see them actually start to topple on over with the focus fire coming through from the rest of this team. That finish line, we can see it right here. Energy is already pushed so far up to make sure that OUG can't get presence onto the objective and stall it, as FlyQuest are in full control of card and have all of the free push currently.
FlyQuest slowly
You know,
making that point move, but look at that. It's
like I said, chat, we have friends on FlyQuest, but I kind of do want OUG to win. I think they're 0-2 right now. I do want them to win a match.
Impact as that point does move slowly, but
I think they are in the bottom of their groups.
Closer to the finish line. FlyQuest, they need to save themselves from utter
Oh, nice
embarrassment
shot
as
by
Vest
Vest.
is the man to do the job. The hometown of Atlanta on his back.
Oh
as
yeah, he is from
OUG
Atlanta.
Now
That's
down
funny.
a member. Need to find a way. Need to find an option back in. Cooper tries to deny them from any sort of chance. Taro Cookie Molon run and Mash team up.
FlyQuest
But
won.
somehow the
They didn't get
time
on point.
runs slow. Galacta wipes out the overtime candle, and FlyQuest will take
Jay, are these games
over
for seeding
this
for bracket play?
third
Yes,
map,
but
and
also
they
the
will be
bottom two
first
teams
winners
here.
of Heart of Heaven.
First point looked a little
Chat,
bit
type
dicey
exclamation
for
mark
Shadow
bracket.
Warriors.
I mean, exclamation mark tournament. You get this.
In terms of that overtime,
This is what's happening right now. You have a Group A and you have Group B. We are watching Group B's games right here. This is day 2. So next game is going to be 100 Thieves against Na'Vi. But basically, everyone in their groups play each other once. And the bottom 2 teams, which you see is OUG, and they're sadly going to be 0-3 now. And also Crazy Raccoons is 0-2. The bottom 2 teams are eliminated from the tournament. The top 4 teams from each bracket move on to the grand finals, which is going to be played on stage, and that's also for seeding. They're all going to be seeded right here. And that begins on Halloween. You need to see something? No? You know who did make it, though? The team that, like, lost. Dark Zero.
The only cover that we're able to seek refuge in were either in the clouds, but the clouds with that gun's death kind of becomes a little bit of a problem. So the only way is to go under, and that's all the difference it makes. With that giant lane available for FlyQuest, they were able to just zone everyone on OUG away, and FlyQuest were just able to get the job done.
Yeah, Zealous had a really good force physics pull as well.
Yeah, you didn't know that? Sorry, I was trying to explain to Emily. She thought Sentinels was in the tournament, so I had to tell her no, they aren't. But 2 people from Sentinels that are on Dark Zero left Sentinels, and they're on. Yeah.
Damage coming on through, as we can have a look
I don't
back
know.
and see how exactly Heart of Heaven became a little bit
You're gonna have to ask like Super Gomez. I'm pretty.
And FlyQuest, they were able to pull it out. It looked rough coming out of that first map. OUG really surprising us with the Iron Fist on the second, and then when we headed into third, Dan, what a series we got treated to.
It was a pleasant surprise indeed for this entire match as as a whole. Over OUG.
J muting so we don't get the T. Oh no, there's no T. I was just saying like there was Sentinels and Dark Zero split. I don't know for what reason. I don't know if it was player drama or org drama or what. But I was just trying to explain to her.
You gotta give huge props to them, especially in the situation that OUG are in right now. This is.
TTK said it was internal player drama. Oh, there you go. Internal player drama. That's what TTK said, but I also don't trust TTK because he's shorter than me. I don't trust people who are shorter than me.
You can kind of be like, okay, yeah, it's just going to be 3-2-1s and you've got your front to backs and all of that fun stuff. Dive requires
and some people say they got kicked out. Who knows, chat?
Whenever you're building rosters and trying to trial players,
the grand finals is a LAN event. Yes, it's at DreamHack Atlanta. Also, this is a LAN event technically. They're playing at Atlanta, chat.
An utmost synergy with the rest of your players to be able to hit your timings and understand if someone says, I'm committing into this person, you have the trust to be able to follow them into the breach so that you can actually find that value and follow up damage. So the fact that not only were OUG playing dive, but they made it not just competitive, but they made it viable.
I'm not 6'2". I'm 6'9". Wait, where's TTK's dad? Is TTK's dad in chat? We're about to start 100 Thieves.
Players all chosen, all hand-picked to make it on the Ignite stage is a massive commendation to this team.
Yeah, huge props for FlyQuest. Securing the win in the end will put themselves on the top alongside Citadel at 2-0, and unfortunately OUG do fall down. But they are 0-3, but they have been insanely impressive. But now we have to set our sights moving on forward as FlyQuest and Citadel now top the leaderboard.
Well, now we're getting ready to head into game number 2. Is it going to be another free mapper? We'll have to wait and see, as it's going to be Na'Vi versus 100 Thieves. We got to see them yesterday. We're going to get to see them head-to-head right after this break.
So what was it? 100 Thieves versus Navi. This should be a good game, chat. Oh my god, it's a 12-minute break? Yo, TTK's dad, you ready? Yeah, so how long is this watch party? A lot of games being played today. Exclamation mark tournament. Yes, there's like, well, right there, actually. There's 5 games being played. The seasoning on this one is much better. Might as well queue a ranked game. Oh, let me text my brother. Why does this song sound like, This song sounds, oh my god, chat, you guys. This sounds like a Fall Out Boy song. You know what I'm talking about? Virtus Pro's now playing if you want to watch. What song is that? It's a Fall Out Boy song. Something's... I was like, thanks for the memories? Yeah, listen to it. Well, watch. You can listen. You can listen to the. See? All right. If you go here and you go here and you go here, are they streaming the same games? Nope. See, they fixed it, chat. Now there's a group A and there's a group B. So this is going to be the group that we need to watch. We're not going to stay here, chat. I want to watch the 100 Thieves game, so we're not staying here, okay? Oh my god, what the hell is this quality? We have 8 minutes. We're going to watch this game for 8 minutes, chat.
We're going to, especially with ban phase, with Bucky being a priority ban, we're probably going to enter back into that dive meta. Yeah. Like, that feels like teams are starting to get a better grip on the meta, and VP's the forefront of that, and same thing with Reject.
Yeah, we talk about comms all the time, and one of the comm styles is a 3-2-1 comm, where essentially you're saying we are going to heavily engage, but it has to be at the exact same time to mess with the opposition's comms. They don't know who to prioritize in that moment, as we see a lot of commitment here with a doubled up.
Oh, that's fine, chat. We're only watching it for a few minutes.
Are going to walk in Nevix now with the Eye of Agamotto looking for a combo. Nobody has fallen yet from Reject, and that's a lot of commitment to get no KOs. And at this point, they just got to retake and touch the point before it goes through one.
Wait, they're running Daredevil.
Use these ults as we see the copy up from Izayaki. Now the Sia's out here for the Rocket. The Rez also out, which you can do on the copy if you didn't know. Sparker now is going to try to get this dance of the Cutterfly. Dicing, the most scary dance in the game, as Saipei is going to find Finale. Dobie onto 5. Numbers evened out once more. Saipei going to bring back 5. It's setting up. The numbers are still in our favor as they're keeping the momentum forward and are very close to point 1.
Yeah, it's going to be that double res. In fact, though,
no, Virtus Pro won.
So
this is first place EMEA.
Piggy trying to save his backline. Fi has overhealth, though, because of how it works on Daredevil. When you build up that overhealth from doing damage, Finale brings back Izayaki into the fight. They don't have Stratus ult after this except Dobie. And Nevix able to take down Gargoyle is huge. Can they live long enough? Are they close to the res? They are.
Wow, this is really clean play. Piggy going to be only option on point. Is able to stall for a little bit here, which was a good play. Still back and forth. Fi is just dicing, dealing so much damage. Sparker on the off angle, pressuring that front line. Piggy still at full HP, though. Those crystals going to keep the team healthy. Dobie going to bring back Gargoyle. Marvel going to find
What are you
Fi,
eating?
and again,
Emily
numbers
was
now
making chicken.
back in their
Chicken.
favor. Dobie going to start with the Sia. Sparker trying to head towards the back line to keep the team healthy from Marvel, who's
Chicken
making some play. Shields very low, and that's another
legs
pick
for
there
the first
on
time or
Nevix
something.
from Gargoyle. What a fight back here by Reject. Really good composure on this retake. There's more commitment now from VP. Are you kidding me? They will not stop this momentum.
I love
And
when it comes out
air
from Nevix, and Sparker finally takes down Finale, but that was the second See You Later we saw in the fight. He's slicing and dicing on the main side, VP is, and man, that was a brutal fight for them. They finally stave off Reject. Through all of that, dude, like, my goodness, Reject were just living the fundamentals on Midtown. Maybe that's why we see so many teams are good at this map, because it's so easy if you're playing good fundamental Marvel rivals, playing slow, playing 3-3 comps, you can live out even the best, it seems like, comp in the game.
Yeah, again,
5 minutes remaining. Okay, chat. I'm gonna run predictions for the next game though.
Reposition, retake together, get healthy, but no. VP
100 Thieves against
even down a number,
Crazy Raccoons.
Making the plays work, and that's something that is, it's a testament to how strong that team is, because that is a.
Oh, sorry, no, it's not Crazy Raccoons, it's Navi.
Downside from a team that you don't want to overcommit, but no,
100 Thieves against Navi.
It happen here as we start up with another fight. Fi going to find Finale on the back line. More commitment as Marvel now is going to keep that space.
Yeah, it's Navi.
Ooh, that could be a huge counter.
D-Bird! Appreciate the massive gift sub, my friend. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I appreciate it. Hold up, let me go put this downstairs real quick, chat.
Slightly in favor of Reject, but again, a lot of space is taken already here on point 2.
Yeah, but they're still kind of pushing them back right now on the point. Right, dude, Reject has been playing this objective so well. Marvel specifically, constantly on it, always touching it, making sure it's not contested, or it is contested, and flip back to their side, because in Marvel Rivals, if you didn't know, you do cap that objective for your team if you're on it for long enough and nobody on the enemy team is there. At the moment, VP not in control of that not in control of the objective because Reject took it. Now they're finally back with it.
Oh, that's a scary ult, and that's going to find one, maybe two. Good movement here from Gargoyle. You can't escape from me, Rocket. Down goes everyone on the side of VP. Well done by Reject once more.
Yeah, and I feel like Saipe is one of the best Rocket Raccoon players in the game. You know, we don't talk about, like, he doesn't have the most mechanical skill in terms of, like, just healing and damage output, because you just send your little balls out and they fly around. But the movement, the wall climbing, that's hard to understand, I think, for a lot of people. The wall climbing capabilities of Rocket Raccoon, Jeff, there's a lot of high skill in that mechanic itself with all of our characters that can climb walls.
Yeah, a little tip there for Rocket. If you use your dash, I believe it goes a set meter, let's say 10, 5 meters. I can't remember exactly, but when you're actually wall climbing, if you use the dash, it'll go significantly farther. So take that tip in a ranked here as Piggy is going to find some damage towards the backline Finale onto Saipe, and that is that early pick. That is huge for them, but Sparker again going to commit and find Piggy. Make it 2 as Fi is going to find Dobie. Down goes Izayaki. Gargoyle as well. Fi here on the Star-Lord looking clean, and they are going to retake this point and have it walk.
And you can tell this Bucky pick is really throwing Reject through a loop at the moment. I mean, they do get VP back, but putting Finale on Phoenix, I feel like with the changes to Bucky, maybe, I mean, not necessarily as strong as the Bucky at the moment, though Phoenix can still be an incredibly top-tier character. We'll see if Reject can enable themselves in this 2-2-2 style against VP, who are just surrounding, diving. We saw that in the last map, too, but it's different on Convoy, I suppose. VP trying to close out on the second phase.
Yeah, this is a dangerous spot there for Angie, who can get an off-map over behind that.
Okay, 3 minutes, chat.
Now there's the copy up, and it is going to head them directly down towards point. Will they be able to utilize that ult? Yes, they do, as the invisible boundaries out from Izayaki, giving them some time, using that force physics to draw Fincy back, who is still able to escape.
Wait, did the Battle Royale mode come out for Battlefield 6? Also, D-Bert, appreciate the massive 2 more gifted subs, my friend. Absolutely insane. Wait, it did? Oh, shit.
Invisible boundary, this time from Dobie. Gargoyle gonna commit. Oh, and this could be huge. Dridro, bang, gonna find 3, and that should give them enough here for VP to retake this point.
Oh my God, what a read. Nothing to counter it. Bubble gone from Marvel. Team tries to fall back. That Jeff ult at the very last second, still there. Overtime, ticking down. Marvel again, been the hero of this team, keeping them in it, even though they still lose. Everybody can Itachi does.
Wow, okay. Maybe I spoke too soon. Reject still holding on for as long as possible. Great bubble there at the last possible moment. I'm going to actually elect to teleport out with the team up there, and still not able to get point 2 with a meter in 30 on. The portals come through now to try to give them some more space. Nevix going to commit here heavy. Still trying to find a pick. Down goes 3, and that is finally going to put them in a good spot to end this point and head towards point 3.
So,
I said it before. I may have been wrong again. No, they do
Sir
it this time.
O'Burton? Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my
friend. This looks like a headache and a half to play. Like, oh my goodness. Like, VP, or Reject in general, like, listen, nobody's playing at a level like this at the moment in terms of stall, besides pro players. because like that stall looks like I just want to uninstall, right? Like that was insane from them.
That stall makes me want to look like I want to uninstall. Okay.
Because they've done a good job.
1 minute left, chat.
Their target focus is perfect, but Reject, they just keep touching that objective. They keep living through these Stratus ults. They keep living with Marvel's ult. It's just clean out of them.
Yeah. Again, I mean, these trades have been nutty. It's really seemingly going any direction. Nevix, though, going to start off with the Heavens Retribution and is able to find a pick there. Sparker going to find Dobie as well, and numbers just going down here for Reject, who are going to have to fully reset once more. Finale holding on there to the Ensong Inferno. Gargoyle's got the dance.
I like this skin.
Has an answer, though, and
I like that skin.
In the sky with the Legend.
I mean, let's see if they can close out because it's been a hard-fought map for VP. 30 seconds left to go. Ship, last fight territory. Fire already pops his Guardians, Galactic Legend in the sky.
Yeah, and there is going to be match right back with the Ensong Inferno. Biding time, just waiting until that Legend slows up. Bang, coming down heavy now towards the back line. Does land, good damage out. Marvel going to find Finzi. That puts Reject back in even numbers as Nevix takes out Gargoyle. Sparker now onto Marvel, though. These ults have been wild as Sparker gets another Dridro, excuse me. Going to find his Yaki. And here comes another Itch Jeff. This time, will it find value? It does, and that is another frontline pick here, and you don't need to commit too much, just spit downwards.
Oh, they capped, bro.
Man,
they capped.
What a hard-fought battle by VP.
I think Virtus Pro. That's one of their best maps. Okay, chat. We're back over here. This
is mercy.
Lies. Let's get it. Let's get it. 100 Thieves against Navi. Remember, Navi is the mid-season winners.
The Marvel Rivals Ignite Atlanta Grand Finals.
Yeah. Also, Khaled, appreciate the massive new membership on YouTube, and Santiago, appreciate the massive dono, my friend.
With a very relieved FlyQuest managing to win out in the end against OUG. And now we head into just as stressful a situation.
70% for 100 Thieves and only 30% for Navi. 24 people put 520,000 points on it. 71 people put 1.2 million points.
In a rough spot at the moment, not as strong as they used to be, losing some key members as well.
12 teams, Brandon.
They were able to come into that coming after mid-season finals, coming into stage 2, and then making it here again to that grand finals is a bit of, again, another sigh of relief for Navi as well.
Speaking about that again, let's bite into 100 Thieves because we have to talk
what's up, Ada?
about the Bucky, especially because Citadel were able to win against
what is he doing though? Is he juggling? I don't understand what he's doing. Look at this! Look at this! Look at this nerd, chat. You saw him? He thinks he's the what's the guy that does that? The kid? He thinks he's the what's that shit again?
Yeah, Terra being the backbone of 100 Thieves. Without 100 Thieves, it's not even 100 Thieves without Terra. Terra really has been the
not the 6-7, bro. Chat.
His 6 members, maybe 7 if you include the coach as well.
What?
So,
did he just say 6-7?
Really has been Terra.
I mean, Terra and I think TTK as well. Like, we have to give flowers to TTK. Best Emma in the world. But 100 feels like, I feel like you have to go for the duelist lineup in terms of banning out because
no,
everybody
bro,
else is just
it's
so flexible. Harvey started
the Rizzler. The Rizzler does that shit, bro. There you go. God, you guys are... Come on, Chad. This is like your generation. Aren't you guys like the same age as Rizzler or some shit? Don't you guys see the Rizzler and start laughing and then like, you know, that's your guys' comedy nowadays.
We're going to be seeing a little bit more focus on safeguarding some of Delena's picks rather than Terra's.
Yeah, like you mentioned it perfectly. All the teams have been starting to pick up on just focusing down Delena. You can't really stop Terra. He does so much of the work. He knows so many different heroes. He knows how to play most of them. And if you focus on Terra, you're just kind of just hitting yourself against the wall a little bit, trying to limit something that you cannot stop. So instead of Terra, why don't you just move on over down the roster and you look at Delena.
Well, let's move on from 100 Thieves and let's have a look at Na'Vi because Na'Vi. They had a
look at Na'Vi, chat. Hey, that's our Jeff player.
It was how they were able to win at mid-seasons all the way back.
And there's the tank player. Oh, that's funny.
final, so I would expect that we're going to be seeing them really looking at what Citadel started putting into play against 100 Thieves here today.
Level 1
As
crook.
Like you mentioned, this is not the same team. There's been a couple of movements here and there. Losing Melia was a huge blow to them, as
shit.
was the fact that their last series went the distance. Na'Vi were coming in the 3rd seed in EMEA.
That's what I have to do with my
barely
hair.
managing to qualify over Chopped, and then for the first match of their showing here in Atlanta, it went the distance and they dropped a map against a team I don't think a lot of people expected them to drop a team versus.
It is none other than the team we literally just watched play. It was OUG who did take a map off of Na'Vi yesterday in their match, something that all of us really just
6-7 was the
surprised.
juggling, Jay? That's
Essentially,
Gen Z, bro. Wait, really? The juggling is 6-7? How the fuck is juggling? How does juggling make sense with 6-7? I don't understand.
We set our sights onto that first map, which is always going to be domination. Keep in mind that domination will be the first map always in these series. As we move on to maps 2 and 3 is when things open up, as teams do have options to go either convoy or convergence.
Well,
Dude.
our random domination map is going to be Celestial Husk, and there are so many good compositions on this map. Flyers are incredibly strong here. We're probably not going to be seeing things like the Torch because he himself got torched with the latest nerfs, but the Star-Lord is still one of the strongest duelists in the skies. With all of the natural cover that you have around Celestial Husk, you can hide behind it, activate your Galactic Legend, and still be able to cover from all of the ultimates that it's going to greenlight as a counter. As let's see what is going to be able to make its way through. Mantis has been removed for both of these teams, but now the question becomes this first save. Is 100 Thieves going to prioritize something that Delena can play, because Terra is so flexible in all
Okay, let's
of
see
these
this,
other
chat. Let's see
duels?
this. What's
It's
gonna
nigh
happen? What's going to
impossible
happen?
to be able to ban him out.
So far, the Jeff.
I'm about to get 0 work done now that 100 Thieves is starting. Hey, bro, that's what I'm talking about. Listen. Who watch the stream with me? Who cares about work? At least you're working and you guys are like, you know, getting paid to watch this with me.
Yes. This is really good as well from 100 Thieves, because this is Adam Warlock on domination, one of
Let's
his
get this, come on.
strongest map types. Even if you're losing the fight, as long as you've got point control, you're still winning in regards to the fight over point percentage. Na'Vi have been able to secure themselves, however, one-sided Emma. So that's going to be really, really good at putting pressure on 100 Thieves in these retake situations with Silent Destruction to be able to walk your team forward, plus being able to help out in case there's a dive coming on through. As we see the Jeff getting banned out, which means that Na'Vi don't have to have one of their players with CC immunity to take out the ultimate, but 100 Thieves have got options here. Delena can play the Adam, but we've also seen him play the Winter Soldier. However, that's also Terra's own staple hero that he is arguably the best in the world at. This is a very good draft adaptation coming on through from Thieves.
Yeah, the Invisible Woman also being banned by 100 Thieves, so Navi's options in terms of what they could go for is a little bit limited, but Na'Vi do find a way back in this draft as they take out Vinny, who is a very, very strong group player, and that is another crucial pick for 100 Thieves that they cannot have access to.
It does mean as well that you don't have Strangling Prison to combine with Kraken Impact, but it also means now that you didn't get to take out something like the Loki. Now, do 100 Thieves use this last ban to deny the Bucky, so that if they do want to play a Loki lineup with Harvey, they don't have to worry about the resets with the doppelgangers, but no, they're going to actually remove the Captain America coming on out from the side of Trust Me, forcing him onto the Venom. Now, you could argue that the Venom in this capability on this patch is stronger than the Captain America with the anti-heal now attached to the Feast of the Abyss, but what the Venom has is a walking hitbox in comparison to the Captain America, which means that he's going to be taking so much entry damage coming on through from both the Hela and, if they decide to play for it, the Adam too.
So many different options, so many different ways to approach the draft. This is a meta where so many of these heroes are so good. We could even argue every single one. we saw a Widow yesterday. We saw an Iron Fist just now. what else could really pop out here?
Okay, I'm going to put an asterisk there. We saw a Widow with
I have no idea,
a Mantis
Gabe.
damage boost. That was
True,
the
true,
only
true.
reason that strategy was viable in the first place, with the one-shot capabilities to be able to find those eliminations in the downtime.
The games, we've only paused once. We only crashed. No, sorry, no, we only crashed.
It is all cards
Right.
on the table to be able to secure this.
We've
first
only
fight, but
paused
now they
3
want to be
times.
able to disrupt
So that's
the
good.
second approach.
It's
For the
much
counter
better
dive, they
today,
want to
chat.
be able
Much
to have
better
the
today.
opportunity to mark
Also,
the positions
Ian.
of both the Venom and the Silo
Same.
to
I appreciate the
prevent
massive
them
dono.
from commitment onto that back line. We are going to see an absolute attrition.
Okay, let's see this,
warfare
chat.
coming on through from these two sides.
Come on.
with neither
Come
giving
on,
an
Tara.
inch
Come on,
until
Delena.
they
Come
can
on,
secure
BD,
this point.
TDK, RV, Millennia. Let's get it.
Na'Vi are
Let's
quick
go,
to
chat.
make their move. Trust me, swings right on in. Still undetected.
Na'Vi
Not
is a
sure
really
if
good
Vin was able
team,
to
bro.
spot
This is
him
gonna
out
be a
just
really good
yet,
fucking game.
As Trust Me is just running donuts around the walls. But for now, 100 Thieves look to try to take early control of that high ground. And Vinny, we saw him hover over the Venom, but it looks like he's opted to the Captain America as Rajaro gets dangerously low, but is able to get away in the nick of time.
Ian, appreciate the massive 2
TK
give the subs on YouTube, my friend. Appreciate it, appreciate it.
His position on the front line as well. Now that Na'Vi are going to have to get past this Magneto, they do have the ammo for the rush time potential to bully him out of that space. We still haven't really got to see the dive come into play. Instead, it's going to be 100 Thieves, Vinny on the Captain America, in and out. Disruption, one and done. Back over to the backline, fuels the Venom, now puts the pressure onto the ammo too, and this is what we were talking about. Both of these teams not going for the full commitment, both investing the ultimates the second that they've got them up. Cosmic Ion Amplifier is the damage boost, and the 100 Thieves don't
Wait, is
yet
Terra
have a defensive
alive? He's like
against it.
1 HP.
Yep,
Oh, he
Na'Vi
got
were able
res.
to beat the entirety of the 100 Thieves roster to just get their ultimates going first. and
Damn,
Na'Vi will
Navi's
find
looking
their
fucking
first
strong,
punch
chat.
at the point,
What's up,
and now
Pure?
100
How you
Thieves
doing? How you
need to
doing?
play retake, and
Why aren't
without,
you in here?
Many of these good retake options, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Terra does have the Kraken impact, as does the rest of 100 Thieves' ultimates as well.
But how do you set it up? You don't have a stun to be able to force Na'Vi into stacking into this because the group was banned out from the side of Vinny. So this Kraken impact is likely going to be just putting pressure on the players, not wanting to let them have the stack. Out comes down to the butterflies. The heal and the soul bond, though, alone not enough. Combined, absolutely more than needed to be able to deal with the Psylocke ultimate. Invis boundary now to deal with the Feast of the Abyss coming over from the side of Trust Me, but Na'Vi have to be
Wait,
able to
Fate
keep their
Fate
position
killed
on this
Delena
point
when
and not allow
what?
100
Rocket
Thieves in.
killed the Rocket killed
Terra
the Atom?
sounds the voice line, but everyone else popping their voice lines as well. Vinny trying to use that freedom charge to keep his own team alive. Fate already sent to the sidelines, needs to make his way back into the fray. But 100 Thieves look to complete the retake, but look on the tail end as Na'Vi take out 3. But Terra, he's clapped things back with a double here as Na'Vi do have a man advantage, but it's not saying much as Terra still on a tear, but he finally gets neutralized by a laser from Rajaro. TTK follows suit.
Yeah,
And
that
Na'Vi.
Damn, bro, this is looking really bad for 100 Thieves. But hey, this is Koth, chat. Anything can still happen. Damn, Na'Vi looking real strong, though.
Rip with the Meteor M, and he's going to be off the Winter Soldier onto the Star-Lord just to have a better chance of being able to mark the Venom and the Psylocke's position as they play into these retakes. TTK does have the Meteor M, doesn't have to hold it for the Galactic Legend to be able to prevent it. That's likely going to be the ultimate. 100 Thieves look to be able to buy themselves the space. The Star-Lord's already found the Venom. There's the marking coming into play with the Duelist swap, and he's got the mobility to make it back to his team. But in the interim, Vinny falls, and now 100 Thieves have to go aggressively forward with the Soulbind.
Terra trying to spin, but will he find a win? TTK does
Good
find
shit,
the
good
doppelganger Terra
meatball,
on the likes of
TTK, good
Naga, But
meatball.
Trust Me and Rajaro, the two front line of Na'Vi, are just going to put a wrench in their momentum. 100 Thieves, can they complete the heist? No, the TP does not come in time as Na'Vi shut out 100
Damn,
Thieves
that was
in round
a
number 1.
Yeah, Portal wasn't
That was
in
a
time
shutout,
for the
chat.
block needed. You could see as well that Na'Vi Rajaro was already getting into position on the Emma Frost to intercept, Diamond Form into spinning kick, denying anyone getting through. And that means that the 100 Thieves don't have a portal option here to be able to drop themselves into a fight quickly and try and put the pressure onto level 1 Crook to use the fate of both worlds. And the problem here for Harvey now is that if they use the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, they have to be able to combine the damage very,
Yeah,
very
poor Leg
quickly
Day. Leg Day's
to
not
take down
here,
someone on Navi's
sadly.
side, as opposed opposed to Navi's side, who are going to be able to use level 1 Crook's ultimate to have the time to take Harvey's ultimate down, which has a health
Well,
bar
both
attached to
teams
it.
can run the Psylocke.
It's all gonna come down to Harvey where he places the Cosmic
Bro,
Beyond.
I'm sorry, but every time I watch 100 Thieves, you know, Delena, he plays Adam well, but I think 100 Thieves always does better when they're running 2-2-2.
Now that the damage boost is now up to 40%,
Yeah.
it puts a lot more of a exclamation
I don't like how they're trying to force
Go
three
for that, go for that
three
object,
supports.
Go for it now, or else we lose this fight.
Terra's going to have a tough time too using this Galactic Legend because Rajara's just going to use the Sonic Seduction to be able to entice the Star-Lord a little bit closer. TTK, like you said, already using that bulwark, which means he's not going to be able to come through with the ultimate until we get the next cycle. Feast of the Abyss and Dance with the Butterflies combine together to make a lethal duo, and all of the ultimates start to come out.
Oh my God.
Na'Vi have the upper hand though. The Star-Lord's already been
Damn,
able to find
bro.
two.
Na'Vi is EMEA.
The Lunar ultimate safeguard, and as we talked about, the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier is but a blip
Damn,
on the 100
bro.
Thieves timeline. It's taken down so quickly.
Why play open air when close quarter does the trick? Na'Vi, they realized that Terra was popping the Galactic Legend, and Na'Vi just steamrolled through 100 Thieves, and that was the correct play. Now Naga and Fate have their ultimates available. Melania does have the invisible boundary, so keep your eyes on that invisible boundary, because that could be the difference here in this next fight. But Vinny also having that freedom charge, as does Delena with the Karmic Revival. It all comes down to here, can Na'Vi make the hold happen?
Well, with eyes they may have, Na'Vi unfortunately forced out with that invis boundary, and Harvey swapping over to the Cloak and Dagger is going to be able to put more pressure on the Venom with the Terracate blinds. Out comes the Galactic Legend, freedom charge from Vinny to answer in pursuit, pushing 100 Thieves' position so that they don't get boxed into those small spaces the way that Na'Vi punished them previously, because the Fate of Both Worlds wasn't there, but the Feast of the Abyss and Dance of the Butterflies could be so quickly generated that 100 Thieves would have been boxed into an ultimate combination.
Oh wait, they
cannot
flipped the
afford
point.
to take.
Hey,
Finally,
W chat,
they get
yo,
the
100
point
Thieves
control,
is on the
and now
board.
Na'Vi sink the ultimate. Delena is going to be laughing.
Why
He's
am
going
I
to
so
be able to
cold
make stock
today?
exchange
I gotta
of
put
the
on
Karmic
pants, chat.
Revival coming on through to get the entire rest of the team back up.
Yeah, great defensive play coming in from 100 Thieves with the Soul Bond, just nullifying the damage that came out of Naga. Vinny as well, keeping these in favor of 100 Thieves with that freedom charge, and as soon as that ended, 100 Thieves come right back swinging, and 100 Thieves now completed the retake, but can they make the hold happen? He finds Juriki, who has to dash away from a diving Vinny, but trust me, is doing the same on 100 Thieves' backline as Juriki. Melania will get taken out. Level 1 Crook will find another one as well.
Massive res from Delena, though.
Everyone
Massive
right
res.
back into the fray as Terra yet again trying to write his own legend as he tries
That was a
to
big res.
find any sort of frags, but it does zone away the rest of Na'Vi. But TTK with the stun, but the Fate of Both Worlds from level 1 Crook will keep everyone alive and well on the side of Na'Vi. Harvey as well popping that Eternal Bond just to equalize the fight, and Na'Vi trying to find more ways in as they have so much more options available to them.
Invisible boundary is still held in the pocket for Melania.
I like how
knows that
100
thanks to
Thieves has the
Cosmic Yawn
point,
Amplifier
but
is
Na'Vi
waiting
is
for
not
the right
capping
moment
right.
to be
Oh, they're
able to
capping
use
right
it.
now, but like they
Na'Vi
took
get
the fight off
opportunity
the
to start
point.
landing those damages. BRB is going to be able to bring back level 1 Crooks. They think that this is their opportunity, but Melania's ultimate buys the time for 100 Thieves to turn and yet again take down the
Damn,
Cosmic Yawn
bro.
Amplifier. And we're about to head into
Will
a
you be
final
watching the
fight
DZ versus
territory.
Envy
Na'Vi
or,
know they have to reset
TM
quickly.
versus
They're
VP?
going to come through with another fight. They've got the Sonic Seduction to open up the space to use both the Galactic Legend.
I'm gonna be
force
honest with you. I hate Group A and Group B. I wish I could watch all the games. We'll see.
Butterflies before 100 Thieves balls are defensive.
But I
So
know
for
everything
them,
in
they
Group
have
B
to
right
take
now is going to be
Juriki
great
down.
games.
Na'Vi make it to the site in time and will light up the overtime.
Like the
candle.
Group B is the
100
group of
Thieves,
death,
though,
and there's
they
some
know that
crazy games going
Na'Vi have
on
to
in
stay
Group
on the
B.
site if they want to contest this point for any longer, as Juriki kicks things off, as does his fellow duelist on the likes of Naga, both trying to rain down hell, trying to dance onto the 100 Thieves, but they cannot find all but one, as Melania does go down early, but 100 Thieves have their own response as Terra finds one with the Galactic Legend, but they cannot find any more as Delena uses the Karmic Revival to bring everyone right back into the fight. Level 1 Crook as well, trying to keep Na'Vi, keep them in this fight as that overtime meter slowly but surely falling as Harvey comes in with what could be the perfect Eternal Bond, but Fate with that damage boost has to draw all the attention from 100 Thieves, but is that the difference? It's going to be a 1-for-1. No BRB available for Fate, so that means Jerky's out of this fight, out of the fray.
Damn, they finally lost that?
Will find Terra, and it looks like things will die down as Na'Vi complete their
Damn,
own
bro.
retake.
Was that Portal? TTK swapped onto Strange.
Oh shit, yo, Delana's on DPS again!
If it was, they're not going to have it for the next overtime push when Na'Vi are sitting at 99%. No, it was not. Thank you, observers. I love it when we ask a question and they immediately give us the answer. The right click, the Portal of all is still very much on charge. For
Bro, it's crazy to me that like there's people out here that are insane on controller on the PC, man. It's just insane. Like yesterday we just learned that there is a pro player. I think it was against Dark Zero actually. There was a professional DPS player on controller against a professional support player on controller. That's crazy.
Very well on this hero, but can he strike yet again?
Oh wait, never mind. He's on Adam again.
Climbing closer as we head into a 99-99 scenario as Jerky finds TTK. That might be the biggest domino to fall in favor of Na'Vi as Naga as well trying to find another frag, but Vinny finds the trade, but Delana also goes down, but has the cocoon.
Oh, Vinny, you gotta get your ult, bro.
Quickly,
no, it's fine, it's fine.
Try to charge it up, but it's not gonna matter.
No, I was about to say they have TP.
Over round number 2 and map number 1.
Celestial Hand was a little bit of a push and pull, you know? We got the tug of war coming on out from both of those two compositions, but Na'Vi perfectly target focusing down the players that they had to, right? Target Harvey because you know he's going to be close to an Eternal Bond when the fight moves over to objective, so that you can come on through with an unmatched Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, as well as that Galactic Legend putting in the damage.
Drop the triple support.
The invis boundary. That means that you get the opportunity to come through with the reactionary Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, so that it stays up longer as opposed to being absolutely exploded the way that it was prior to that in every single instance. And it was just really good cycling of the ultimates and the positions coming on through from Na'Vi's end, which meant that they got to adapt into the stranglehold that 100 Thieves had previously.
Yeah, I feel like most of these fights that really did go in favor of Na'Vi had just been extremely explosive. 100 Thieves, they like to go for the long game. They try to grind down Na'Vi.
Damn, Terra did 22,000 damage though. Yeah.
Slowly
that's insane.
But Na'Vi,
yeah,
other options.
Ian, appreciate the massive dono, my friend.
I don't care if you have an ultimate. We're just gonna go, bam, right in and blow up the entirety of 100 Thieves, and that was the
that's
here
tough,
in the
bro.
Celestial Husk, and Na'Vi now have the upper hand.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing some of those highlights so that we can properly talk through some of the things that Na'Vi's dives were getting to do. And one of the huge things that I really want to talk about that I spotted from this team was that they were mixing up the duration of the dives. Sometimes it would be a soft dive coming on through, just trust me, being there with the token resistance pressure of that Venom. And then other times it would be the instantaneous hit of him and Jerky coming on through with those ultimates, to the point that 100
No, I don't think they bring the shield. That's
really
like
it was going to be a follow-up dive for an elimination, or if it was just a sort of push into 100 feet of space to be able to set up the motion for something else a little bit later on down the line. And that is one of the things that dive really punishes, right? You're correct. Na'Vi was so aggressive that a lot of the time 100 Thieves had to panic react coming on through with the muscle memory, and that means that things slip through, right? Sometimes you overcommit when you don't have the time to be able to set up all of those boundaries. But we'll have to see whether or not there is going to be a boundary set between these two teams. Is it going to be a turnaround for 100 Thieves when we head into map number 2?
Feels good not having ads. True! Did you guys know with Amazon Prime you can sub to your favorite streamer for free every 30 days? See, bro, like, I think Ada asked me if I was going to watch any of the Group A. Like, I want to watch Group A. I think Group A has some great matchups as well. They have, like, you know, Dark Zero. They have, what else is another team? They have Envy as well. Like, they have great teams over there. But, like, look at this. How can you look at this lineup?
Protect your bald king.
How can you look at that lineup and not watch every single game? Bro, Citadel against FlyQuest, 100 Thieves against Na'Vi, 100 Thieves against Crazy Raccoons. I mean, maybe that game is probably going to be not as good. Crazy Raccoons is already 0-2. But, like, Citadel against Na'Vi, bro, that's like some great fucking games, man. Ow! Yo, Scarface Champion. Appreciate the massive Prime sub, my friend. Appreciate it, appreciate it. It's like looking at someone shoot lotion at you while you're on your knees trying to do dumbbell shoulder presses. First of all, why are you on your knees doing dumbbell shoulder presses when you could just be standing to do that? Second of all, what? Yeah, I mean, Crazy Raccoons is going to be, I think 100 Thieves against Crazy Raccoons is still going to be a good game, and I also feel bad for OUG. I think OUG is, you know, they're taking maps off of FlyQuest into like a lot of good teams, but they're still 0-3. I don't think they're making it out. I think they're probably going to be done for. Nah. I like this music. Have they fixed the problems from yesterday? I mean, currently right now we're only at 3 pauses. So I think so far that's good. I mean, even if they do more pauses, chat, and if there's technical issues, we could always do breast milk latte. So
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of
we could always do that.
Everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals group stages, as we are right in the middle.
Oh, the pauses are not that long. They're only a few minutes.
100 Thieves versus the 3rd seed from EMEA.
Yeah, chat.
Na'Vi.
You guys don't like milk?
Na'Vi walking away with
or
a win on
lattes?
Celestial Husk. 100 Thieves now get to react. What exactly do you think it's going to be? Is it going to be a convoy? Is it going to be a convergence? Either way, I feel like we're going to be seeing a triple Vanguard hold come through at some point.
Yeah, that's exactly what most of these teams have been running in this current meta, right? In these convoy and convergence maps, triple Vanguards, triple strategists really have been the name of the game. Obviously, the objective not to win all the fights, but just try to burn as much of that clock as possible. 4 minutes of that timer needs to be burned as much by that just that defensive bulwark of Vanguards, and then the supports coming in from the strategists who do have a bit of damage to their name. So this composition really does work out in terms of
low key. Isn't breast milk the healthiest milk?
100 Thieves wanted
What?
Specifically, there are a few maps that do come in mind.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves, they've had a rough go of it in terms of the matches that they've pulled. Being in a Group B, I feel like every single team, though, we can say that about them, right? It's like, congratulations, you won your region. Now go up against all of these absolute juggernauts of Marvel Rivals Esports. They went against Citadel yesterday, and they still got to, you know, finish off this one against Na'Vi.
Yo,
And
Cole!
later
Appreciate it,
down
Master
the
6
line,
months. I
they've got
appreciate it,
some
appreciate
even
it.
harder matchups coming up, right?
So many matchups available that they have to play out. We dubbed this the group.
Ban Blade.
Stacked rosters here in this tournament, especially in this group, and with so much volatility happening, as well as 100 Thieves do have a lot more to work.
Yeah, they've got FlyQuest, which
they've got FlyQuest.
That's going to be one that I think everyone is going to be looking for a rematch of, right? Because America, they always take things a little bit personally when they get beaten by other American teams. So there's a couple of points to be able to be proven here. And like you said, let's have a look at the map pool, because there are certain options which I think
Wait, apparently I could do something.
100 Thieves' chances at being able to take Na'Vi down, right? We know that Na'Vi like to run a lot of these dive compositions. We know as well that they like to run a lot of
I'm gonna put. I'm betting all my points, chat. I don't know how many points do I have here. 3, 2, 9, 7. I'm putting all my points here on 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 2 of those are very, very tough.
But how the hell do I do this?
Just has a lot of
To begin co-streaming as a co-streamable broadcast, you're approved. To begin co-streaming, click on the co-stream button name.
These portals, so many shenanigans happening in that map. It's just too much for Dives to try to just locate where the targets are. But right now we are we're gonna see what 100 Thieves decide to opt for, and it will be the Yggdrasil Path, a map that 100 Thieves are so comfortable at playing.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those maps as well where you can run so many different things, which means that the draft system,
Let's see.
it's
Hold on, chat. I gotta refresh real quick.
of instant banning Mantis. 100 Thieves prioritize the Emma because it means that their vanguards aren't going to be shut down by things like the Carbon Crush. But that means that Na'Vi are going to get not one-sided Mantis.
Wait, this is
It's
cool.
one-sided
Bang!
Actually, the team names
Ready to start co-streaming. You're about to start broadcasting Marvel Rivals
Rivals
stream. Keep that in mind. You're responsible for what you stream or upload to your channel, including what you are co-streaming. Start co-streaming.
They will
Bang!
be able to stop 100 Thieves from picking up the Mantis if they so choose to do it now, I would imagine. But no, that is a gauntlet. That is saying that you can deal with 100 Thieves in a faster ultimate cycle, but also 12% damage boost in the neutral fights too.
Oh boy, yeah, like you said, breaking tradition from what we've been normally seeing. 100 Thieves do secure
Matington Steel. Appreciate that's a new tier 1 sub. Sorry, I'm like, this is my first time actually hitting the...
Do we see a Mantis pick? No, not just yet. Looks like Na'Vi. They were the innovators back in...
Wait, hold on. I want to refresh real quick, chat. Because I'm...
A different strategy, but Na'Vi
co-stream.
A different approach.
Start co-streaming.
Does
Bang.
this work out for them, or will it haunt them later in this map?
Okay, well, they get Emma, which is really, really good at denying 100 Thieves stall strategy. They get Jeff, which is really, really good if they want to be able to cheese fights with the Jeff NATO strategies, the way that we've actually seen a lot of teams falling prey to. In fact, one of the teams was 100 Thieves losing out to Citadel on this very map because of the Jeff NATO strategy. So maybe this is trying to force a Storm ban, but 100 Thieves, they're not going to fall for it. It's going to be a strange ban, and I'm expecting this has to be Mantis, right? This has to be a Mantis
There's no way.
You've been able to secure one of the best strategists, one of the most banned out strategists.
It says you're co-streaming? Oh, you are currently co-streaming Marvel Rivals broadcast. Oh, okay, that's cool.
Na'Vi lose the opportunity to ban her out and have to instead look at something that she's going to empower instead.
You don't see every day a Mantis all the way on the right side of the draft, but 100 Thieves also taking a different approach as well, getting that strange.
Well, I hate when Strange is banned. Strange ban is actually really good. Like, because if you're banning Strange, that means in an overtime situation, the other team cannot Strange portal back to point. So it's actually really fucking smart.
Gets banned out, and that's exactly what 100 Thieves want to do. We want the rotational plays, but you don't get to have it, and that's exactly what 100 Thieves. Exactly.
The Marvel Rivals admin is like, who the fuck is this short bald trying to co-stream with us? True.
Oh, we see a renaissance. Taro is locking Iron Fist there. Are we going to see the curveball of Stage 2? Stage 1, it was Mantis and Jeff strategies. Is Stage 2 going to be Iron Fist? Is Iron Fist with that buff getting to do more damage than a Wolverine to the Vanguards, as well as all of the overhelp from the Adam revive? Is that going to be the answer to these long-term sustained compositions? I mean, I feel like they're just playing a little bit with the hero picks at the moment, given the fact that Millennia is likely not going to be locking Daredevil and letting the devil out of the kitchen or the spawn doors, so to speak, as Na'Vi get ready to buckle down the hatches. They've got the Loki, they've got the Adam.
Oh yeah, it does.
Whatever the composition is, it has to win this fight fast, otherwise there's going to be a double res cycle waiting to meet them.
Delena now opts to go for the Winter Soldier. They leave Terra to play the Iron Fist. So we'll see some duelist action coming in from Delena here on Yggdrasil path. This is a map, again, very comfortable for 100 Thieves. There is a reason why they chose this map.
We see it,
here,
chat.
coming
We
into map
see
number
it.
2, as Delena gets taken out immediately by a Naga right click.
Oh, he switched off. Never mind, chat. We don't see it anymore. Ow, man.
Iron Fist for bottom moment before swapping
fucking elbow, bro.
to that Punisher. He's getting the full pocket at the moment. He's going to have Storm damage boost and Mantis damage boost, and those stack, by the way. So this Punisher is going to be absolutely rocketing up to the first charge of the final judgment, and it's up to Vinny on the Venom to just disrupt the backline, keep the strategist looking at him and try and deny level 1 quick from Balding, the God of Mischief. The regen domain, though, is but a cooldown for Na'Vi's players, so even with the Loki's attention turned, he can still keep his front line nice and safe, which means 100 Thieves haven't found an in just yet. But here's when they make the push, Dan. They're going to have final judgment, and that's the go sign.
The go button is going to be pressed very, very soon. Millennia might be the signal, but it's going to be Delena going to initiate things. But Na'Vi do have ways to back themselves up to survive the storm of Delena.
most notably that Karmic Revival popped by level 1 Crook. So Naga on that Adam Warlock still has it available to them, but Fate swallows up one of the members, but is able to come back thanks to the Karmic Revival.
Bro,
and now
bro.
100 Thieves will just crumble to pieces.
Come
They
on,
didn't
what's
really
happening with
commit
100
the
Thieves
Storm
right now,
ultimate.
Brad?
So it looks like 100 Thieves, they probably realized that now
They're
is
not
not
looking-
the time to go all in. They were just only using the Storm ultimate to draw out key cooldowns.
They can't use Rojara's ultimate either to keep a lid of the final judgment because it's got CC immunity. Instead, it's used to peel the dive coming on through from Vinny on the Venom on the back end of the strategist. But that just means that you delay the problem. Out comes the Karmic Revival all the way around the corner.
Jay,
One
they're
does
playing
fall
against
in
the
bomb,
champs.
trust me, which
This is
means
the
he's gonna be
champs
brought
from
back
mid-season,
post-haste
chat, from, like,
as to
August,
level
bro.
1 Crook. And the Adam ultimate has been able
This
to
is-
find
this is
balance.
almost
Doesn't
3
have the
months
soul
later.
line, though, and 100 Thieves still have the ultimate cycles in their favor. Soul Researchers push forward. Damage boost from Beast of the Abyss is going to blend into the Hurricane coming on through from Delena, and it's going to be Na'Vi stuck in choke with a Storm in that backline, disrupting any regroup, which will finally allow 100 Thieves surely to pick up first.
100 Thieves have that choke point in their own grasp. We'll see if Na'Vi are able to find a way back in. Nope, no chance here, as 100 Thieves do secure that point. Delena even gets a double on the tail end as well. And now Na'Vi, what kind of adjustment do you go for? The
Okay.
triple
Psylocke.
now
Come on, chat.
not the option
What
here.
hap- where's-
Jerky will
where's
go
my-
back to his trusty Psylocke.
Where's
And
my
Na'Vi
fucking
have
cheers
to
for
look
100
yet
Thieves,
again
chat? I
to
know
find
obviously
some sort of
Na'Vi are
retake,
friends
some
too,
sort
but
of
we're...
defense going.
Yeah, I mean,
We gotta
the Storm
we gotta
is
cheer
about
for our
to
little
full
bro,
Storm
TTK.
To the Psylocke coming on through as Jerky gets the Idol Aura. They're also going to have the Star-Lord too. They're going full counter-flyer composition. Delena's not going to have a fun time on the Ultron against his main nemesis of Hero. And we're going to see TTK with the Eye of Agamotto, but Rajara should be able to keep it in check with the Diamond Form into Carbon Crush. So for 100 Thieves, it's all about forcing the damage using the cooldown and then getting to move on forward. And the longer you wait, the more opportunity you give the Star-Lord. Galactic Legend has already been built, and off of the back of that, 100 Thieves have to double down. Final Judgment and Invis Boundary, but Na'Vi purely disengage both of them, and now get to come on.
True,
with
Mackie,
one-sided
appreciate the match for 3
Lunar
months.
instead.
Mero, appreciate the prime sub. Jumping
One-sided
beans for 2
strategist
months. Yeah,
ultimate
true.
available, and that might be the difference here as level 1 Crook starts to open up the dance floor. As Trust Me, with a double, wipes out the strategists of 100 Thieves, and now Na'Vi complete the retake, and they will continue to hold. Do 100 Thieves look for an adjustment here, or do they try to go again? It looks like Delena does switch over to the Psylocke, so there is a slight adjustment here. Terra now back to that trusty Winter Soldier that we all know and love.
Yeah, the movement of Dive is just so stiff into these retake opportunities, especially for the Ultron, who just does not have that freedom of movement the way that a Torch does, as it's going to be Rajara chasing 100 Thieves back and Jerky with the
Damn,
dance.
bro. Damn. Oh my
down
god.
to size on the disengage.
Oh my
Run high
god.
From the Emma go directly into the Psylocke.
Yeah,
What a play
Terror's
coming on
34.
from
That's
the
a
Duelist
preference thing,
Vanguard.
man. That's up to you.
Great looks coming in from Na'Vi. They were the innovators back in mid-season, and they look to do it here, albeit not as influential as they used to be, but they still are a force to be reckoned with, as Trust Me finds a chance to jump on the target, but Rajaro is the one to get the opening pick, as Millennia forced to use the Soul Resurgence, but Trust Me collapsed back with a Freedom Charge of his own.
That means no Mantis ultimate to be able to stop the Galactic Legend. However, I was going to say they would still have Harvey with the regen domain cooldown, but they're going to swap him over to the Invis Woman instead, which now opens up the field for the Solid Ultimate to find the damage needed.
The hook!
There's the target focus. 100 Thieves knew the win condition of Na'Vi and focus it down fully. Fate comes on through with the Inch Jeff. TTK looks for the meteor and can he
Fate?
find the connection? Two enemies in Fate's gullet, and off the map he goes
Wait.
with both of them, but no.
What the fuck
no.
did
Millennium
Fate
also
just do?
touched
What?
And Terra comes back with the BRB,
Oh
so Na'Vi
my
come out
god, bro.
empty-handed. Fate goes down.
What
now he's
is
forced to
Fate
sprint
doing?
right back,
Oh,
but
what a
hug
fucking,
from
what a
Terra.
hug. Bro,
Denies the
He
legend
shot
being
him
written
back on
for
the map,
Naga.
and the
He has
other
to
guy that he
reposition.
killed got
Now Terra
res.
has to be the
With the
difference here.
beacon.
He's already done so
No,
much
bro.
work with that bionic hook, as Terra needs to find any more of an advantage, but Na'Vi have the response with the Silent Seduction, with that dance floor coming in from Jericho of all people.
Yeah, the split, they were disengaging, half the team running from Rajaru's ultimate, which meant half the team not there to absorb the dash damages coming on through from Jerky's end, and 100 Thieves yet again sent back to the respawn. 4 seconds left, no strange portal is going to be able to come through in time. It's up to Vinny on that Venom to just hold the line long enough for TTK to be able to set it up in time, but he has fallen, and Na'Vi should be able to prevent the portal coming on through entirely.
Oh, this is gonna be tough. This chat, this is tough.
What a play coming in from Na'Vi. Just combining their ultimates with that Dance of the Butterfly, with the Silent Seduction, both in tandem with
They have
each
to full
other.
hold, chat.
We're just
They have to
able
full hold.
Take over all of these fights, and 100 Thieves, they just couldn't have a way in. They never had a chance to breathe. There were some bright spots in these fights, most notably Terra hooking Naga out of that Galactic Legend, but in the end, it just was not enough.
They did manage to get through first, but the problem on the Yggdrasil path is that they didn't get to the truly brutal spot for the attackers team, which is just past third, like just into the beginning of third, or potentially on the finish.
Why doesn't 100 Thieves use Psylocke? I don't know. I guess maybe the comp that they like to run is, I don't know, man.
5 ultimates in to be able to secure the fight win so that they don't have to play into the subsequent retakes, and that's going to be a problem for 100 Thieves. This stall hold has to be not perfect, but it has to be lengthy enough that it then bleeds into the second point. Otherwise, Na'Vi's time bank alone, they're going to have so much opportunity to just build up ultimates and bank them.
Yep. Having a little bit of a buffer on the side of 100 Thieves really does help a lot. Like you mentioned, they don't have to perfectly hold. They do have a little bit of wiggle room, but Na'Vi looking to try to disrupt that hold as they look for that Groot Knight Wombo combo. But 100 Thieves will give Vinny the thing, as 100 Thieves try to look for a defensive play, but TTK getting dangerously low. Well, we'll come back thanks to the BRB.
This is not looking good, chat.
Not so lucky.
Terra gets picked on the Strange at least, so if 100 Thieves want to throw themselves onto the objective and stall it out as long as they can to be able to play for a portal recontest, they can make that move if they so choose. It is going to be indeed, yeah, everyone throws themselves onto the objective. One by one they will fall, but they've still been able to hold the cart for a little bit of time, long enough for a portal to be able to come on through. So you can already see, trust me, he's built up the Groot ramp just to make sure that they can park it onto the high ground if that's where Terra decides to drop the team. Looks, however, like we're not going to be seeing a high ground play. It's instead going to be onto main road just to run directly at Na'Vi, but they're just going to disengage. They've got the Wombo combo, they've got the Strangling Prison, and the Hand of Conchu.
I think they got too comfortable with the last previous meta, chat, with the three supports.
Jerky, but they still have to worry about all of the ultimates coming up through.
Everyone on Na'Vi not even investing a whole lot into this fight. 100 Thieves are slowly crumbling one after another. They're just falling one at a time. A little bit controversial if you can argue, but Millennia tries to regroup things, keep everyone together with that Soul Resurgence. But
nice
Na'Vi,
dodge.
they were able to get through the chicane, but TTK finds the slam dunk onto Fate. Millennia keeps that momentum with another pick. And finally, it seems like there's some signs of life coming in from 100 Thieves. They looked down. They looked almost out of it.
This is the current patch, chat.
With a little bit of adjustment, we're able to finally stop the push that came in from Na'Vi.
Good little bit of damage there taken through from Vinny, so he can channel it over to Harvey to build up the invis boundary and have it to counterplay Rajaro's ultimate. As Terror of the Galactic Legend is going to get a free path to come through against the invis, but not the Emma. Storm is going to send that ultimate in deep, putting the pressure, forcing the invis boundary, and also trying to find the elimination onto the teleport disc coming on through for Terror so that he can't go in deep, force the ultimate reaction, and then back to the best of his team. As we're still going to be seeing the ultimates from Na'Vi, they've only lost the group, but they don't want to fully disengage around the corner because the 100 Thieves will look.
Why does it actually look like you have hair today? What the fuck, chat?
That point right back to
it looks like this every day.
Recently took control of, but now 100 Thieves, they need to find a way back in. It's most notably going to be that Galactic Legend, but Rajaro has the Silent Seduction. Can he find the Star Lord in the nick of time? It looks like Terra was just hiding up in the high ground, but Jerky jumps out into the back line, but Millennium does come back thanks to the be right back. As Trust Me, putting up walls, putting up the options as a Strangling Prison only finds one, but the CYA from Delena
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. What was, no, that was a wasted ult.
Down on 100 Thieves
what
gone,
was that?
But Na'Vi look to make the push forward.
Trust me, you're better than that, bro.
Comes in with the jaws of that land shark, but can he find a pick? No, he does not. Speech bubbles come in as Fate will all but just use it as a reposition mechanic.
Terra with the iframes of the Stellar Shift avoids the Jeff ultimate, and we've actually got to see as well the swap come through for Star-Lord now, so that you're closer to that Galactic Legend. Millennia's going to have to in a
You didn't wait. You just didn't see the vision. Of course, I didn't see the vision because Vision's on Citadel, bro. He's not on Na'Vi.
Left before they get to head into
I see what I did there.
Start to see the portal
that's a 5-head strat. That was a 5-head joke.
TTK Jerky looking for the dance of the butterflies to land onto these players if they funnel on through though.
What do you mean, dies of cringe? That was clever.
400 Thieves, if they want to stay alive in this series, the portal a bit desperate, but a necessary one indeed. As Terra
desperate.
Takes to
I
the
mean,
skies,
they have to
but was
portal.
not
It's
able to
on.
find one. A great sleep coming in, but now 100 Thieves. Can you complete the heist? Can you rob Na'Vi of a map win here as they look to try to find a way back in, but Delena does get picked out
It wasn't even a
the
desperate
invisible boundary has to buy things a bit of time.
Oh yeah, maybe Vision is on FlyQuest, not Citadel.
The dance is lethal as two strategists of 100 Thieves crumble before 100 Thieves' eyes as Jerky has been this star player here on Na'Vi as everyone on 100 Thieves have to run and scram for the hills.
The patience of Jerky's away for the strategist ultimates to be done to come
on.
with the dance of the butterflies and land
the
damage onto the back line when 100 Thieves.
Come on, 100 Thieves, take it to a map 3. Take it to a map 3. Come on.
Na'Vi from walking it into first, and it gives them this opportunity to second chance at life as we head into second. They're already all into the space that the 100 Thieves want to be able to control too. They've got the high ground. They've pushed this defense fully back.
Terra doesn't even need to learn Psylocke. He probably already knows it, but Delena is the Psylocke player. I just hate how they run triple support. They don't need triple support, chat.
Into a final fight territory with only Freedom charging Cosmic and Amplifier.
Both Captain Americas popping their voice lines at seemingly the same time. Delena tries to keep 100 Thieves beefy enough to survive what could be a onslaught of ultimates coming from Na'Vi, but they don't have anything available. So any key duelist ultimates available is the perfect time to shine, and that's going to be Terra's moment. When does he pull the trigger? When does he go for it? He goes for it now. Level 1 Crook, it's a race against time. Can Level 1 Crook get the invisible boundary in the nick of time? It doesn't seem likely as Terra is just disrupting all of Na'Vi, and it looks like Na'Vi were quick to react, and they're going right into that little
No, the building is blocking the door, bro. That's funny. The building is blocking the fucking door.
Wrap around to the high ground, drop onto the objective, and have the slow. We go to a minute remaining. If the fight goes long enough, Jerky's going to be able to come through with the dance of the butterflies as well as a free Galactic Legend. TTK falls, Millennia falls. The rotation from Na'Vi has been absolutely brutal. 100 Thieves had no way of being able to stop them. The It's Jeff is going to be able to put the pressure onto the backline, hiding away, but the line of sight breaks as Harvey breaks away from the Eat and can still come
chat, last fight, bro. Last fight. TTK, where's TTK at, bro? He needs to hit a slam dunk.
Invisible boundary does come in, but is
don't call me. This is gonna be a
point comes closer and closer to the finish line, but all but 66 centimeters separates the two from a map win for Na'Vi or a map win for 100 Thieves as this overtime meter might inevitably come in, but no, it's not even needed. That candle is not even lit as Na'Vi take over TTK's playground and 100 Thieves fall to Na'Vi 2-0.
Jerky,
bro, Na'Vi 2-0'd?
What a
100
put on.
Thieves?
And I mean, I'm sure we're definitely going to be starting to see a couple of those bans come through.
Chat, wait,
wait. Herself, but onto the things that
bro, whoever voted Na'Vi is eating well tonight, bro. The people who voted for 100 Thieves are eating like their fingernails and dirt outside. Na'Vi, the people who voted on Na'Vi are eating fucking lobster and steak and whatever the hell they want, bro. Oh.
Overall amount of highest damage done.
Ooh. 5 gifted subs right now. now, and I'll give all the points to 100 Thieves. 5 gifted.
Precise Psylocke who's going
5
in
right now, 5
getting
gifted.
out, and in the meantime, getting exactly what the team wants.
Yeah, Jerky was the man that was lethal 400 Ds, but you also gotta give props to Navi's draft. We gotta look back a little bit. That save onto Emma Frost, you mentioned it, has allowed Navi to create so many opportunities to either make space for themselves or forcing 100 Thieves away.
Yeah,
and just that dual wield of utility coming in has been the difference for Navi. Jerky was the one doing most of the knockouts, but man, that Emma Frost really just killing all the control for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to be seeing both of those players when we have a look at our highlights of the entire match as a whole. And like you said, that's the smart way that you play it, right? You have an ultimate, which has one way of dealing with it, and then you have another ultimate, which punishes that.
They need to stop.
Right?
They need to stop that triple support shit, bro. Listen, you could do it on some maps on some points.
Like if you go up against Psylocke ultimate,
you have 2 great DPS players. Put them on DPS, bro. Look at Navi. Navi was running 2-2-2.
You don't want to stack, you want to split so that she's only going to be able to enchant a precious amount of people rather than the entirety of the team. And that's exactly what Navi were getting to take advantage of. Emma ultimate on one side of the map, Psylocke ultimate on the other, both of them getting the value that they were looking for.
The coordination is extremely important as well. But if you want 2 ultimates to do exactly like you mentioned, one ultimate to punish
This is funny. This play right here is funny. Look.
It's really been the difference here.
This was so unfortunate,
bro.
But hindsight 2020.
No, 100 Ds is not out.
Maybe Fate should have just committed to it. It looked like he was a little bit half of that, but you know, it is what it is. Navi did come out with a round win as we take a look at the standings after that match. 3 teams undefeated in
100 Thieves. Wait, chat. This is very interesting. 100 Thieves plays Crazy Raccoons next. If 100 Thieves loses to Crazy Raccoons, they have a slight chance they can get kicked out of this tournament early.
They also find themselves on the tail end of 2 losses. Yes, they unfortunately pulled a very short straw, having to go against very strong teams, but every team in Group P is a very strong team. Every single straw in that pack is incredibly short.
Yeah, no room for errors is probably the name of the game here as we move further.
They can't lose, bro.
Into this tournament. It is going to get even more intense. This Ignite tournament has been absolutely cinematic as FlyQuest, Citadel, and Navi obviously topping the charts, but 100 Ds.
Chat, I am not going to call up TTK and tell them to go do. I'm not their coach. I'm not in their scrims. I don't know what they've been practicing. Who am I to be like, hey, bro, you should change your whole comp because of what I've been watching? No, bro.
I tell you what, we're all going to be looking, players included, at 100 Thieves versus Crazy Raccoon.
True.
That is the game that's going to be played today. So for 100 Thieves, you now have to reset off of that loss against Navi and go against
100 Thieves needs to strap it in and strap it on and lock in, bro. It ain't looking good.
Within the safety of Group B, both of those 2 teams are going to be looking for their first win. And Crazy Raccoon, oh boy, are their strategies a little bit, as the name would suggest, crazy, because that means that you have to worry about Vital's hero pool as well. But whether or not we'll be seeing more of the Black Widow or more of the Adam or Hela, we'll have to wait and see, as we'll be back with game number 3 after this break.
Look at Rajaro's tweet. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know his Twitter, by the way. Yeah, I don't know his Twitter. GG's. Oh, let's see this. Wait, what? Day 2, no internet, plus it's raining on my desk. I mean, it doesn't look like it stopped them. Okay, chat, we have like a 12-minute break. Okay, 12-minute break, chat. Let's go watch the other game.
This is coming from a place of confidence, I believe, as we are going to see Rye.
Dark Zero is up 1-0, and they full held. Yo! Come on. Come on, Dark Zero.
In the grand finals, but it was happening at the exact same time as another match that had Daredevil, so who knows where that ended, but that could be there.
Well, I think I could be mistaken, but Daredevil's undefeated, right? So, yeah, because, I mean, the overall map, at least 5-1 earlier when we saw it, it won the specific maps that it was played in. It might be undefeated so far, and it would make sense. The win rates is, if we look back at stats, I looked at rank stats the other day. I think Daredevil's like, what, number 2 in terms of win percentage in the overall game right now?
Yeah, but I think, yeah. I mean, he's really strong. Very snowbally, too, in ladder, but Dark Zero is running it at the same time as Chopper, which they also tried to pull it out for a little bit, so I don't know how we count that, but either way, it still was a win for Daredevil ultimately, but now they're moving forward again. And
damn, they kidnapped that guy and just fucking murdered him.
He's going to find Cammy, and this is a very aggro push. Oh, my goodness. This could spell disaster here for Iconics, who needed this win to be progressing forward. At the moment, they are being held off. The point's ticking down. They're not even touching. They got to get there now.
Wait, they're not even touching the point, chat. Wow. What are they doing? They all backed up. They all backed up and didn't even touch the point. Well, hey, yo, Dark Zero won. Okay, now that stream's going to go on a break. Okay, back to the... Dude, that's just crazy.
Maybe at the beginning you could say they looked a little bit slow to kind of adapt, and you know, they were taking advantage of it, points, right, getting picked off sometimes when they probably shouldn't, and that's their biggest problem, honestly, that they need to patch out, and they did on that map, right? When we've seen Dark Zero in the past, at least for his Chopper mag, like, DZ would just sometimes randomly get picked in the middle of Stratus Ultimates, or when they probably shouldn't, right? And that's the thing that they need to work on. Then they look improved at it, and we'll see if they can continue to improve at it moving forward in the group stages, because they will need to if they want to take down top dogs like Envy and Reject. But yes, with that, unfortunately, that means Iconics is eliminated, Chip. Sending them home. Well, staying them here, I mean, that's a big weight off your shoulders at the very least. Like, stats-wise, we don't even have to freaking look at this. Like, they got dominated, guys. Like, we know, but Iconics at least gets to check out Atlanta. They get to walk around. You know, you don't have to worry about the competition anymore. You can more have fun, like treat it like a vacation now that you're here on somebody else's dime. That's what I would do, at least.
Yeah, I mean, again, shout out there to Kovacs, who did manage to find a few picks there on that Bucky. Had a really good run there, Kovac, excuse me. That looked, you know, looked very confident and strong, and I think that pick was a pick that maybe needed to come out a little bit earlier for this team. And again, this team looked better and better every map, although they ended there maybe not on the strongest.
Jay, please, we need the milk. Chat, I'm not going to play the milk, bro.
They did. And they can still be like sort of like an upset, right? They can be a team that takes maps, because that's a big deal. If you can potentially take a map off somebody and screw over their playoff chances, that would be crazy.
There is value in that for sure. I mean, and again, like, that could heavily influence how this tournament shakes out. It changes seeding, it changes positioning, and look, there's that shield that almost worked out. The idea was huge there. Again, can absolutely work in the right hands. I think that was a great ult too by Cammy to force out and just shut down Rye Amazing mid Soul Resurgence. So good ideas, good attempts at plays. Again, they just did not come together.
And Chip, I didn't even think about this. They also, Iconics, we saw them switch to Hulk, like you said. Now they can switch to comfort picks. They don't have to play the meta.
True.
They can just play stuff for fun, and that could really screw with teams if they're playing something weird, right? That would be
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I think that's what they needed to do. I would have liked them to see them do it a little bit earlier. I think we saw that there on their defense and maybe even on their attack. This, you know, now's the time to throw things at teams that they are not expecting. If you want to try to get a few more wins, and there, you know, there's a crazy percentage chance. I believe it. I have to ask the stats team. It was at 90% in terms of them not pushing forward before that match. So I'm assuming it's, you know, pretty much inevitable that they will be removed. But if you want a chance at it now, you shake up everything. You run comfort, like you're saying. You run off-meta things that they're not used to scrimming against. And you hope you can pull through.
Yep, 100%. They just throw people off and just have fun with it. But, you know, nobody's going to want to scrim you, but it doesn't matter because you're not even worried about it because, you know, I mean, there was they call them the Chengdu Funters, right? The Chengdu Inters was what I call them, though, because just to be a little bit too mean, because they would play something that nobody else did, right? They would do the one team out of the 20 in this league of a hypothetical that would play a competition that's totally different. So because of that, nobody wants to play against these guys because they're not playing what everybody else is practicing. It's not consistent practice, not good practice. In a game with a ban system, that changes things. Maybe people are going to get more.
Sorry, chat. Hold up, Emily. Showing me something.
It doesn't matter if they blacklist you because you're already going home soon anyways.
Yeah, and again, even if you don't scrim against them, that could be a surprise tactic, right? So there's some conversation for that, but again,
it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun to watch.
It's gonna be fun to watch. Again, shout out to Dark Zero that have just looked so good over these last few series, man.
and they've looked so good throughout. And 2-0s to start the day. I think that bodes well for our games later on,
Shiv,
because we have 2 more in this group and on this bracket. See you guys after this short break.
Okay, well, they're going on a short break. Sorry. Damn. Sorry, Emily was showing me something. That is wild. Yeah. Damn. Sorry, I was looking at something.
Time for the milk Jay.
Ian, appreciate the massive dono. Chat, I am not playing milk, bro. I am not playing milk. No. The only time my YouTube and my Twitch chat actually come together is when they... No. Chat, stop. Stop it. I want to see this. Hold up. Let me see something real quick. Oh, shit. Yeah, no. Damn. No, yeah. Damn. Emily is saying that you should play it? No, Emily is not telling me that I should play it. She is, let's just say that, you know, there are people who are still, you know, doing the botting, chat. There are still people doing the views of the bots. And it's very noticeable. No, you guys don't want milk, chat. Stop. Stop being weird. Oh, yeah. I'll start predictions on when it's like 2 minutes. Yes, you guys are being weird. No, stop. Stop with the milk, chat. After this tournament, can you play that RV game again with Emily? Probably play it again next week, because the tournament, basically the only day the tournament's not running this week is Thursday. And yeah, I don't know about you guys, but yeah, Thursday. Oh wait, let me tell Alex. Yo, Thursday, no tournament games, content day. Milk brings all the boys to the chat. What? Maybe the pressure is getting to them? What, 100 Thieves? No, I don't think so. Nah, that is actually... Nah. Wait, Emily, where are you? Oh, should I tell them in the Discord? Do you want to do it then? Because that is pretty lame. Like, if they are actually, you know, botting, then they're gonna take away like opportunities from people who are actually, like, you know, not doing it. No, Fetus was there. Okay. Wait, what happened? I want to get a drink. Nothing really it's just sad. There's view botters that are very obvious, chat, and then like you click on their socials and you see they have like, you know, 400, you know, or like 50,000, you know, followers on a platform, and they were getting like 2 likes, or they have like, you know, 500,000 viewers on, subs on YouTube, but they get like 200 views a video. It's not really, you know, the math doesn't add up. The math just doesn't add up, chat. It's basically fraud. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely a little fishy. Jay, why do your arms look big? Is that gaming intensive? What? I'm jacked as Look at that. 100% shake weight, bro. 100% shake weight. Also, I'm gonna start the predictions for you guys. What is it? It is which team will win? It's Oh, chat, this is gonna be a great game, by the way. FlyQuest against Citadel. Put your points on the line, chat. Good luck. Have fun. Good luck, chat. Good luck. Good luck. So, Citadel versus FlyQuest. This should be a good game. This should be a really good game. The left arm is bigger than the right. You know, what's crazy is that my left arm is actually stronger than my right arm, and I'm actually a righty, so I don't know how that adds up, but I think I have a muscle imbalance. Milk Quest got this. What? No YouTube chat? I cannot do predictions on YouTube chat. You guys are gonna have to come over here. I can start a Q&A apparently. I just want to know that I'm on my lunch break at work and I'm watching you, Jay3, #dedication. Yo, what's up, Bex? I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're having a great day. Yeah, I would text her if I was you, though, because that is pretty shitty.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best? The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Welcome back, everyone, to more Ignite Grand Finals action. We are slowly but surely heading into our next match, which arguably could be the match of the day. And what better way than have myself, along with the casta from Down Under, Matsy, joining us here as we navigate through to our next matchup.
That's it, a cross-regional combat and cross-regional casting coming at ya live right here today. And we have got a really exciting one on our hands, don't we, Dan?
Oh, I'm so excited. It arguably could be the match of the day. Citadel up against FlyQuest, a team that we've seen before in the likes of FlyQuest
predictions have
so far,
2 minutes and 30
Citadel
seconds
Gaming
left.
Have been destroying these teams as of now.
Yeah, they've definitely looked to be an impressive squadron, and I'd say the trouble with a lot of teams at the LAN so far is that, you know, they've looked so impressive, but then they've shown a bit of mortality in some of their matches. You know, they've been losing maps. You'd expect there'd be more clean sweeps, but it's just been unlucky timing for them there. Like, obviously, yesterday we saw some 2-1 endeavors come through from the likes of Citadel there.
Dilleria, appreciate a massive 2 months.
How things go, you can hear the energy in the back there. Definitely keen to see that energy in-game from our teams as well.
Yeah. The energy is insane. Yeah, all of these teams have been playing so well, especially here in the Group B, as all of these teams really have been surprising us, really. All of these teams, some of them we expect to play at the highest level, other teams not so much, but they have been picking up and just putting on pleasant surprises after another.
That's it, you know, getting a lot of pleasant surprises. It's like unwrapping
a nice gift. You know, Christmas has come early, so to speak, or maybe trick or treat with some Halloween. But we're going to be seeing some tricks and treats coming through from the likes of a Citadel. And
I feel like it's very awkward
today, and definitely excited to see
to
how
like
they go. But
cast,
Citadel, they
look
have
at the
been looking
camera,
so,
and also
so
look
strong.
at
Just look at the intensity
your
coming
your
through from
co-streamer.
Right there, you know,
Talk
this
to
is
them. Also look
focused
back in the
before
camera.
the LAN, and they've got
Feel
that
like-
sheer determination and focus heading into the LAN as well. You know, they have been the favorites, one of heading into the LAN. They're having a plethora of experience. You know, I feel like Alex definitely one player to highlight there in the strategist lineup, really able to bring a lot of veterancy, I'd say, into their role there. But obviously, as a whole, they're looking pretty solid, and as you can see, some of the strong reactions coming through from their big victory yesterday. Obviously having a couple of 2-1 results, and you know, those
Sala!
nail biters, the tough ones, and you can really tell it just means that much more when it goes the distance, doesn't it?
And now up against Citadel, a smart team on their own. They have to take on FlyQuest, who we saw can bleed a little bit on their match against
Yeah,
OUG.
these games
They
are
were able to
at
secure
LAN
series
chat, but
2-1,
the
with OUG coming out
the
with a flow of
actual
their own.
stage is still being built.
Now,
It's going to be happening. The
FlyQuest,
stage
it
the
really
stage
is
games
a
are happening
big
Friday,
question
Saturday,
mark.
and Sunday.
Both of these teams are still undefeated here in Group B, and it's
Whoa,
gonna be a
wait,
big
what the
question
hell?
mark.
Let me get some of that
Can
money. What the?
FlyQuest take over Citadel, or will the ghosts of Americas haunt them back again?
Yeah, we'll see if they are going to be hearing something go bump in the night, so to speak. You know, obviously going to have to deal with the spooky, scary things in that sense. But definitely excited to see what kind of energy they are going to be bringing today. And, you know, speaking of energy, that's one player to highlight on the FlyQuest side there. But we're taking a look at our maps right now. We're starting off on Hell's Heaven, a domination.
Wait, FlyQuest won first map and second map already?
For both of these teams, Citadel, obviously a very smart team. Not only
Yo,
are they
wait a
very
minute.
smart about their picks and bans, they have a playstyle that really
Wait,
benefits them
they just
in
took a
current
win away.
season
They just
4.5.
chat the
This is
script.
first tournament
The
that we
script.
see
Put all your
these teams
money
play
on
out in this
FlyQuest. I
season.
think FlyQuest is
So
winning for no
far,
apparent reason,
both
chat.
FlyQuest and
I
Citadel
just
have been
a
adapting
little birdie
very,
told
very
me to
well
put all my
to
money
Citadel.
on FlyQuest.
We argue
I don't know. Wait,
do
can I
have the upper hand.
can I put my channel points? Oh, look, I have 230 channel points. 230 channel points all on FlyQuest. Woo!
The meta has just been impressive. Like
Gambling!
to kind of set the benchmark, so to speak. You know, I feel like it's them and obviously VP on the other side of the groups there. They've really been the benchmark for, yeah, the squadrons on
God
either side of
damn,
the
bro.
group.
Who
So
would have thought
very keen to
esports
see
would have been like
if
the
they are gonna be
NBA?
able to take another impressive series here. Obviously, FlyQuest have been looking a bit more mortal, but let's see some of that mortality come into play into the draft right now. We already got a couple of strategists saying goodbye.
Yep, Loki and the Mantis, but it's going to be a one-sided Mantis pick in the likes of FlyQuest.
Shit.
So they will be able to take that 12% damage boost and try to take full advantage of it. But whereas Citadel do take out the Loki, do take out the Adam Warlock, who have been really, really strong hitters
Hello, why can't I-
during these domination
There we go,
kinds of
okay.
maps. And now Citadel pick up the Jeff for themselves. A common pattern that we've been seeing. If one team saves the Jeff, the other picks the Mantis. So far, looking good here as Citadel. Also taking out that Bucky that has been so,
How do I get
so
channel points?
Yeah, a lot of
I'm pretty
teams
sure
still
if you're
playing into the
subbed, you get
strengths,
channel
know, being
points
able to
twice
pull
as
their
fast.
opponents into the
But if you
backline there, just taking
But if you
advantage to
sub, if
single
you
out
donate
those
bits, or if
KOs,
you
and now
just
getting the
watch the
Emma
stream, you
protect
get
through as well.
you get channel
I'd
points.
love to see a bit of love between Jeff and Emma there. Their favorite, their baby,
Oh, yeah.
so to speak. Yeah, love it. But we're going to be seeing Adam take it away, so not going to be able to play as heavy into the resurrections there on either side of the coin.
Hopefully we get to see that emo come in, right? The Jeff
Surely,
and the Emma
surely.
Frost. If it does come in, that would be so adorable to see on the biggest stage. But for now, we do have to progress further and further into the picks and bans. And it looks like FlyQuest were able to secure the Jeff in the end. It looks like Citadel didn't really see much of a deal to take away that Land Shark from FlyQuest. So they opt to focus on other things, most notably that Bucky ban, which really has been a very common option, but now the options
yo,
get
Voodoo,
limited
appreciate
as
the massive
that
prime
Hella
sub.
gets
Appreciate
taken
it.
away,
Welcome,
and that
welcome.
quite literally denies FlyQuest from that Hella Namor composition.
Jay,
Yeah,
have you
they've
ever
been
signed
playing
an
into that pretty
autograph?
commonly, haven't they?
Me?
Like,
Yeah.
It feels like they're one of the only teams at the LAN that's kind of been putting a bit of focus around that. I feel like the other teams have shied away from it. They feel like it doesn't have as much strength as maybe what FlyQuest are trying to tap into here. So interesting to see that they're kind of targeting the bands around what
Citadel
they
Gaming
perceive as
against
FlyQuest's strengths.
FlyQuest.
We'll see how they adapt in kind heading in into
This is going to be a
domination
good
here.
game,
Map
chat.
number
This is
one,
going to be a
Hell's
good
Heaven.
game.
We are going to be loading in right now. Both teams going to be primed up.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Citadel Gaming came in, what, second for EMEA, and FlyQuest came in, what, third?
So it's all a question mark. This is the one where things are moving side
Oh,
to side. There
third
are
or
walls
fourth?
that come in and out of the map depending on how the map is played. And Citadel and FlyQuest need to adapt to that environment to their utmost advantage.
No,
Most notably,
Citadel did not win
Spark G
EMEA.
on
Virtus
that
Pro won
Angela
EMEA,
can
chat.
get some environmental knockouts.
Oh yeah, we love to see a bit of Angela action, taking them on a bit of a vacation.
Musty! Appreciate the massive gift this up, my friend.
We're going to be able to find a little bit of that coming into it right now. Mission area going to be unlocked in the next 25 here. And already Spark Chief, we're going to go for a bit of a hunt here. I like to see this. You know, I see some pretty similar plays from Cabs, but here we go.
Citadel are opting for a dive composition. We are seeing Daredevil yet again.
Oh shit, Daredevil. I hope he stays on Daredevil for this whole tournament. Please. Please.
Does take the opening knockout, but not until Polly takes out Cooper and sends them right down to the abyss as Enzo does come back thanks to the BRB. FlyQuest are down 8 man, but looks like Citadel are crumbling to their demise as FlyQuest looking to take control early as Enzo and Energy both trading back and forth, and so far it has been a dead even fight.
That's it, a bit of a stalemate, but we'll see if they can change it up in a second. Polly somehow holding on for dear life, you know, just playing around the angles, and they will be able to strangle their way back in, but Energy has found Enzo, so that already minimizes some of that Vanguard potential there. It's good that Ken can still manage to keep them popped up, you know, keep them healed in the back line. No one been able to focus them down yet, but Ken is taking a bit of damage now. Things could change though before our very eyes. It's Jeff right around the corner here. Could be a change, but Velio going down is a great start from Energy.
Energy does find the pick, Elio does come back, but Vess will find Enzo during that skirmish, but now Citadel need to find a way to retake as FlyQuest were able to take control of the site early as Ken swallows up
Wait, what is he doing?
On FlyQuest, but it looks to be Citadel crumbling, but it looks like
wait, what the?
Still having some
Wait, is my brain not big enough to understand what the hell is going on? Is that a strat? I mean, I don't know.
There on the Citadel side. So FlyQuest, nice start, building up a bit of early percentage, and Spark Chief looking to lead the charge on that Vanguard there. It's great that they can rely on Vez in the back line, you know, they can keep themselves just propped up nicely on towards the mission area. But now, Citadel are looking to see if they can swell things over around the side. Spark has been spotted, and Energy wanted the same.
Spark and Vess have their ultimates available, so does Vision, but Citadel have options for themselves as well. Here comes the CYA, the Cosmic Yarn weaved for Citadel as Vision and Spark Chief look to go for the Wombo combo, but the sea of blue on the feed in favor of Citadel. Oh my god, what a Jeff from Vision. He saw the angle, he saw the opportunity, and he swallows up the rest of Citadel, and it's all but two, but somehow, some way, Citadel were able to take over. Not until FlyQuest opened up the portal to try to regain the control. They so barely lost.
And they will be able to swing it back. It's time to let the devil out as well. Now Tanuki trying to see if they can swoop in and get some of those KOs through, but with the boundary up, it ain't going to have the impact that we're seeking there, so they are going to have to take a fall back for a moment. The fights will continue to rage on. FlyQuest getting
nice cast, Jay3. I'm not a caster. I'm co-streaming. I let the casting to the professional casters.
Could look for another
round. Oh my gosh, a skewer!
Oh my god, Jesus Christ, Polly.
Oh my gosh, that got really, really hot indeed. So close to the fire, but the flames do not consume him as the overtime meter comes into fruition. FlyQuest were able to retake the site, but the Soul Resurgence might be sealing the deal here as Citadel don't have a strategist ultimate of their own. Enzo, as a desperation ploy, will use the Galactic Legend, but it's all for naught as FlyQuest
off
Wait.
a heroic Jeff.
Wait, I wasn't paying
Ultimate
attention,
from
chat.
Vision
Why
will
the fuck
take
was Enzo
over
on
map number 1.
Why was he on
My
Star-Lord?
goodness, blink and you'll
He's
miss
their
it. They
tank
will
player.
fly away with the Super Soldier Factory.
How the fuck did he
Move
stay
on
on
to the
DPS long
opposition
enough to get
monument. Another
a,
map
an
of,
ult?
revolving doors, so to speak, you know, evolving platforms, and eager to see how they will be able to take it high or low and move up with the flow.
Whole lot of verticality available for both of these teams, especially with Polly and Spark Chief. Both players on the Angela are able to take full advantage of it. Tanuki as well on that Daredevil. Oh, never mind. Already gone. We'll switch over to the Bucky this time around. That is the adjustment that Citadel look to make here, as Bucky, a very, very strong pick, is a very well-rounded pickup for Citadel. You can never go wrong with that Bucky.
That's it. You can never go wrong. You can always go again. And let's see how they run it down in a 2. The push right now. Mission area unlock in 30. And we're going to see if they can keep things clean. Don't want to get dirty in this one. They are going to be swooping their way over to the mission area, looking to take it from afar. Good to rely on the clones into this one so they can get a decent amount of healing through, while the squad looks to take
Wow,
it
that's
up to
actually
the side,
crazy.
take the high ground here. FlyQuest are already aware of them, and they do have It's Jeff available again from Vision.
It's Jeff.
Remember, chat, before the match even started,
like
it showed FlyQuest winning 2 matches already. So far the script is going really well.
But can he do it again is the big
Must
question.
be, by the way.
There
Appreciate
is
the
a
massive
chance
difference
for an environmental knockout available for both of these teams, as Citadel and FlyQuest look to scrap it out in the middle of the site as Vision comes out with 3! Vision, how in the world do you pull this off again and again? He sends 3 to the abyss as everyone on Citadel follows suit. This bulwark of Citadel falls and crumbles right off the get-go.
Yeah, I love the environmental KO coming through from Spark Chief at the end of that as well. Just, you know, last little sweet one coming through there. So that's going to be a great way to elevate themselves onto the mission area control, and Citadel are going to have to find a way to respond. It's great that they're playing in. You know, they got the Groot they can rely on. Melio can bring out some of the clones as well with Enzo there and the team up. So they've got options here. They've got a few ultimates as well, but we'll see who's going to start to pop the weasel first.
Wombo combo available.
Did he just say who's gonna pop the weasel first?
Jeff could be devastating for FlyQuest, but it's a matter of when they pull the trigger. Zelos and Alex will form a Venn diagram onto the site as Energy takes the skies, tries to find a pick, but can FlyQuest make the hold happen? The point already halfway into their favor, already 1 map ahead. Citadel have a lot of work to do, but they do have a lot of ultimates to work with, but Polly does go down. Enzo will follow suit as they still have yet to pull the trigger on that Wombo combo.
Yeah, great to hold on there for the sake of the ult economy. Obviously, it is going to get to more desperate times soon.
Remember, chat, I'm pretty sure both of these teams are going to make it past the group stages, the bracket stage. I'm pretty sure both teams are going to be in the finals.
They have tools they can rely upon. I mean, speaking of tools relying upon, Vision's getting close to the Shark attack again, and we could see...
I just hope FlyQuest wins this round and there's not a third cough map. I gotta go to the bathroom, chat.
Find the right angle, the right timing here to
I had to go in the beginning since this game started. I gotta go.
They're waiting for Melio to make the rotation happen. It looked like Citadel were looking for a high ground advantage, but they were just all but waiting for Melio to strike first, and that allows Polly and the rest of Citadel to try to flood onto the site. The retake is on, and the overtime meter comes into fruition. Polly does find the opening onto Spark Chief as Tanuki finds 1 member of FlyQuest, as Tanuki will just settle with that trade as the rest of the fight
but she's gonna jump back on the map.
To
yeah,
rage on as Vision finds the 2 vanguards of Citadel, and they are sent straight down 60 feet under as FlyQuest look to pick up the pieces, but it's still an even trade overall. 2 for 2 so far, but now Citadel somehow got in control.
And they do have Strange now, so they can portal back onto the mission area if required, and see if they are going to be wired in. Alex keeping them up with the barrier as well. Looking to see if the boundary is going to be maintained. 1 and the same. It's time for the Psionic Seduction. Enzo trying to zone them out. They're taking a ton of damage, but they will be pumped straight back up. So nobody going down without a fight here, and the fight is raging on.
Fight raging on indeed. Citadel look to build up the castle that already crumbled in the beginning stages of this round.
Oh, nice kick out of the ult
down
though.
Polly, a man advantage in favor of FlyQuest. No resurrections, no
resources available for Poly, Enzo, or Tanuki to come back into the fight to regroup as overtime comes up yet again.
The map
but this
cucked
time
him,
in
bro. The map cucked
favor
him.
Of FlyQuest, and everyone on Citadel
nice.
cannot
Wow,
find an
FlyQuest just
option
rolled.
in. FlyQuest take over round number 2, and they will crumble Citadel
chat.
on
If
Hell's
you voted for
Heaven.
FlyQuest, you're eating wet. Let me see what's going on right here. 54% on FlyQuest, 46 on Citadel, chat.
First map coming through from the FlyQuest side
Oh,
there. Vision's
okay,
taking the
yeah.
MVP. I mean,
Well deserved.
it's just well deserved. Jaws incarnate on that one. Like, take a bow on the Jeff action there. I would be expecting that one to have a heavier focus coming into the next draft if I were them, but who knows?
Vision had the most final hits. He had 11 final hits. He almost has the most damage on his team as Jeff.
Crap, Vision. I don't think we've seen Jeff play this insane here in the grand finals yet until now.
Oh my god. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom, chat.
Insane plays.
I'll be right back.
Not
Give me
only doing
2
it
seconds.
Once, but he
Talk
did
to
it
yourself.
twice. He got so many multi-man it's Jeffs and sent so many people down into the pits of hell. And Vision, man, he is becoming an absolute problem right now.
Yeah, they've got all the Vision, all online, all day. You know, 11 finals into that one. Pretty close behind was Vez there. Definitely doing an impressive job on the Vanguard as well. You know, Citadel, it just felt like they weren't able to compete into this one. Like, Tanuki got the most KOs through for their team on the Jeff as well. Don't get me wrong, but it was definitely a difficult time, to say the least, for them. So, definitely keen to see what the adaptation looks like into the next portion.
Yeah, FlyQuest easily take over map number 1, but now map number 2, Citadel obviously have the map pick advantage, and that becomes a playing factor here as some of these teams have maps that favor them, some maps that favor others. But now we head into a little bit of a higher reel because what in the world just happened?
Well, they let the devil out in 2 ways, I suppose, but we will see just some of that combat coming through, you know, the Angela action, but mostly it was the Jeff show into this one. Environmental
right there.
KOs
Bam!
all day long.
Oh my goodness, Vision. What a play. He saw the opportunity. He saw everyone available for consumption, and just like that, the jaws of Vision clamped down onto Citadel, and quite comfortably, FlyQuest really just steamrolled over Citadel, who we've been touting them as one of the smarter teams in this entire tournament. They were able to adjust to what's been played, what's been picked, and were just able to somewhat innovate what is this current 4.5 meta.
That's it. You know, I feel like all the teams here are kind of adapting on the fly. They're figuring out their mojo, figuring out what's working well for them into this meta. And, you know, like we've seen, FlyQuest try and play into the Helena Moore team up there. Not everybody's opting into that, but definitely excited to see what else is going to be in store right on the other side of this.
Yep, FlyQuest are in a commanding position, but do Citadel go back to the drawing board? Do they cook up something new of their own? We'll find out after we come back for Citadel versus FlyQuest.
Probably not. Woo! Where's Jay3? I had to go to the bathroom, sorry. Ow. That's crazy. Crazy, chat. Crazy. Crazy.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best? The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Damn, crazy. Sorry.
Hey, we're FlyQuest.
Why are you sweating?
And you're watching Marvel Rivals Grand Finals.
Welcome back to that Grand Finals. You just saw a glimpse of FlyQuest there, who did take over Hell's Heaven like we saw just now off the heroics of Vision, most notably. Who knew that a shark could be this impactful in this kind of environment?
Yeah, I think Jaws has a new competitor there. You know, Jeff, I think, is the real shark in town, and definitely keen to see more Jeff action through to the rest of the series as well. I think that there's going to be a lot of potential, you know, on what could be on the horizon here. You know, we could see a bit of convergence. I know teams have tended to play into that direction, you know, a bit of Central
Stop,
Park
chat. Why are you guys
commonly
saying some
played
weird stuff in my chat? Bro, I did not have to bust out the plunger.
Maybe they wanted to dive in a little different direction onto Convoy, Yggdrasil Path, the one we could see, maybe even...
Oh, look at that. you willed it into existence. Yggdrasil Path.
And oh my goodness. I'm just magic. Call me Doctor Strange.
You got away with words. You were able to say it loud enough for the people in the back to hear it. And now it seems like, yeah, FlyQuest will have to take on Citadel at Yggdrasil Path. A map that is very, very comfortable for a lot of these teams.
Yeah,
no, what's up, Edward?
No. I guess one of the default convoys, right? A lot of teams that like to
okay, chat, we're following the script. We're following the script. Remember who won this game. Remember who won it. If FlyQuest wins this, script complete.
And unsurprisingly, Jeff is gone. But so too is Mantis. So I'm not going to get the damage amplification there and not going to get the impact out of Jeff from FlyQuest. But Citadel,
yeah, I'll look at it after Exiled.
Themselves.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of an adjustment, a little bit of pizzazz coming in from both of these teams in that map number 1, but now it looks like we've just reverted back to what we've been seeing. The patterns coming in yet again. If one team picks Mantis, the other.
Oh, they finally banned Jeff.
Here, it is no different, but now FlyQuest will change things up.
They finally banned Jeff.
Relatively early in the draft, whereas Citadel denied the resurrection capability on FlyQuest.
Yeah, not going to allow that in any way, shape, or form. They still can play into Rocket if they want to, but will they? I don't know about that. But another ban is going to be on a line.
Wait,
right now
what is FlyQuest banning though? I'm actually really surprised they didn't ban Emma. The other team can still save Emma.
Out of the mix here, you know, they still do have
Emma be broken, chat.
Actually, take away something like there you go, the Groot. So not going to be able to play into the walls this time.
Yep, Vess really is one of the best Vanguards we have seen
and
so
they
far
saved Emma
on the biggest stage. Funny enough, I've touched up on this a little bit back when they played their first match. Vess is actually from Atlanta. He's literally from this area, so come playoffs, if FlyQuest are able to qualify into that knockout stage, he is going to have a huge crowd behind not just him, but his fellow teammates on the likes of FlyQuest. As the draft does finally conclude, FlyQuest saving the Loki Mantis, a great
Where's Ultron? Ultron's not played a lot in this tournament anymore, ever since his nerf.
Citadel, they went
which is good. We don't want
Frost again.
We don't want triple support, chat. Triple support poopy.
So we could see Jeff NATO to try and rip it through FlyQuest.
The pro games are going well today. So far, we're halfway almost into the tournament, chat. 3 pauses.
If you will, you know, the triple there, but obviously not going to see the light of day at this time. We're seeing the 3-2-1 composition come through from FlyQuest at this time. So you're going to see how.
Oh my god, what the hell? That looks so weird when the camera like turns. Oh my god. I don't like it.
Definitely brings a lot of damage.
It's freaky.
Final judgment is something that you can rely upon, but hello to Nuki jumping in with the Iron Fist. Ooh, and Emilio's changed it up as well.
If that comes into play, I am all for it, because we've seen Iron Fist doing some serious work, especially in that match back on OUG versus FlyQuest, and it looks like Citadel might have taken a page out of
Jay
OUG's
predictions?
playbook,
Yeah, the predictions are for the whole series, man.
push coming
That was
for
like
Citadel.
30 minutes ago.
Can they make it towards that chicane, or will FlyQuest boot them right out?
That's it, bringing out Kunlun's finest there. Tanuki going to be looking to bring out the fighting fist, the fighting words for their team, and we'll see if they are going to be able to capture something for them. Right now, FlyQuest just waiting around the first choke point here. Ooh, diving into the back line, see if they can focus up on the strategist, take out some of those clones there to minimize some of the healing, but they aren't dealing the KO blow yet.
Nothing just yet. Ken is very
No,
close.
I don't
to
do
the
predictions
ultimate,
map-based.
but
I
Energy
do
is also
them-
close to the
I do them for the whole
Inferno
series.
as well, but he gets taken out. Polly, Spark Chief, all following to get as much momentum as possible, but Energy does come back thanks to the BRB, and Citadel are down 2 members as the invisible boundary going to be popped by Alex, who is going to be responded on FlyQuest with a God of Mischief stolen Soul Resurgence from Cooper, and now FlyQuest just taking on over yet again. Vest will extend that lead.
Yeah, great response coming through there, just getting that amplification through for their team, and they managed to push away a Citadel into this one, so already seeing a bit of a change up. Tanuki onto Star-Lord could be great for them here. I like how Polly has the Strangling Prison available as well, cracking impact there, but it's going to be FlyQuest to pop first.
Goodbye,
Double
Vest.
ultimate into this one. One of the
That's
same for
unfortunate.
Citadel. They are looking to take aim, but it's Spark Chief to claim 2.
Spark Chief with the tendrils is able to strangle what is left of Citadel with that, thanks to the CYA coming in from Vision. The 40% damage boost is absolutely devastating, and FlyQuest will take full advantage as Spark Chief finds one more for good measure and will stagger Citadel even further.
I don't know, man.
And now
FlyQuest
Citadel,
is a really
they've
good
made
team,
so many
man.
adjustments already. What more do they have in them?
They're doing better than it
everything
sucks
at
to
this
say
point.
this,
With
chat, but I
Galactic
think they're doing a lot better than
Legend, it
100
doesn't
Thieves, though.
really
Yeah,
get into the
100 Thieves is
dark
not
room
looking
there,
like a good team right now, and they
but
won it, and
good
they.
as well.
Tanuki,
trying their best to scurry
yeah.
away, not going to be able to get through it today, and Vest goes down in the meantime. So Citadel finally making FlyQuest feel a bit more mortal here. They are pushing it through straight towards the first checkpoint.
Vest has switched over to the Strange, is going to try to find a portal in the nick of time, is going to cancel it immediately and will reposition over to the next spawn room and go right back to the Magneto. FlyQuest will not be able to secure a first point, but they were able to burn a lot of
I do
time
notice a
on
lot of
that
things,
clock,
though, chat.
which is
I
really
do
the
notice
goal of,
that a lot of teams
these
do run
defensive
triple
rounds.
support.
Although FlyQuest
But
didn't
a
go
lot
for
of
the
teams that are
triple
running
triple
against the triple
strategist
support are running
composition,
2-2-2, and the
they
2-2-2 is
still
doing well.
as much
So
as they could to
that's what
try
I like to
keep
see.
Citadel from moving
Can't
on
force the
further.
triple support, bro.
Yeah, they gave it their best.
It
here
does
to see
help,
if they can keep them out of
but
this one,
2-2-2 can still win.
They do get it over the line in the end, so they found a recipe that works, and we'll see if it's going to work once again. Already relying upon the BRB there to keep Spark in the game, and Energy going to be bringing the end song Inferno, now playing into the invisible boundary as well. It's going to be responded now with their own boundary, Strangling Prison here, and everything else is coming online as well. So it's Jeff gets at least one of them. That's going to be big impact finding the Magneto. They are looking to take him on a nice trip off map.
Oh, looks like the frag didn't come in yet. Yep, there we go. Citadel will find a pick, but in the end, it's only just Vest going down. Citadel lost 2 members during that entire skirmish, so a lot of ultimates, a lot of resources used on the side of FlyQuest, but Zelos still has that Soul Resurgence, where on the flip side, no one on Citadel really have a strategist ultimate to rely
I feel
on,
like
so it's all up to Melia and Tanuki to just
I feel
try
like
to
triple
just use
support
their
is
ultimates
fine.
dry.
Don't get me wrong,
They can play into that though,
but it cannot last a very long time. I do think
will help, especially with the Galactic
characters
Legend
get
there. They
buffed,
pump up a lot
characters
of
get
damage
nerfed.
there. If
Some
they
characters are
do
better
get
than
quite
other
rapid
characters
impact,
every
so
season.
There's pieces that they can play off
And
of.
it should
Actually,
be like
Soul
that.
Seduction
You know,
already
characters
coming
should
out,
get
Soul Resurgence in
the
response,
spotlight,
but at least they
while
might be able to
others
push past this one
get kicked
eventually.
out of the
You know,
spotlight.
they're just countering each other, complementing each other
But-
accordingly. But there you go, Galactic Legend into the end song Inferno. Meteor
Yeah.
coming out. It's Jeff as well. Ken might get a good catch out of this.
Another quick 2 picks in favor of FlyQuest, make it 3 as half of Citadel crumble yet again as Ken does swallow up 1, but it's just going to be a 1v1, but a great sleep coming in from Zelos and will seal the deal.
Because there are
Lights
some
out
characters,
for
like you
Ken
guys are saying, that
as
only works in triple
Citadel
support.
have to go yet again to that drawing board.
One of them is probably going to be,
the sedate there just really turns the tide.
I don't know, I would say Mantis used to be one of them, but she's actually pretty good with a double, with 2-2-2 now. But I was going to say Ultron. You can't run Ultron in a 2-2-2. Adam Warlock. I don't think Adam Warlock is good in a 2-2-2. I think he works as a triple.
It's not on till it's on. Here we go.
Is that the damage combo? Yes, it is.
I think Jeff didn't fit in a 2-2-2 until they gave him his buffs. Now I think Jeff is in a good spot.
We'll say CYA to Alex as that one-shot potential comes in to fruition, but Citadel, they still have that man advantage and will move on forward. Melio jumps right up to try to shut down Sparchief before he's able to do any sort of damage, but he's just going to use it to try to move on forward, try to disrupt what is left of FlyQuest, but now the push comes in. Energy uses the portal to try to come in and try to disrupt what is left of Citadel. So close to that second point as Enzo pops that Silent Seduction, and that will start the domino effect of ultimates being dumped right in FlyQuest. How much do you use? How much are you willing to give up? How much control are you willing to use to seize what is left of Citadel? Will the fortress stand tall or will they crumble? Tanuki wants to write that legend for himself. Everyone staring right at him, but the eye of Agamotto stuns up 3. Will take 1, but Polly, with that Strangling Prison available, is not going to be able to use it, but FlyQuest don't have many cooldowns to work with unless Vision is able to find that CYA in time, but Melio, does he find any sort of opportunity to come right back?
Damn, that
no,
sucks.
It's going to be Vision coming in with that bonus
sucks.
HP.
They have their own Seer online now. Enzo had the Silent Seduction, but it's going to be zoned out entirely by Vision into this one. Just so much power from the FlyQuest squad here. OT Timer is running its course. The portal's up, but they set sail through. And what a hold coming out there. FlyQuest.
Bro,
just so impressive
Adam,
in
there's
the
no way
stage
Adam
here.
will ever in a game get 60,000 healing or more. If
Right now,
if they
they
did,
lost a
that's
map to
fucking
OUG.
insane.
It could have been a little bit of a wake-up call, you could say, when they had to just witness OUG just run rampant over FlyQuest, but now FlyQuest look to be ready. The warm-up is over, and now we go to the next round. Citadel now on the defensive side, FlyQuest now on the offense. Citadel looking to lean more on the triple Vanguard, triple strategist combination. We'll see if that'll come into fruition later, but right now, with FlyQuest just in a commanding position, can Citadel hold? Can they stand tall here?
Yeah, it's been difficult for them. Like, they've found moments of grace, moments of greatness there, where they've been able to push the convoy forward a little by little, but FlyQuest have just found all the right answers. Now, jumping into their own attacking phase here.
It's crazy to me that Jeff has 16,000 damage.
Feeling it more
Also has the most final hits on the team.
That's
crazy.
As well initially, so eager to see how it all goes down for them. But ooh,
crazy. You can hear the people in the background as well yelling.
Change up the vibe here. 3-2-1 in a different direction this time. And it looks like it's just going to be 2-2-2 stock standard. We ain't playing Spider-Man. Not today. Maybe later. But let's jump straight into it.
What the hell was that? You guys heard that?
Has been an absolute nuisance for Citadel. Citadel really even adjusted towards Tanuki on the Jeff, Alex on the Invisible Woman to try to deny any sort of push coming in from Sparchief, who has just been terrorizing the backline of Citadel, and here it looks to be no different as Tanuki gets taken out early, and they're on the defensive side, so this Jeff really needs to start sprinting over, and it's going to take a little bit of extra time for the man advantage to come dead even yet again.
Yeah, they just have to bide their time at this point and see if they can pick things up where they left off. Sparkle looking around the back already, trying to see if they can take away the Loki there. Coop already has brought up the Soul Resurgence with the God of Mischief, and there you go, Ken's down. Boundary coming up from Alex there, so they can at least respond, but they have lost one of their other key strategists.
bad news for Citadel right now as FlyQuest look to move on forward. They're looking to not stop at all. A man advantage in favor of FlyQuest.
Oh, get it,
they
get it,
lose
get it.
Spark
Oh.
Chief, but it all seems like Spark Chief has done
Nice
the
shot.
job. What a shot coming in from Energy to take out Enzo, who just burned the Eye of Agamotto. Will the portal come in time? We'll see about that. But Citadel looking to try to make a retake
Nice
happen.
guy.
But
That was
with
a
the
nice hook
staggers,
and
with
uppercut
the
to
picks
take him
from
out of the heels, though.
FlyQuest, it's looking like an uphill battle. But the Jeff comes in
Uh-oh.
and swallows up 3 members of FlyQuest. Can Tanuki get to the edge in time? It looks like the answer will be yes, but it looks like
Oh,
no
they
one
all
going
survived!
down. It might have been a little
No
greedy
one
move
died!
from Tanuki to not end his
Oh,
own life.
no,
and Citadel,
bro.
though, still
I
will
would
be able
be
to
so
disrupt that fight,
fucking
sending half of
tilted,
the
bro.
members away, leaves the other half in a very, very
Oh,
vulnerable spot.
bro, I'd be so tilted, man.
Looks like the response is going to be the Queen of Hell has entered the battlefield, and we'll see how that team up will fare between the symbiotic shenanigans there, obviously having a little bit more presence with their temporary stun there, but let's see how things go for them now as they look to play into this one, pushing up, applying a bit of pressure here. Polly falling back, and here's the feast into the Kraken impact. Boundary going to be up in response there. Cooper's ready as well. Meteor coming down. They are committing everything towards this one, trying to get it past this first checkpoint.
Best got a crucial pick onto Alex, ending the invisible boundary relatively early, and a sea of blue for FlyQuest. Energy slams the gauntlet down as FlyQuest finally break through Citadel.
True.
But now here comes the test. FlyQuest don't have to go towards that second point. They can go a little bit shorter, and they will seal themselves the map. But can Citadel find their footing, find their way back in? Enzo does have the Eye of Agamotto. Everyone, actually Enzo, Ken, and Polly will soon have their ultimates. Tanuki as well.
Jumping straight into it right now. Spark just been so conniving, so menacing up the back there. Got a death coming online right now. Vision trying to dish out a bit of damage. Nicely done. KO and Amelio zoning out some of the clones as well. Everyone else out of Vision for now. So just going to be keeping it calm, but at least they found an impactful KO on to the impactful duelist there. So they're going to push the mission vehicle just that little bit further forward. They have tons of time as well. They found Alex round the back.
Damn.
This is huge for them. Psionic Seduction coming up front, and it's Jeff.
It's Jeff going to try to swallow up members, but it looks like it's not going to provide too much
by the way,
value.
OG,
as
appreciate that's a
Tanuki
5 months, my
already
friend.
in the thick of it. Here comes the gauntlet slam from Melio. Is able to find Vest. Can Citadel
like the
hold?
most
Can
tilting
they
thing ever.
try
When you're about
to
to go hit
deny
something, but they
FlyQuest
kill it
from a
right
map
before?
to win? As that point gets so
Doesn't really matter.
close,
They won the fight, but
it's not quite enough for FlyQuest, and they will quickly play a disciplined move. Will quickly fall back, regroup, try to find a different approach to this defense that Citadel are trying to desperately make and hold.
Yeah, it's cutting it close, isn't it? But now FlyQuest with 4 ultimates may yet be looking to force their way through. They've only got a couple of strategist ultimates to deal with on Citadel side, and they've already found Enzo. That is a great way to push their way in. Polly going to be the only one up front. Tanuki's down.
No.
They are looking so much more mortal. Alex is in trouble as the boundary up to keep them online a while longer. One and the same. Ken can continue the chain there. The boop comes through. Melio's down, and it's another boundary into the Kraken impact. They are trying to send this one through.
Oh my God, he stalled
as well. They're back.
Polly was able to just stall for just enough time for the rest of Citadel to just try and find a way to make the defense happen. But FlyQuest, they have so much time to work with, a whole minute and 20. But can FlyQuest make the push happen? Citadel, it's getting intense for them. Things are getting stressful, but the time runs slow. No one able to touch onto the site. Citadel crumble, and FlyQuest fly high yet again.
Oh my goodness.
Damn.
Can you believe it? FlyQuest, take it away
Hey,
in a sweep.
I told you guys, when the game started, the script showed. I told you guys, don't vote Citadel. The script literally showed FlyQuest.
One of the more faster series here is FlyQuest has just been
Congratulations, everyone who voted on FlyQuest. I thought that was going to be a great game, though. I thought it was going to go to a match 3. Kind of unfortunate.
Team up not being available to them. FlyQuest, they proved to the rest of the world that, okay, you could take away the name or you could take away the hell
Kind of unfortunate, chat.
but we can do other things. So, FlyQuest, the depth is really, really there right now.
Yeah, they're just so adaptable, aren't they? You know, you think you're taking away some of their key strengths to say, yeah, we're good at that, but we're also good at this. And it's just so great to see that they are able to be such an adaptable roster, like I said there, and really is showing a lot more strength in this one. You know, they had a lot of mortality into some of their last series. They were losing maps where maybe they shouldn't, but now they're back on track. They're taking that one in a good way.
They're so locked in right now as we head into a highlight reel of what in the world just happened here on Yggdrasil Path. And not only that, in Hell's Heaven as well, just a series as a whole. It felt like one of the more faster ones here in this Group B matchup. We touted this as the match of the day.
Chat,
but
this next game is gonna be good though. I'm looking forward to this next game.
Citadel not being able to
They better fucking lock it in, bro.
I'm
not doing milk. Stop asking me about milk. I'm not doing milk.
Slipping and
No milk,
falling
chat.
into the pits. Thanks to Vision back in map 1, and then in map number 2, they just kept on sliding all over the place. And
I'm pretty sure 100 Thieves is the next game.
Control going, albeit by some very, very labored effort.
Oh yeah, it was quite the strenuous series, wasn't it? And they definitely had a lot of issues to deal with there. One in the same, you know, Spark Chief was such a mess.
I feel bad for Citadel though.
They just could not afford to not look behind them because Spark was.
Look, I'm gonna show you guys something.
Yeah, this in the first map, it was all Vision doing all the heavy lifting and the heavy dropping.
Okay, so far Envy is in the Envy better step it up, Chad. They're 1-1 right now. They're so far they're in the losing bracket. They get kicked out. And Citadel just lost today. So why is it both the Envy? I did content with the Envy coach and I did content with the Citadel coach, and both of them lost today.
That's it. 2 undefeated teams in this group right now.
Well, actually, the Envy versus Envy against Dark Zero is going to be a great game down here.
So eager to see which teams will be able to come out on top on the.
Damn, this is going to be a great game. Envy against Dark Zero? I don't know, but Citadel just kind of got rolled by FlyQuest. Do you guys think Citadel is going to be a good game against Na'Vi, or do you guys want to watch the Envy against Dark Zero? I think the Envy against Dark Zero is going to be good. But I want to watch this 100 Thieves against Crazy Raccoons.
Even crazier, as Crazy Raccoons and 100 Thieves will be the highlight for our next match. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back for more Marvel Rivals action.
Well, it's 11 minutes, chat. And I think we're gonna watch the Envy against Dark Zero. That's a good matchup I want to see. But I want to see the 100 Thieves against Crazy Raccoons. No, I'm not doing milk. Now, J3 make everyone go all in. I can't make everyone go in. Wait, Chopper Mag took a map off of Virtus Pro. Oh, this is the map. This is the song again. What is it? What was it, chat? Oh, thanks for the memories. Oh, is this still going on? Thanks for the memories.
Best chances that they could. They've seen that they're immortal on this map. Well, guess what? Despite whatever performance they had, look at the scoreboard.
It is 1-1.
Popping off too, staying alive, 36,000 healing. But honestly, my MVP, Bobo, coming out with that solid Pethic too with the Galactic Legend.
Yeah, I think Bobo and Sparker kind of matched each other. For me, it was Fi in Pethic. I think Pethic just had a little bit of a difference maker outside of the final hits that you see there, just the timing of when it happened, because Saipei is a demon. That absolutely crazy. But when you look at what this team was able to put together, I'm telling you, Bobo was a local celebrity in China. I mean, they loved him there on the crowd, and it's so cool to see it go to OCE. What are the odds?
This is a region that, again, a lot of teams are saying do not sleep. I will have to also give a highlight and an MVP specifically for a really big portion of the end fight right there. When Sparker popped the Dance of the Butterflies in that side broken room with 3 members of Chopper Mag, Fidel, the stand-in for this team, had the Invisible Woman shield up, and guess what they were doing? Playing Ring Around the Rosie around the other side of the shield while they were also protected by the Emma Frost inner guard.
Wait, who's not playing for Fidel?
Trying to get the grab
I mean, who's not playing for Chopper Mag?
Of that Dance of the Butterflies.
Absolutely, and listen, VP, they're very aggressive. I love what Nivix was doing that entire map. That last Heaven Falls before the final battle, that was a big difference maker for me. Who can make the big difference there and get that final, you know, kind of, what was their win condition, ace in the hole? Right here, we saw where it worked out just fine for them. Was expecting that again, but not this time around. I had to say great sustain effort from VP, though, to be able to at least keep that thing interesting.
Where
towards
is
the
it,
end.
chat?
Obviously, side bay there with a crazy push-off, but that's what you want to see here at the top level of Marvel.
Where's
Rivals. Again,
the...
love the strange early swap over 2 with the Venom. It was chaos out there.
Yeah,
there
and
you go.
having that shield there, you could for the moments that you could waste away from that ultimate, and they're like, all right, you can't see me though, and then the Sound of Seduction came in to be the insurance policy that they needed to negate
there you
that
go.
ultimate.
I felt like we went
Marvel
to
Rivals
0.4,
America.
It was 0.2 both times. I mean, that was an absolute masterclass. And let's go ahead and talk about quickly too Chopper Mag and their execution there on 0.1. I mean, it was pretty flawless there because I love the.
I think these guys are going to go to a break though.
You fear it. They didn't care. They were able to push in with ease there, Vicky. Y'all, that was an absolutely insane matchup. We have the, they're going to get relocked, reloaded. We can hear them in the background, y'all, as we're going to go ahead and take a quick little break. We'll be back in a moment, but go ahead. Actually, I just have to point out, by the way, can you see, look at this aura.
They mean business. They mean business, man. I mean, when you take a game number 2 like that and you're looking to take it the distance after these 2 last games alone, let's not forget game number 1 was even close, right? It was a 99 to 99 percentile situation.
Oh, yeah. That's something that we can do right now. Sorry, this is going to go to a break, I'm pretty sure, as well, chat. And then this is already on a break. So, with that being said, I guess we can go over here. Let's scroll down until we see Marvel Rivals, because I don't want to type it all out. I'm too lazy. I think right here, right? So you have this right here, chat. Oops. You have this right here. Something monstrous crawls out from beneath Manhattan's streets. There's a new monster lurking within the sewers of Manhattan. A grotesque, misshapen, shambling creature of a nightmare. I wish this were a dream or an imaginary story, but it's real. Oh God, it's so very real. First appearance in an Amazing Spider-Man in 1963, chat. Holy shit. A twisted reflection of the hero we once knew. The Man-Spider, not Spider-Man, chat, Man-Spider, has arrived in Marvel Rivals. Available on October 30th. Embrace the mutation and fear the power. Survive the nightmare. Okay, that's a pretty cool fucking skin. Okay, that's a pretty cool skin, chat. I don't even play Spider-Man. And look at this. Oh my God. I kind of like... Okay, hold up. Oh, it does say don't mess with the Amazing Spider-Man. Oh my God. Okay, chat, but that's not all. Shit! Why did I close that? And then if you go down here, I think this is Iron Man, right? So, genius, billionaire, hero, and this time he's not just saving the world, he's owning it. If you're looking for Iron Man, don't, because today it's the billionaire taking the spotlight. Okay, weird flex. Gotta always flex that he's a billionaire, chat. We get it. First appearance in Marvel Rivals Season 4. Suit up in pure style with the Iron Man's big shot costume, bringing luxury and lethality together in Marvel Rivals. Okay, let's see this, chat. Billionaire owning the world. Yeah, never heard that one before. Hey. I thought this was a Thor skin at first. He looks pretty good though.
That's the welcoming committee. Bombs away.
I love, my favorite thing about these skins, chat, is that they go the extra mile, and like we played a lot of games, right? You know, obviously we played another game before this one, right? But what I like is that when they come out with the skin, it's just not the visual looks. They actually change the sound effects, and I fucking love that. Like they don't have to change the sound effects, but they do, and I like it. Wait.
Powering up. Anyone say fireworks?
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Maximum pulse.
Okay, see, like, that's what I mean. That's what sells the skin, chat. Like, that's what sells the skin. Damn. Damn. Not too bad. I like it. Now, the only one that they're missing is actually Scarlet Witch, so I don't think they're going to come without, they're going to come without that one here, probably. Yeah, they're coming out with 3 skins, chat. The next one that they haven't announced yet is the Scarlet Witch, the Queen of the Dead. Pretty good. They got to make one that changes the ult line to Jarvis clip that. That's actually pretty fucking cool. I like that. That would be sick. Jarvis clip that. Okay, so the 100 Thieves against Crazy Raccoons is starting in about a minute, chat. So I'm going to start the predictions right now. So you have 100 Thieves against Crazy Raccoons. Put your channel points on the line. Good luck. Jay almost leaked his history. There's nothing in my history. There's nothing in my history, chat. Well, this game is starting, and it's tied 1-1 right now. But this game is starting in 30 seconds.
Your best player, that is Sparker. That's exactly what I wanted to see them do. Save the Bucky. That is the winning strat. We see teams do that all the time. Like Envy, they try to help out Speedery if things are looking down. You're going to have another great duelist here in Sparker at play. Now taking a look at the last ban. What way do you want to go about it, Vic? They can go a couple roles here, and they go with the Groot, which I think is solid.
I also just think it's so smart, too, because when you bait out also the Loki ban, well, guess what? That means that they waste that ban, and they can't ban out the Venom because they protect the
history on the
Jeff,
other
so that means
monitor,
that they
Jay?
can still at least lean into that symbiotic shenanigans if they do.
This is what I'm doing on my other monitor, brother.
For sure.
I'm almost
you know
level
what you
91
have
fishing.
You have the Bucky save. You can't have any of the easy wombo combo of the Bucky Groot, right? It just makes things too easy to get through those crucial moments and pushes. So they're going to shut that down as well, right? Nivik's a very good Groot player, but also just can't afford to.
Okay, chat. Listen, this game's going on. Oh shit! I accidentally closed it. Fuck! I didn't mean to close it. But well, oh shit. Okay, see now this is what you guys make me do, man. We're gonna pause that. We're gonna come back here.
Absolutely nothing.
It's the beard.
I made like the cardinal sin mistake of a caster by putting this on the wrong side, so you learn a bit of the tech secrets as well. But this should be like a decent series with what we've seen so far.
Wait, why does he have a
Totally
pen?
agree with
But there's no
switching this around
paper.
Because I'm an absolute fool.
We've got some incredible matchups coming in. 100 Thieves coming in with some insane matchups, putting on incredible performances versus multiple
A lot of
teams.
people are putting their channel points on 100 Thieves. Chat, you sure? After what they just did?
Bit rough at the mid-season.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Actually doing some insane stuff.
Control
Being able
Shift
to
T opens
perform
up
in
your
their
last
group quite
tab.
well. That's
Control
also over on the other
Shift
stream.
T.
But we're going to have a look at our group to see what's exactly going on there and how important this match is. Crazy Raccoon, they are sitting at the bottom of the table here, 0-2. The only team behind them is OUG, who have made
100 Thieves needs a win.
work for those losses. But Crazy Raccoon, they need this win in order to push themselves up the board here. If they do, they'll even themselves out with 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves are currently sitting at a 1 win, 2 losses. No, sorry, they'll actually overtake 100 Thieves. Because Crazy... No, actually, yeah, because 100 Thieves will move over to 1 win and 3 losses. If Crazy Raccoon beat them, which could put Crazy Raccoon in
Damn!
contention to
If 100
snipe the
Thieves
American
lose this,
champions
chat,
for
they
that
move
spot.
down to the
Well, now
bottom
that
2,
we're
which
getting
are
to
going to
the
get
end of day
removed
2
from the
and day 3,
tournament.
like permutations
We can't
stick
have
with
that,
what
bro.
I assume as well is if we do see teams equal on score and it's like a potential qualifying, potential elimination, imagine head-to-head's going to be the thing that defines it. It usually is, right? So I think at this point, like, trying to do the science of it, you've got League Ops people, mathematicians, very smart. They're trying to work out all of the different, almost Doctor Strange like permutations of all of the things that could happen. Here it does sort of generally feel if Crazy Raccoon loses and goes 0-3, their chances of actually qualifying for playoffs on Friday are pretty much brought down to 0. But it depends on how other teams do, where some of those cheeky wins come from. If OUG can do some damage to the likes of Citadel and stuff because they haven't really had a chance to play them yet, it's like those moments, right, when some weird stuff can happen and the group is opened up again.
You're talking about where those wins come from, and of course we always start on domination. And we have been informed that our first match is going to be Bernard T'Challa here. What can you actually tell us about the history of these teams on these maps?
Yeah, I think it's because it is domination, best of threes typically that we start these tournaments with before we get to BO5s. It is a randomized map, so it's not as if you see a particular lean, but even then, when we get to best of 5s where some teams might pick domination, generally people don't choose this map. It's just a little bit more trying to get comfortable in this area. So for both, it's like 2 wins, 3 losses, 50-50 for both sides.
Let me see. Let me
So
change
we're going
my
to be jumping
theme,
into
chat.
the highlights for these teams here. We're starting off with the American champions, 100 Thieves. They are the 3rd place team from the mid-season finals. Currently running in with Terra, a little bit under the weather, but they're continuing to throw everything they have at trying to make it into these playoffs. They have some of the strongest duelists.
I'm gonna change my
Millennia
theme.
has been
How the hell would I
extremely
change this
impactful
theme?
at trying to find openings for them as well. And Millennia, while joining the team at those mid-season finals in terms of the main spot here, has really evolved in terms of how they play the game.
Yeah, it also feels as well for like Terra, fantastic first map against Na'Vi yesterday, was just like the MVP clearly, pretty much Tanuki was put in his pocket and he went from there. But it's because it was a long series, it was the last game of the day, they played the first game of the day yesterday too, and like you said, like he is unwell, like he's still performing and playing well, which, you know, kudos to him. It is like, it felt like he ran out of steam a bit, but also Delania was hard targeted from the looks, from like speaking to people. It felt like there was a lot of just almost try and make Terra the carry because there's only so much that he could do, despite how good he is. I just don't think the Crazy Raccoon are going to be able to deal with that regardless. It was just Na'Vi knowing how to put too much strain on one player to be the difference maker, it felt like.
But we're going to have a look at Crazy Raccoon as well. While you don't think they might be able to do it, they have already shown that they are here to play. They didn't make it to those mid-season finals by 1 series, losing out to Gen G, but they are going to try and fight their way through this time. Crazy Raccoons are playing incredibly right now. They've gone through some crazy adaptations, even in their own roster, with their coach coming into play, and we've already seen what an impact they can make. They are the first team in this tournament, and I believe the only team to bring out the Black Widow. This team is very hard to play against. They actually seem to fit in sort of that little.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to change these things. I'm just gonna do it. When are you playing? Probably when the tournaments are done. Tournament's almost done, chat.
That star hero, that sneak pick where you can really catch people off guard.
Yeah, I mean, just like the
The
Japanese
esport poses,
organization
by the way.
has
These are
been
the
in so many
esport
different
poses.
games, and I think, like, regardless, like, Japan as a region in, like, hero shooters or just FPS games full stop have been, like, behind West, behind maybe China or Korea especially, but it feels like what we do see from Asian teams is cherry-picking good ideas and good strategies, and like you said, sort of just leaning in like, hey, we have a really good Black Widow player, teams don't get to practice against it. It's not the most optimal, but sometimes you can really throw a curveball at big teams by playing some weird stuff. Case in point, the Iron Fist that we saw a little bit from OUG. The best teams can sometimes struggle with it because how often do you realistically, if you scrim a team playing
There's
Iron
only
Fist or
been
Black
3
Widow, you're
pauses today, by the
blacklisting
way.
them straight afterwards. You're never scrimming them again.
Who even thinks to practice against a Widow Mantis rocket combo? Because when's that gonna happen? And the answer is right here at the at these grand finals here for Marvel Rivals Ignite, and that's what makes Crazy Raccoon scary. They are an X factor in what is already a terrifying group that could really cause some upsets here. And starting off already on the Burning T'Challa with all the incredibly varied setups, with every single section of the map being probably the most different out of all of the domination maps. We've got some great setups here.
Yeah, and so Burning T'Challa is where we're going to go to. It wasn't decided by any of the teams. We always start on domination, so like when we get to best of fives, you might see teams try and pick it up a little bit later. But if
That's
we do
actually
go
a great
for a full
question.
free map series,
We're going to
we do
Burning
have to go through all the
T'Challa,
different
chat,
game
but
modes, the Convergence, the
I want to
Convoy,
know,
but we
is it going to
always
be
start
best of
with-
fives as soon as the tournament
we
starts?
did, which I think was crazy, and it was a team that Crazy Raccoon struggled with a
No,
little
these
bit
are still best of
yesterday,
threes.
just in that 2-0 loss, and it felt like in that one,
Best
Crazy
of
Raccoon,
fives
the excitement and
happen
the power
in
that
the
they showed up against
finals.
Citadel, I think it was in there, like the second game.
Oh no,
their
actually
first game.
lower bracket,
That was
lower
just
brackets
completely
best of
missing.
fives
It felt
too.
like the
Best of
NA
five,
teams
best
were
of
just a little
five.
bit more like we
Best
see
of
what they
three,
can
best
do
of
now.
three. These are
We know
best
how
of
to shut them
threes.
down. But moving into it, 100 Thieves versus Crazy Raccoon, it doesn't feel like it's an elimination game for 100 Thieves at this point. But if Crazy Raccoon, they're clinching onto tournament life here, if they get a win, it could really put some strain on the top
Okay,
seed
chat,
out
let's
of
see
America.
this.
100 Thieves sitting on the brink. We're starting off with those Mantis bads. Vital is already giving us a little bit of a tease, hovering at the Widow, just a bit of a
the
shove
cap
to the
ban.
crowd here. And like you say, the Captain America ban, trying to remove that backline pressure. And this does mean that 100 Thieves secure themselves a Mantis. If they can get Terra onto that Winter Soldier or any of the other characters like Phoenix that they are insane on, then 100 Thieves may have just found themselves
Please,
an
chat.
immediate opening.
Please
So yeah, like
tell
the second
me
ban onto Captain
100
America is a little
Thieves
bit
are not going to
unorthodox,
go
but it's
triple
clever in the
support.
sense of Crazy Raccoon having
Please
their
tell
coach
me.
J-Mac playing. And
Yeah.
J-Mac's typical hero pool has been a little bit of a comfort pick going onto the Captain America. So they, 100 Thieves sort of know, okay, you have a player that's not really a player, still very good to play at this level, but not quite the main roster for Crazy Raccoon. Being able to actually take him off of his comforts and making him more of a weak link. You even have the protection onto the rocket to allow that
Save
sort
the
of triple
rocket.
strategy setup, which 100 Thieves have been very in favor for so far this tournament, when a lot of teams have moved away.
They love that triple strategist. They love that double damage.
They're
boost
gonna
with
run
both the
triple
Yarn Amplifier and the allied Inspire. Ironically, exactly what Crazy Raccoon used to set up for that Widow. But again, this is domination. The sightlines on this map are significantly lower for a lot of those points, meaning that Widow is unlikely to be seen. And Winter Soldier taken away. We saw just how good it was, and that is the reaction that we saw from Citadel when they were against 100 Thieves earlier. When they were struggling, they adjusted and they took away the Winter Soldier from Terra, and then they were started to really creep back up again. And also, with the Invis removed as well, removing that anchor heal. If you're going to do triple strategist,
Look at what FlyQuest posted. It's easier just to post it to me. There you go.
You have the Protect onto the Emma Frost, which is one-sided for Crazy Raccoon, and a Protect onto Jeff, which isn't one-sided. It wasn't actually banned out in the end. So you're looking at like a couple more bits and pieces, really. The Hella ban right at the end. More of a mix, I suppose, that 100 Thieves are trying to select certain targets to make sure that people can't get comfortable. Vital's hovering over the Black Widow. I don't know, but taking out the Hella, it's not only a good option, but making sure that the team can't really come into favor with Namor.
Oh my god. Maybe we should bring that energy into the server.
If they're choking that much on online, what's gonna happen in LAN?
If they're choking that much online, what's gonna happen at LAN?
Feed in favor of Citadel.
No way their coach had to book a drive. Like, are you sure you can? Oh. He's reading the book upside down. Oh my Oh
That if you're
no.
very selective on their opponents.
Oh
for
no,
example,
bro!
you've got
I love
Mantis,
it when
Venom, and
orgs
Ella
like
available on
meme
one side
post
for
against
100
each other
Thieves.
like that.
Meanwhile,
It's so
Emma,
fucking
Adam, Bucky,
awesome
and
to
Invisible
see.
Woman is available for Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon also, they had the hands on the rocket that 100 Thieves didn't. Well, they're not going to roll out with it. What they did do is pre-armor up the team with that rocket network for the Penny, so they are already going to be coming in with a slight advantage over 100 Thieves. That's the fact they have that bonus.
There's a fucking bug in my room, chat. I just saw it flying.
With that Helena mod, and with that double strategist here, utilizing the damage AoE boost on to the Deatific Vitality team up. They now have a great setup. The good sleep onto J-Mac though as they tried to creep around from the side. No first blood yet.
Trying to go in for a little bit of a pseudo dive with JT over on the Strange to begin with.
Wait, 100 Thieves.
He's actually going to be the first to
2
go down in
DPS,
this series.
2 supports.
Zelena is going to be playing on the name or just taking pot shots more from a significant difference. And TDK's kind of found himself on his own. That's a hell of a fadeaway shot onto NX though.
Okay,
it's
TDK,
like, well, I'm not locked in
okay.
here with you, you're locked in here with me.
Okay.
He's completely isolated on his own, but instantly 100 Thieves with a more like
Chat, I text TDK and I said, hey, listen, if you lose this next match, I am disowning you as my little bro. So now he's trying, chat. He's trying.
Absolutely insane, but it doesn't matter if you can't get set up and can't weaken your opponents, because 100 Thieves are already trying to create a concave enclosure.
Yeah, Lolo, you just type exclamation mark tournament
covered. Viddy diving on in, not
on
gonna go for a
YouTube.
tether, just once again gonna harass with the frenzied arrival.
Going for the dives, and sort of seeing that one of the strategists in the backline is separated. Symbiote resistance is going to come in and allow Vinny to almost just get out very casually. We do see the regeneration domain used, but because of how open this part of the map is, Techa, it feels that this composition 100 Thieves is working on couldn't be better set. There's so many little crossfires, you're playing from a good amount of distance, and Crazy Raccoon are just almost chasing players individually one at a time. Goose chases, which is only buying time for 100 Thieves as they now reach almost 50% on the point.
Delena's on flank, just continuing to do exactly what Namor is incredible at, and that is quick burst. While he is a great static defender, if you land that quick burst setup with the right click, you can really set up beautifully with the Dance of the Butterfly from Vital, trying to set up for Crazy Raccoon to create an opening.
Uh-oh, Delena is really fucking far in there. He is...
For the zone against Jeff, able to grab one.
Wait, did he just shoot his teammate?
Down too quickly. Terror with the reaction. We'll see them ascend to the sky, siege on in, and that's going to allow them to hold this point. We're already at 71%. 100 Thieves not allowing anything for Crazy Raccoon yet.
No, Crazy Raccoon haven't really even touched the point outside of a couple of players, but it's never really been a progression. Now we're starting to see stuff come through as the Ensong Inferno is used from NX. Switching on over, unfortunately you've lost a little bit of your front line as J-Mac has gone down over on Angela.
Oh no! Oh my god, he's so lucky. He is so lucky he got the Phoenix by like the toes, chat. He was aiming for the feet. Nah, Delena freaky, bro. Delena a little freaky, bro.
Strategist ultimate in its own right in terms of how much damage it can actually resist for your team. They can also try and build into a Karmic Revival if this fight continues to extend out. This is the overtime strats, bringing out Rocket, bringing out Adam, making sure you can contest for as long as possible. Jung-Hoon is dropping as much healing, trying to build up to that 100% for a Fate of Both Worlds. Meteor M, Delena takes out Vital, who's brought back with the Cocoon, but now if they go down, there's no revives, no backups, as they're getting focused down. It's Jeff to try and remove them from the board. Frenzied Arrival takes out Loki with the bubble for the retreat. He's just going to try and yeet them off the edge there.
Able to try and back out a little bit more as Crazy Raccoon finally gets to the point, they get control, and it feels like it could be a repeat of what we've seen from Crazy Raccoon. I don't think they've been able to actually pick up a map on domination.
This is what happens when we go fucking 2-2-2. Man, I should be a coach. I should be a coach. I could be getting paid to be a fucking coach, chat. Instead of me just screaming at my monitor, telling them what they should do. I'm pretty sure there's a coach out there who probably doesn't know how to coach, but watches my stream and sees what I say about a team, like, hey, 100 Thieves should go 2-2-2, and they fucking tell their team to do 2-2-2, and they're stealing my strats.
Extremely difficult to make it out of this group. So that
nah, bro, this is all me. This is all me, chat. This is all me.
But I guess the best way to put it is it's out of your hands if you go 2 and 3. You're relying on other teams almost doing you a solid, which no team ever wants to be in. Terra has not been eliminated once, 11-0. Not with TTK, but it's not really getting the final hits. I think Delane has actually shown up quite a lot just in this 2-2-2 setup, which for 100 Thieves, they have been leaning a little bit more towards triple strategists, not only historically, but not as much as some of the other NA teams.
Yeah, call me Coach 3, man. Call me Coach. Wait, Jay3, the youngest Marvel Rivals coach in history. True. Call me Coach 3, chat.
NX. 82% for an Ensong Inferno, so they're building up towards that big one-shot combo, but who do you target here? TTK could potentially absorb it if he times an Iron Bulwark correctly. Vinny just needs to make sure that they're not going to get caught in it while they're in Symbiotic Resilience, and Delena has the Aquatic Blessing, which isn't going to be taken out.
No, stop calling me Milk 3, chat. I'll ban you.
Destroyed by Ensong Inferno.
I think for this one too, because Terra hasn't gone down and we've sort of said like all of these sightlines, I want to stay on Terra's POV as much as possible to see just how much Crazy Raccoon actually dive onto him and try and deal with it, because he has been getting away with stuff scot-free. He is going to be pushed back, but immediately you got the Regen Domain and the Magneto with the Iron Curtain, just blocking some of the damage. They have an inclination of where Terra's playing from, and they don't necessarily want him to be set up with these fights. Unfortunately, however, whilst they were positioning, Vinny's been able to cut through into the backline as the Venom.
Ensong Inferno going to be coming out. That will pop Terra out of that Goddess of Death, but they did not get the one-shot because Jay3 was dropping the BTM too early there. They tried to send it to the backline so they could try and split the attention and force a mistake on 100 Thieves, but no mistakes are being found as Terra chases them down with TTK, and once again they forced Crazy
Good shit, 100 Thieves. Good shit, 100 Thieves. Now they're waking up.
Fights that we see, maybe not so much a Benim T'Challa. I don't know what you think about this, but like Celestial Husky have like 3-minute fights on the point to begin with.
Yeah,
here it's
definitely not
very
as much here.
Easy for 100 Thieves to just take the point first, and Crazy Raccoon trying to save some of their ultimates. I think Vital's had that Adam Warlock ultimate to work with for a good amount of time, but there's never really been a good instance to use it naturally because they keep getting picked off one at a time. It's not a full team wipe.
Corner Proteus into the backline that sets Delena up and a pick up onto Vital. Once again, that's going to create more of those undead monstros for the setup into the backline to try and pick up the strategist. Only going to get Mantis. Meteor M nukes the fish with the help of Harvey, and Lastro will not find anything this day.
And there's so much 100 Thieves are still sat back with 3 players on the point, 3 ultimates on the point. For Crazy Raccoon, it's just the lack of initiation. You're losing plays one at a time. One of your strategists has gone down with the invisible boundary, so Sung Hoon has to wait. And even Vital switched away from the Adam Warlock. That Counter Revival's not going to get used. He wants to go for something a little bit more offensive because 100 Thieves have been sat so pretty.
Wait, what the hell was that? Glass breaking third kitchen.
That's why this comp is so good that 100 Thieves are running.
It's just too much sustain, and if you get caught after dropping that Karmic Revival in a Tidal Dirge, that anti-heal basically means you're going to be sitting ducks for that hell of the mod composition either way. And X finally going to take down Terror. It's starting to feel personal at this point as Crazy Raccoon starts to try and push on through. Delena falls right after him, all the damage output is gone. They're still dropping ultimates to try and secure this point, to not give time for reinforcement. Able to get the focus onto Vinny on the Venom, but Vinny is not going to let them go down that easy. Retreats using the mobility of that character. Here comes the clone from Harvey into the Mantis. Locked down. Iron Bulwark almost saves them, but they still fall to Jay3 as Vital comes in with a crack and impact. Terror's on the flank though, making sure that they're in a safe position. Meteor M is a big burst onto Vital, and 100 Thieves are still holding this. The Eye of Agamotto locks them down, but Jay3 has no follow-up.
It gets Melania though, so one of the strategists has gone down here. Goddess of Death though, Terra has just had free reign so far, and similar to that first point here on Benim T'Challa. Crazy Raccoon throwing the kitchen sink to try and take the point right at the end, but only to get team digits potentially. Yeah, they're going to try and throw in whatever they can at this rate. Vital's going to have to switch over to the Strange to go for the portal play, but it's back in the hands of 100 Thieves. That progression for Crazy Raccoon has gone down, and look at overtime. That wick is essentially gone.
Angela's been brought onto the board instead of Penny to make sure that they have someone to try and knock them off the board. They have the Loki of their over regeneration domain. Everything with a low cooldown that can try and contest to buy that extra time. Angela pushing on
what did I miss?
The assassin charge will not find it. They got the flip, but this Crazy Raccoon just hunting them right now because they need. They can't just take the point because the 100 Thieves just walk back in and take it afterwards. They needed to get someone to find a stagger there, but they just can't do so. Order Proteus into the backline, but it's not finding targets yet.
I've never heard this before, but apparently if you have Google Home records sounds.
So these picks are actually working out quite in favor.
And
maybe getting up to 20% before. They've now reached 50 and have managed to reset 100 feet back.
Apparently Google warned me that there was glass breaking, but I went downstairs. It was just Emily washing the dishes. I don't know why they thought dishes being washed was glass breaking.
But like you said, with that Punisher built up already at 69%, they are now in a position where a final judgment and a dance of the butterfly, it does not matter what Crazy Raccoon do, they're likely going to get burst, meaning that they have to win the fight before those are used, and they've already been able to take down TTK. It's Jeff into the back line, but you drop the Punisher culling turret to try and just focus down Jeff, who's fleeing towards the edge, looking to try and take out Delena off the board. Melena's going down, and they chase them off the board.
Might be able to get their first domination point so far this tournament.
Interrupt!
It was interrupted, so TDK doesn't have that option. He has to switch away from it just as Crazy Raccoon are hitting 95%. Vinny has to dive in order to touch to make sure the OT is hit, but they lose Delena in the same process.
Locks down, Vinny is picked off, overtime's ticking down, here comes the charge. Harvey is trying to rush onto the point using the clone of the Angela to just try and reach the Heaven's Descent, to try and just rush on through, to touch that board as overtime ticks on down, and Crazy Raccoon are evening us up.
It's a fever dream really for Crazy Raccoon, because so much of the time there was like a really good first point, 99% to 99%. The second point,
Map 3, round 3 of the first one.
But that portal play in the end working really nicely. And you got to say, J-Mac being able to switch over towards the Emma Frost.
Yeah, the one thing I really noticed about 100 Thieves is that they actually don't ban Emma a lot, and they allow Emma to be played a lot against them. But like they banned 100 Thieves Emma, so they can't play Emma. Yeah, it's Melvin, by the way, appreciate the massive 2 months.
It seems that they're going to try and stay on this Punisher Psylocke combination.
And even better news for Crazy Raccoon. They forced out the God of Mischief. At the end of that round, Harvey copied onto the Angela just to try and reach the objective.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever have like Google Home, but like I've never heard that fucking warning before of glass breaking, so I thought the worst. And I was like, holy shit, wait, first of all, my first instinct is where's Emily? Where's the...
Second just feels a little bit unnecessary, no?
Jesus.
Like, it's not too much of a stress. Dropping a point on a domination map can be a little bit annoying for the most part. Terra has got the final judgment, but he just gets absolutely focused, fired down. He isn't given the space that he had on the first and even the start of the second point of this map. Instantly, they spotted him, and 3 people just ran at him and eliminated him.
And this means positioning is going to be taken by Crazy Raccoon, who used the Jeff to arrive on the point a little bit quicker as well, so they took that defensive position and forced that mistake. Diving to the backline with the frenzied arrival, but now the lockdowns, the knockbacks.
Oh, okay, Vinny. Okay, Vinny.
Though, even through all of that,
okay, Vinny. Delena on the Psylocke as well. I like it. Harvey with the 2 kills on the supports. Okay.
Able to make that a 2 for 2.
Just making sure that
oh wait, no, Harvey was inside the... Oh wait, never mind. They were spectating Harvey, but Harvey was in the shark.
Honestly, just a little bit more firepower. This is the top seed coming out of the Asia region, and people weren't really expecting it. I think they would even say that Rejects are probably the team that you expect to go further from this region. But Crazy Raccoon just have a lot of tenacity to actually prove a lot of people wrong. It would be a statement in itself if we see Crazy Raccoon pick up their first domination win against 100 Thieves. That's just how crazy it is, but 100 Thieves, they haven't had the best results recently. They're sort of expected to win this one. It would be a disaster start if this goes wrong.
Dylan's able to get 2. Terra pushing forward, still holding on to that final judgment, not needing it yet though, as they just take the neutral. The push up is calm, it's collected, and it's all the pickups they need. They're still running this Hela, even without the Namor. It's just working for them with that extra damage, especially as they have that Symbiote Soul Drainer combo, so that they can just lock people in place, meaning Punisher's going to get even more damage output, and they now have double damage boost potentially with Loki and the Mantis being able to set Terra up to land those damage boosted headshots.
You got Vital also moving back to the Adam Waller for the camera revival.
I think...
I feel that was the one thing that was down on that second point. Now that they have to go back to that solo duelist for NX to do that damage, you do have the ultimate available, but you're trying to find a good position to go in for this fight. What's going to be the initiation tool?
J needs coffee? No, Terra...
Almost ready for J-Mac.
Terra on that character and Della on... I think they have a lot of damage, chat. A lot of damage.
We're trying to back off. They created so much space for Terra, and he's carved right through the Asian team.
But the Karmic Revival is going to come out. Vital will fall, but they can cocoon themselves back to rejoin this fight and keep these reses coming in.
Nice.
But they're just going down once again. The positioning of 100 Thieves takes the momentum, and they flip this 54 to 35 in favor of Thieves. Crazy Raccoon are putting on the fight, but again, they're just getting pushed off the point.
I'm going to now have Crazy Raccoon going to make some adjustments now because he went for the Adder Warlock. He used to
Holy shit, what the hell? Did he just like instantly kill her? Or someone had to shoot her as well. Because what the hell? Did he just like looked at her and she fell?
Agamotto's going to be nice for JT3, but it's whether you can actually
Yeah, Vinny's doing really well right now.
Just with this
Yo, what's up, Shib? I hope you guys are having a great time over there. While I'm over here.
It would be on some other ideas teams running.
There's also the risk of that regeneration domain that could shut them down. The AoE from
but
that
Harvey
coming
goes
turret
down.
make it very hard to deal. Harvey will get taken down, so no regeneration domain. Here comes the Ensock Inferno into the back line, and
you have to send Shib. You have to send me a picture of the stage when it's done. I really want to see that.
Once again, every single Eye of Agamotto we have been seeing. But the Jeff comes on
in
to try and remove people off the board, but Lastro is bombed off the point. Vinny's in the backline. Vital's dropping low.
I would have loved to go to the grand finals, but chat was complaining not to leave because I have to babysit them.
Back, Ryan.
I mean, how many of these picks that Terra's been able to get have been with the shotgun? He's not even playing from distance. He's just getting stuck in and involved. For Crazy Raccoon, it's heartbreak again.
Nice. Hey, we got our 100 Thieves wind out. We need to finish one more, chat. We need to finish one more. By the way, Warren0198. Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Appreciate it.
First and second points, but it really felt like 100 Thieves were able to lock back in. While Crazy Raccoon took that first fight on the waterfalls there, it was just full control out of 100 Thieves, just bullying them in neutrals every single time. The ultimate fights weren't even important. They seemed to really use ultimates just to make Crazy Raccoon.
I'm 100% surprised that 100 Thieves haven't played BP yet
just
myself.
one afterwards anyway.
Does 100 Thieves even have a BP player? Envy versus Dark Zero next? Yes, I am going to watch that game, but first I want to see if 100 Thieves wins this. Wait, Terra plays BP? I have never seen... Oh, he does, because he played BP in our content before. Yes, chat.
For Crazy Raccoon there, you've got the Eye of Agamotto that was used that gets free from JT3 just as NX went down playing the Phoenix. And so it's one of those times where your main duelist, your only duelist when you're playing this comp, that is expected to do a lot of damage onto these free targets because they're CC'd, they're gone. They're out of the server for a couple of seconds. So who's going to be the one to sort of follow through with the damage?
We're going to have a look at the highlights from that last match, as it was still quite intense, even though 100 Thieves are taking the lead in this. Crazy Raccoons, very similar to all of these Asia and Chinese teams, compared to their performances in mid-season, they are really making everyone work for it, and they're proving that they are a threat. You can see on this first point, though, it was just too much. This first point with the positioning of Delena and, of course,
it's Citadel against Na'Vi next, yes, but I don't know if that's going to be a good game, considering how we just saw Citadel get rolled by FlyQuest.
Where Crazy Raccoon started to bring it back.
I think it's gonna be a good game. But I want to see Dark Zero against Envy.
Yeah, and they tried a lot.
We gotta support our Dark Zero boys.
Look at what Vital's playing, and it's a completely different character. There was a brief Bucky involved here. He was the strange to try and go for a portal play, able to fight in, and a fantastic interrupt onto TTK. It shows the Crazy Raccoon, like, the Asia region is generally overlooked and underrated, but they know how to play in these fights.
I hope,
it was just like here, I think, as soon as 100 people were
Dark
able to
Zero better fucking make it to the LAN.
This ultimate was great because the dive came.
I mean, they're already at LAN. They better make it to the stage.
Give him that space. He's got a little pocket and opening, and he knows what to do with it.
And also, we've got to bring in the factors. We keep mentioning the Asia team, and of course, NX is also American. So bringing him out and having him continue to perform is just continuing just to show how much Americans are creeping up after falling just so short.
Wait, they already made it? They have 2 wins? Wait.
Championship. But the real story of this land has just been how much the Asia and Chinese teams have improved. And Crazy Raccoon,
oh shit! So wait,
yet. There's so much potential. There is going to be a substitute in that next game. We'll reveal who it is, though, after the break. So don't go anywhere. We still have 1 or 2 more maps coming up after this.
Okay. Can you bet on these matches in grand finals? In my Twitch chat, you can, because we're doing channel points. Oh no, Poke's not coming out. Poke's not on 100 Thieves or Crazy Raccoons. Who do you think is gonna win the whole tournament, Jay? That is a great question. I really don't think there's any team that is out there that is looking like a really, really like dominant team besides maybe Virtus Pro. I don't think Virtus Pro lost yet, but they are losing maps. And also FlyQuest. FlyQuest is looking really good. FlyQuest and Virtus Pro. But I still think it's anybody's game. I think anybody could show up, dominate, and just come out of nowhere and just, yeah, I don't know. But because you also got to remember, I think personally, and I'm not trying to be biased here, I think 100 Thieves is a much better team than what they are showing right now. But you have to remember, before the tournament yesterday, Tara was in the ER for like 6 hours or something, chat. So he's literally in the hospital. So he's literally coming out, you know, of a Michael Jordan flu game, bro. I don't know what happened. So chat, if you guys are gonna say, hey, what happened to him? I don't know. I just know that he came to our Twitch chat when we were playing one day. He was like, hey, yeah, a hospital. And yeah. It's not bracket, it's exclamation mark tournament. Shiro, god damn it. If you buy YouTube Premium, do you get a free subscription thing like Twitch? No, you do not. I'm pretty sure you do not. No, Amazon owns Twitch, so that's why it's called Amazon Prime or Prime Gaming. YouTube does not have that. Yeah, Envy. No, I still think if you're 2-1, you still probably don't have a chance to make. I don't know. I think. And I need to see Envy in the finals as well, bro. Envy, I don't know why they're choking right now. I mean, Envy didn't even do well in the mid-season finals until, like, you know, remember they were doing poorly, and then they like made a lower bracket run all the way to the finals, and they made it to like second place, which is crazy. So hey, they need to make it. You get ad-free YouTube music though. Ew. Solely Monster 422. I appreciate the massive Prime sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome. This is bad. Envy needs to lock their shit in, bro. Envy needs to lock their shit in, chat. Oh my god, and I just realized, wait. Envy's the team that likes to shit talk, bro, and they're right now in the about to get eliminated. They can't have that, bro. They can't have that. They need to lock it in, chat. They are the team that likes to shit talk the most, and they're not looking good, bro. That's why I never shit talk. You never shit talk. You know why? Because it's like playing a game, chat. In the middle of the game, if you shit talk, even if you're doing. What the hell was TTK doing? But I just want to say, this is why you never shit talk in the middle of a game. Even if you're doing really well and you shit talk, haha, other team, you're trash, you're garbage. There's still a whole other half of the tournament to play or the game to play. They could still roll your ass and then full hold you, and then you're looking like an idiot because you were shit talking.
It is a curveball that Crazy Raccoon are throwing, because they did lose that first map. They do have the choice here. Has to be Convoy or Convergence. And they've gone for Central
Also,
Park,
there's nothing like pre-game cuddles, chat. Pre-game cuddles brings the energy together, and it brings the team bonding together. You know what I'm talking about?
Picked twice when they've gone down a map, but it hasn't gone well outside of that win against Citadel, and it's probably what 100 Thieves were expecting. So this is a bit more of a curveball. Neither team have really played it that much in Stage 2, like once or twice.
The team bonding, chat. Team bonding, team bonding.
In Stage 2.
I do also want to update everyone that we did have that substitute. We are seeing Vital subbed out for Hyen, which does mean that Vital have a little bit more time to go on a voyage to Astonish. As once again, we are in the spooky season and we are in our Halloween event. You can once again just make sure you play the games, enjoy it as best as you can, and make sure to not get too picked off by those malevolent spirits. But you can unlock yourself some wonderful skins, including, as we see here, Blade Knight, which will be gorgeous. Those who have seen Marvel Zombies,
deleted.
like me, a big fan of Blade Knight coming in as well. And of course, for those who are an absolute menace like myself, Penny comes in as well.
Yeah, Penny's been on like a golden age, quite literally, I think, with the color scheme that Penny's had with some of the skins.
This is a really nice skin. I like it.
One, like,
the Day of the Dead vibes. I love it.
Credits to the chef. What is it? What do you say when it's...
Compliments to the chef.
Compliments to the chef, that's it. Because I think that the team that have been designing some of these skins for Penny, because it's been a little bit of a drought up until probably end
he was doing bracket A. We're watching bracket B.
What year are we in? Where are we?
Yeah. It feels like that at the moment. We're just in our own little pocket universe. But regardless, a fantastic skin. And as a Hull City fan in football, the amber is a very nice color, and I'm a very big fan of it.
We love to see it, but once again, make sure that you're jumping into Marvel Rivals to celebrate the season and to enjoy all of these wonderful skins that are being delivered by our wonderful, malevolent, and ever so slightly currently possessed due to the Halloween season developers.
I mean,
Gonzalez, appreciate the 100 bits, my friend.
As well, it's gonna be weird to be making like Halloween holiday themed stuff, like probably like February, March of a year.
Yeah, they've been working on this for a while for sure.
I've seen all the skins, chat. We looked at it.
Could be just the biggest nightmare for Crazy Raccoon.
We didn't see the Scarlet Witch yet. I don't think they posted the Scarlet Witch, right?
But generally speaking, if they lose this map, they lose this series, we're not going to be seeing them in playoffs starting on Friday. That's going to be at DreamHack Atlanta.
We've already mentioned that like 3 wins is the softest.
Hey, Gonzalez, appreciate the match about 100 bits. Hey Jay, how are you and Emily doing? We're doing fantastic.
As you were talking about earlier, you never
how do teams practice if stacking is limited? Also, I wanted to ask, why does nobody talk about the stacking limitations? I stopped playing with my friends because of that. I don't think the stacking limitations hit you until like what, Celestial or something?
Yeah. I mean, it's literally because we have.
But teams practice by going to custom games and practicing with other teams.
Plus win rate.
They do scrims.
Otherwise, I'm not too much of how sure it is for the other group. It is going to be a lot more close with teams being able to tick series off of each other. Like, we don't really know who's going to be.
What's stacking? Like when you queue for a game, you could duo stack, you could solo, you could duo, you could trio, you could quad stack, you could 6 stack.
Here it does feel like, with the results so far, I don't know if we can show the standards at all. Like for OUG and Crazy Raccoon, because they haven't been able to pick up a series win yet, it feels like it could be chopped at the end. Quite literally for OUG, because they have 2 chopped players, but for Crazy Raccoon, going 0-3 would be a disaster.
We're going to be having a look at those standings, as we've just been informed. Like you say, OUG in particular, with those chopped players coming in for substitute.
Crazy Raccoons, they need a win, chat. I feel bad, bro. The China and the Asia teams look like they're getting stronger and stronger, and they're almost like, you know,
basically do worse than them at this point in order to have.
They almost like they're doing much better than what they did in the mid-season finals.
To not be in the same situation, because while this round robin does,
but they're still not beating the EMEA or the NA teams.
Are we casting Crazy Raccoon OUG tomorrow?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to look in a bit.
Because I feel like it might be playing for just bragging rights.
Yeah, the bottom 2 from the groups are out. So right now, if the groups ended right now, Crazy Raccoons and OUG are out of the tournament, and they do not play on stage on Friday.
But I'm also a little bit worried, like, you sort of think of it here. If Crazy Raccoon actually do pull themselves back in this series, 100 Thieves will go 2-2. Citadel Gaming, I predicted them to lose against Navi, because I think Navi's going to win this event, and I only think Navi...
Damn, he thinks Navi's going to win the event?
The vibes are immaculate, and they're a terrifying team online. They've been perfect so far. But it's like, if Citadel Gaming go 2-2, 100 Thieves go 2-2, Crazy Raccoon, they should go 2-2. If OUG is pretty much down in the mud, they would go 0-5 in their groups. Yeah. Crazy Raccoon would be able to pick up a win there, especially if they can get some like momentum and feel like they've got something going for them.
Yes.
It could sort of be between like Crazy Raccoon, 100 Thieves, and Citadel Gaming in a world for who's going to be qualifying.
We are casting both those teams tomorrow, but not.
Aren't Crazy Raccoons the best Overwatch team?
So we won't get that
I think they're one of the best Overwatch teams. If not, I think it's like Team Falcons.
And see if we get to that situation where Crazy Raccoon are able to take that win, it will come down to will OUG potentially play spoiler? That is the risk that could come in here, and OUG have very nearly spoiled everyone's day so far, as they've come so close to winning every single series they've played.
Yeah, they've made
Ow.
Midtown
Like
terrifying
elbows.
for EMEA teams.
Just a bit, yeah.
Which feels like every time we see like EMEA Midtown, we know that we're in for some form.
Oh, they just beat Falcons in Asia finals? Damn, okay, never mind.
Outrageously crazy. But
They're
they were
all
just
in
waiting
Atlanta.
for the
This
sub-in,
is
taking
LAN
through,
already, chat.
making
This is,
sure
they're
that we
all
can
in
actually make our
Atlanta.
way through so far. For here, I do think the seeding is going to be a little bit more important, because assuming the Virtus Pro are being Virtus Pro in the other stream, there's other games going on at the moment, so you can be watching Group A action as we're talking here. I think it's just like, let's try and avoid Virtus Pro for our first game if we get out of, like, into playoffs. Especially its first game on stage, right? Like, it's going to be in DreamHack Atlanta. It's a very nice stage and stuff. You don't want to be playing up against the winningest team of EMEA.
No, absolutely not. There's a few
He
things
came
you don't
up here to
want
give
be
me
doing
caffeine?
if you're trying to have a long and fruitful life. Don't play against the best teams in the early rounds of your playoff bracket, and don't run into Daredevil when you're trying to do crime.
Why
Let's
didn't
learn
you
a
go
little
to
bit more about the
Atlanta?
hero while we wait to
Because
get those
I
teams
wouldn't
set
be
up.
able to co-stream if I went, chat. And I want to co-stream these games with you guys. What? How did we get to another 6-minute break?
Hello everyone, Guang Guang here. It's great to see you all again.
What's up? I would be doing what?
You wouldn't be.
In season 4.0,
Because imagine if you were there.
True, chat. If I was in Atlanta, I wouldn't be in my comfortable chair in my comfortable home, and I wouldn't be able to play Milk. If I was over there, I'd just be sitting in some chair, you know, just, you know, not probably having a good time. I got everything here. I got my bathroom. I got my bidet. I got, like, you know, my unlimited food and water here. You know, I'm comfortable. I got the cats. I got Emily. Wait, holy shit, the new character, Daredevil, joins next season.
Daredevil's iconic radar sense makes
Oh my god, the new character.
Nothing escapes his sight. In combat, he can pick a priority target based on the situation, use his agility to close the gap.
Oh shit, chat. Oh shit. Daredevil. He looks ass.
When
Wait,
facing
what?
tough opponents, Daredevil taps into the beast's
Oh, man.
power, amplifying his martial arts for even more deadly strikes. Activate his ultimate ability, and Daredevil fully unleash the beast. Any enemy who dares look at him will be gripped by fear, awaiting his cold justice. This update brings another round of team-up ability adjustments. We are removing Ragnarok Rebirth and taking Nemo out of Gamma Charge. 2 brand new team-up abilities are coming. Bestial Hunt.
Damn.
And Deep Rest.
Damn. Deleted, by the way. Appreciate the massive 36 months, though.
Season 4.5.
What do you think about a hit scan tank? We have a hit scan DPS, hit scan healer. We're just missing a tank.
Be revealed at the Titan Game Show on October 7th.
Well, technically, isn't Groot hit scan?
We prepared a special Halloween event and themed costumes
Ooh.
so we can celebrate this mysterious.
Yeah, Groot's hit scan.
Together.
When you left click, his thing hits you. It has a range, but it's hit scan.
For cost-effective
That is hit scan, chat.
We have made it a top priority.
You don't have to lead your shot. That is a hit scan. You don't have to lead your shot. You click.
Excited to share that the feature is
It's not a projectile. No. Emma Frost, when you hold left click, that's a hit scan. It doesn't go far. It's like Zarya. Zarya's left click, her primary fire. That's a hit scan.
In season 5.
Nah.
You will be able to link your account.
Nah. You guys are high. You guys are high if you think Groot is a projectile character. His right click maybe, but no. You guys are high. Nah.
Across all linked accounts.
Nah.
You can switch your
I don't know what kind of crack cocaine that you guys are on,
Please note,
but apparently it's good shit, so.
remain separate for each platform. When you play on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox, your career battle stats and rank are tracked independently for each device. To meet player demand, we're introducing home screen background customization. You can
I don't care what you guys say. Groot is a
and even
hit
download high-res image of the
scan.
and lobby screens. Zhiyong is still hard at work on balance changes. Stay tuned for upcoming balance announcements and detailed team-up ability as
ChatGPT said Groot is a projectile.
Ignite the
What the hell does ChatGPT know? I know more than ChatGPT. Okay, let's see your hours on Groot. First of all, hours on Groot doesn't even... Let's see your rank. Ooh, how about that? I'll show you my hours on Groot if you show me your rank.
I see you. You've been judged. Face the devil.
Nah, chat. You guys just don't know. What's next? Are you guys gonna say Daredevil's a melee character? Are you guys gonna say Black Panther's a melee character? That's wild, chat. You guys don't know. You guys just don't know.
Let the devil out! Ruthlessness is mercy.
It says it right here. It's I don't know. Never mind. The website's not working right now. It's weird. Website's down, chat. I can't check it. And he's a hit scan. He is a hit scan character, bro. Nah. The NB game has started. Yeah, but we're in the... See, this is why I hate the way they're running this. We're finishing the 100 Thieves game.
Now is the time for salvation. Overconfidence will destroy you.
Yeah, we just gotta... I just don't like how they do this bracket stuff, man. Because I want to watch all the games with you guys. But, like, the way that they have, like, 1 games and the B games... J3 no like. Also, why are we on Be Right Back soon with the... There's no time limit.
Okay,
until this comes back, chat, we're gonna watch this, I guess.
Early though to get at least a little bit of sustain for the team. Right now, both teams doing a good little back and forth. Keep the point there, but don't let the other team.
Wait, is that Cozy?
It's great here too, because then you get to see the team up together with the Namor and the Hela. You got those pillars, and then you have the squids to follow up as Kuroba's the victim. But with the BRB, you bring him right back. Nice eternal bond to keep this fight going with Speeder going down, as you said, the big pig. As he tries to get the reset, he gets it onto tap, and he's looking to do it again.
He's gonna use it. He's got the Kraken impact, forcing the show out. Is still a victory for them. Kalu's gonna be going down early. Points still not taken, folks, as we get the invisible boundary of the Roman Colosseum out to fight within. And all eyes on Mataro, who's got the seduction ready. And just like that, it's gonna be Dark Zero looking to get this thing, but Speeder is gonna keep this thing interesting, have the sustain ready. The portal is out. Hell is unleashed from tap, but quickly fallen as the purple ball goes up. Lands down, no connection. Beautiful play.
It gave a haircut too to the Emma Frost, who was looking up at the Kaluja. Pull back in though.
Damn, this is crazy how like no team has capped the point yet.
To get the follow-up together with Madara to get Kaluja as well. It is a number advantage in favor for Dark Zero.
Chat. If Envy loses this, bro, I think they're out of the tournament, chat.
Guess what? They're gonna grow up and get
I think if Envy loses this, they're out of the tournament.
All the way back up to 75%. I swear, I just heard again just a moment ago, but no, we're back at it here.
Demonic, appreciate it, massive prime sub. Welcome. Appreciate it.
Not a lot. So we're all eyes here on potentially month to try to keep things interesting and alive. 21% in climbing. DZ could just kind of float this out.
See Ryan Mason looking to get these resets after getting that big pick off through windows. Trying to get
the
up
shutdown of the fly.
No.
If you just miss what happened there, we quickly had the old velocity ball coming from Ryan Mason that then anti-fly to the Angela, fell to the death. There is a window. What a play. What a guy. Now as Impunity is going to be ready for the call, the assignment off of that Venom over to the Strange. Now Velocity waiting to get that damage boost up and the sustain if necessary. Let's see if they use it aggressively here, maybe with this Kraken impact. No, it's
trying to gear everybody together, and it's the Jeff, the Will just going over to the other side. He gets the spear, but it's the Dark
Oh, no one dies. No one dies.
Talk about get down, Mr. President. The MVP in saving Impunity, bringing him back together with the rest of Dark Zero. That's all timing, by the way, and communication. As more power up together with the Hela after the Hela, the Goddess of Death will be able to get a reset.
Okay, the other game's back on, chat, so we're going to switch right after, I guess, this first point.
You already have the point, so a little bit of a struggle fest here we're seeing early from Envy. Got to shake the rust off early. Kalush now trying to get something rolling for the team, and Window and Tap are going to follow up with it. Great job not letting go of the gas in this meta again. Not as much as the reset. Just keep on that pressure now. Tap needs the hunt. This is your best sightline you're going to have on this part of the map.
Okay, they haven't started yet, so I'm waiting for them to start, chat.
This is probably the biggest struggle they'll have in terms of Hell's Heaven. Tap, we'll see if we can make a difference right now. That's really what I'm looking at to give them a shot.
Okay,
here.
chat.
Now they've got
I wanna watch this, but we started the 100 Thieves match first, so.
This map when it comes to prep, but they also haven't really played it that much.
No, I don't think so. Like you say, they haven't had a lot of chance to play it. You were telling me just before we started that this stage has been about as least as they've possibly done. They've played it twice, and they are 1-1 on it by the looks of it.
Yeah, for Crazy Raccoon to, like, as a choice, and then 0-1 for 100 Thieves. Sort of does depend on who you're playing into. 100 Thieves have had to sort of fight a bit more.
Oh shit, they did sub someone out. Yeah, Vital, right?
Looking
Yeah.
at the draft, Emma Frost going to be taken out first for Crazy Raccoon. Sort of very similar to what they were doing on that first map of Venom to Chala. And protecting the Captain America this time because, yeah, J-Mac wants to play on the character that he's most comfortable on. As a reminder, he is the coach of this team, having to sub in. And speaking of sub, Hayen's now in the sub instead of Vital.
Hayen has jumped on in, and they're currently hovering a little bit of an iron fist. While we're not, of course, on that mid-town that I mistakenly called us earlier, this is a map where we have seen a little bit of Iron Fist in the past. The verticality of this map is actually something that Iron Fist can take a pretty good advantage of, especially on that first objective point. Adam will be taken away. I don't expect we will see the Iron Fist, just to be clear, but both teams are hovering it, at least for star points.
It just feels like it's going to be the... You know when you have some characters that define esports events? It's just like, oh yeah, do you remember Iron Fist at like DreamHack Atlanta? Assuming that like everybody's going to do their best OUG cosplay with it. But actually a lot of like peachy characters actually taken out from Crazy Raccoon. They've gone for the Protect over onto the Jeff again like they did last time.
Very
so
late.
They at least have that to work with. Meanwhile, it is the Mantis and Bucky protected from 100 Thieves, which is a little bit different because they protected the Rocket last time.
The very late Jeff Protect means that they were trying to force 100 Thieves to take away that Venom, and they don't bite. Crazy Raccoon, if they are comfortable with a Venom of their own here, they can get themselves that Simba Shenanigans team-up that really has not seen much
Where's
play up to
TTK's
this
dad?
Not too much, no.
Probably
It's been
working.
banned every
I don't
game.
know. It's
I
it's
mean,
Tuesday, chat.
understandably so, I think. And I kind of like the idea. So I think it's like Hayen's been like a main player for this Crazy Raccoon roster. He's been unwell, right, for the first couple of days. That's why he's not been playing.
Yeah.
So it feels like maybe it's because, you know, tournament lives are on the line. It's like...
Bro, Pancakes, what?
Especially when he could still have impact. It is just a little
Also,
bit, like,
yeah, I do
unfortunate,
feel
really,
bad
but
for a lot of
100
these
also played
Asia
with an unwell
teams.
player, so it's a little bit like...
And I think even the China
Who's
teams,
the most sick person
because
with the most sick
a lot of
play?
them
100 Thieves
couldn't
against
get a lot of
Benefits,
they had a lot of
controls
visa
the
issues,
side as well as the
and a lot of
back.
them
They
are
don't go on attack.
not playing with
Sickest
their like
player in
full
more
main
ways
roster.
than one.
I don't know how I feel about
find
this.
out. As Hayen looking to potentially start us off on Adam Warlock here could be pretty exciting. I did not know we could camera tilt. That is very cool. As we are.
I don't know how I feel about the camera tilting, bro. I think it's weirder.
Set up for this main attack onto Dracula's castle. And 100 Thieves, they've put themselves in here with a 2-1-3.
Black Widow. Oh, just for a second. I mean, that's what we sort of expect more from Black Widow players, but we have seen Vital at the very least show off a little bit more. It is just more the pot shot, sort of expecting 100 Thieves might be a little bit more forward facing, see what kind of comp, try and take some of this high ground space easily or as quickly as they possibly can. Vinny trying to provoke some impact here, but he needs to be careful about the hook that NX is trying to put together. It's just mostly taking pot shots, sharing out damage, sharing out ultimate charge. But Crazy Raccoon doing a good job to actually get in onto the choke, but unfortunately 3 of the backline players haven't managed to turn around. The focus has to go onto Vinny, who gets pulled back from the force physics, but the healing, the bulwark, all of that mitigation, able to get him out scot-free.
Not able to find the pickup yet. Both these teams seeking an opening. TTK drops low, but the healing output is solid. Making sure to stay on through this. They once again have that Mantis and that Loki team up, but they don't have the Invis. It's already been taken down. Terra coming in with the Kraken impact. Damage boosted for the first attempt at a reset. Does not find one. And as such, Crazy Raccoon could look for an opening here. Go for it. It's Jeff to try and grab.
Oh, that's a big fucking swallow, bro.
To send them off the edge. And that's going to be a double. Delayed triple. Going to be picked up by Lastro. And Crazy Raccoons take the first point.
Crazy Raccoons, man.
Set up shop, but the protection onto Jeff was a big one. You've got J-Mac that's still over on the Venom, and you could sort of see why it's such a focal part. It's not even the most focal part. It's not their first protect they're going for because they want to make sure that J-Mac has something comfortable to work with as and when needed. But so far, he's been solid. Ayan is over on the Adam Warlock. Camera Revival is available. And really here, it's just a case of like whether Crazy Raccoon can try and take this tempo, keep it moving, push back 100 Thieves. But the composition for 100 Thieves is a little bit more divey. It's a little bit more better with the higher mobility. They want to go for these fights as early as possible.
Beast from the Abyss into the back line. J-Bank looking for an opening. Eye of Agamotto from above for the setup, and Harvey's not going to get caught. Can try and keep the team topped up as Harvey with the clone from the God of Mischief into that Soul Rejuvenation, forcing Hyatt for that Karmic Revival, brings back NX. J-Bank nearly falls as well, but if they go down the next couple seconds, they will be returning. JT3 will be lucky enough to get caught in this with the invisible boundary for the chain on the end of it, so they can keep sustained after that revive through the fight, matched by Millennium, but Delena still has their own Soul Rejuvenation, and with all the defensive ultimates used by Crazy Raccoon, Terra has become the terror of the skies.
Starlord is going to be so strong on the second point when you have all of this verticality, and it's
Terra
not
has
available
become
for Crazy Raccoon to try and go for a similar play. It's just been a completely irritated him and Vinny trying to coordinate onto targets, being as nonsensical as they possibly can. For Crazy Raccoon, they haven't really managed to push this payload much further outside of this second point. The Jeff plays come in and is able to grab free. I don't think there's going to be anything able to catch him.
God damn, bro. They need to get rid of Jeff, chat. Get rid of... They didn't even fucking ban it, bro.
TTK was also sent off the map, not even by Jeff. They got a quadruple environmental there with the Jeff, and I don't even know how they took out TTK. I would guess just a knockback. But wow, this is Crazy Raccoon absolutely walking up to the gates right now with 100
Nah,
Thieves.
ban Jeff, chat. Ban Jeff.
Really seems to be the biggest win condition for Crazy Raccoon is getting these big It's Jeffs off. Regen Domain has been used quite early on, so J-Mac might want to be looking for the Piece of the Abyss quite soon now, especially when you have like the Soul Resurgence from Delana on the other side. There hasn't been any eliminations that have come in from 100 Thieves, but you can see just how far Crazy Raccoon have had to be pushed back. They're respecting this space that 100 Thieves are trying to fight in Claw 4, and a Meteor Air might be the thing that's being used instantly.
Uh-oh, let's see if TTK hits the meatball.
It does get connection. There's not going to be that reset. It's a great hook, but that's a great shield coming in from Melania on the invisible
Damn,
woman.
nice dodge.
Agamotto not going to be
nice
landing
dodge.
due to that Iron Bulwark onto Terra.
That was a nice play by JT3, but Terra countered it.
Revival, but they've been caught. They're rumbled as the damage output comes in. Harvey takes 2, but they're all coming back. Seokun will not be reviving though, as they were already revived first in this, meaning no more healing from Invisible Woman. Lastro though does have it. It's Jeff. They can try and maybe get a little bit of extra sustain from that as the Blast Barrage comes on in, and there it is. It's Jeff to try and zone into the backline. They've got 3 literally every time so far. Looks like this time it's just a single focus, but Invis is a wonderful pickup.
Is the main focal target, and really 100 Thieves have not been able to actually chase him up. Able to survive. Melania's thrown in the jump up and also the invisible boundary to keep people going alive, so 100 Thieves are holding.
Emily made me cookies, chat. These are sugar cookies, and these are actually Reese's peanut butter cookies.
Plenty of time for Crazy Raccoon to get past second.
Beast from the Abyss. The damage output just too much for Hyatt. They tried to set up for a little bit of some strategist patty cake there to try and heal through that anti-heal from that big but it's just not enough. And the pressure being applied by Vinny here takes out Seokun, and they are set up for a spawn hold. Finally, 100 Thieves getting some momentum back.
Seems for Crazy Raccoon as well.
Chat, serious question. Do you like your cookies soft and chewy? Or do you like them hard and crunchy?
Early and it wasn't quite working. But hold that thought, as a Galactic Legend from high in the sky is mostly just chipping down onto damage. He's able to get the elimination onto Lastro just as he gets the It's Jeff too, so it's going to stall out Crazy Raccoon a little bit longer. It really
I think
has
soft
felt
cookies are
outside
the
of those
best.
amazing like multi-picks from Lastro with the Jeff, there's been a lot of lacking damage from Crazy Raccoon.
NX has been doing a great job. They actually used a
Wait, why did
fist
someone
at
on my
one
YouTube
point
say
to
yum
dodge
breast
out
milk?
of the
What?
main damage area of Immediate M to survive it. But again, like you said, they haven't been as big of an impact as we've maybe seen them in the past. They're sort of being the setup for their team. But when you're the solo duelist, you need to be starting to make these plays. These Kraken impacts need to start resetting.
Crazy Raccoon, only 30 seconds left. Time is whittled by pretty quickly, and a Kraken's impact would be a great way for this to start off. They're trying to make sure that Vinny gets punished because he has been getting away with diving in, diving out with this Venom.
I think Crazy Raccoons are... Nice, GTK!
Connects perfectly onto Lastro. Yet again, just as It's Jeff was used, he tried to use it to get out, but he gets taken out. No picks this time. And a counter revival has to be used from the Adam Warlock. It's brought back a lot of...
Oh my god, he had to reload and he couldn't get the kill. Oh my god.
Galactic Legend from the sky with the Helmet of Soul Rejuvenation from Harvey, cloning with the God of Mischief, Blaster Barrage with the Iron Bulwark. Jung-hoon falls once again.
Just meleeed him at that
Not enough
point.
for to sustain. The Crazy Raccoon are losing all of their sustain right now, meaning that there's no way they're going to be able to keep this fight going for much longer. With Regen Domain available for 100 Thieves, it's just 1 by 1. And it looks like this push from Crazy Raccoon will finally be stopped.
Decent spot, but I think when you look back...
Nice, hold up, let me get a napkin, I'll be right back.
First, which can take an awful long time, maybe all 4 of the minutes that you're allocated right at the start. You're sort of expected to make more work with it, especially when you're able to get another like multi-pick Jeff ultimate. But 100 Thieves managing to come out, fight back, some really good moments from Terra with the Star-Lord, which, as a reminder, is one-sided. 100 Thieves, as you can see from the drafts, taking it out from Crazy Raccoon, but they don't have access to the Psylocke or the Mantis either. Some of the 100 Thieves have been building around a lot is that Mantis, and then Emma's not available on both sides either.
The situation where Crazy Raccoon have set themselves up, but they've got so many of these big
appreciate the massive 2 months, my friend.
They're sort of forced to lean onto
Emily
that
is
Winter
indeed
Soldier.
the goat.
But they've decided against it this time. Looks like even though we're not on convoy, they might be considering a 3-0-3 with so far no duelists locked in for Crazy Raccoon. 100 Thieves though, we're seeing Terra sticking with that Star-Lord. It's making some good work for them. Millennia likely going to fill out the ranks with a 3rd strategist here.
Mighty Magneto, we have much in common.
The picks, yeah, just... I'd say it's also like with Crazy Raccoon, they protected the cap for J-Mac, who's now going to be playing it. Didn't play it at all on their attacking side, but they also one-sided the group too, so NX is going to be using it. So it does feel like with whatever the plan was for Crazy Raccoon with the draft, it seems to be more of a focus on their defending side as opposed to the attack. J-Mac's going to scout out a little bit more information, safely can go out, make sure that the bridge is broken and stops 100 Thieves from using it as a perch to just create a little bit more pressure. Crazy Raccoon, it has to be one of their best defensive sides, otherwise we're not going to be seeing them at playoffs.
They need to even this up to get themselves back into this. If they can just hold back 100 Thieves, they might be in a good spot. But Terra, bringing out the Wolverine, and Delena, bringing out the Winter Soldier. They've seen that triple Vanguard, and they've realized that it's time to go for lockdown. Already, J-Mac forced to retreat back in a way. Terra forced back with the Mag Cannon. Knocked back onto the point, but they're still able to march forward into the objective with the Fury. Regeneration Domain is already going to be utilized, which is one of the big defensive abilities available for Crazy Raccoon. And Jay3 is sent back to spawn.
Yeah, Terra switching over to something that's a little bit more close quarters. I mean, with the Punisher running in with a shotgun, so he's more used to it.
That was
Terra. The cleave is so good into these areas. And it was the read, I suppose, of knowing NX might have gone for the group. Means that
this is why you guys watch me.
Target for Wolverine to be fighting. There's nothing that NX could do. He gets cut through, and now you've got the Strange for Jay3 running back. He's instantly taken out with just a focus. And look how easy it is for Terra. The last stand is absolutely carving through the Japanese squad, and that's a blisteringly first point take from 100 Thieves.
When you run a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, it's often because you're trying to go for big holds onto convoy maps. In this case, though, 100 Thieves just realized if you get forced off this main objective point, you can back up on convoy and take a second fight a bit later. You can't do that.
Hey, Dark Zero won first map. Hopefully, if 100 Thieves wins this, we're going to be able to go watch that game after.
Choke point, which is where Wolverine just finds everyone, gets massive percentage damage, and 100 Thieves march on through that. They're already halfway towards a victory here through the second point.
They have so many strategist ultimates, such as supportive bits of utility for 100 Thieves to work with. It feels that the win condition is going to be that Galactic Legend coming through.
Wow. Vinny's been playing really well.
K goes down to NX, making sure that the Adam is going to go down, but the Life Cocoon passive is going to bring him back. If anybody else goes down, there is the Camera Revival, but we're starting to see a lot of stuff used from Crazy Raccoon with the ultimates. The copy over from the Lokis, the Kraken's Impact, and Meteor M. Crazy Raccoon are using pretty much everything that they have all in one go.
They really do have to because it's already too close. They need to get momentum back. The Invisible Boundary coming out. Meteor M into the back line with the bonus helmet. Still enough to take out NX. And with J-Mac trying to keep the team topped up, Hayden has to use that Karmic Revival because they just don't have time. They don't have opportunities to try and wait to hold out these abilities. But the Galactic Legend seeps in from above the regeneration. That may buy them a little bit of extra time. Jung Hood falls though. Brought back for one last Karmic Revival, but it's just picked off a second time by Terra, who melts through.
Uh-oh, chat. This is bad for Crazy Raccoons.
There's no portal available for Crazy Raccoon, meaning they just have to charge it.
TTK is LeBron. Whoa, chill. TTK is like Tony Snell, bro. Let's relax here.
How this map works, it's so hard to keep a hold of it because of all of the high ground to work with. So Crazy Raccoon use everything, invisible boundaries, to copy onto an invisible boundary for Lastro. It just makes Terra's job so much easier with a Galactic Legend. All right, if you want to use everything, I'm still building up my ultimate. I'll just use it as soon as all of your stuff is gone, and it's a complete clean sweep. Royal Flush potentially, and he's halfway to building up another one.
J-Mac delays for at least a little bit. That point is being held, but Freeze from the Abyss once again bursts through the strategist. That soul mod is just not enough, and J-Mac is just going to have to try and stand on this jumping on and off, but they stepped off for just too long.
Oh,
and that is going to be 100 Thieves moving on, and the hopes of Crazy Raccoon have essentially been scuppered.
It's down to like single-digit percent.
I feel bad for Crazy Raccoons, but 100 Thieves did make it to the playoffs, chat. I mean, not playoffs, the stage.
Case of like with how well FlyQuest managed to just dismantle Crazy Raccoon yesterday.
Okay, I'm gonna give you guys all the points to 100 Thieves. Congratulations, chat.
Okay, they play like this. This is how FlyQuest dealt
this game's already done. There's not gonna be an interview, so we're gonna mute that. We're gonna go over here and watch our boys Dark Zero.
Into overtime for a while too. If it ends up flipping for whatever reason, right?
They
can stay on this one for a while. Gotta
Let's click on live.
It is not living up to what they want at that moment.
Caliente.
Damn, wait a minute. Cozy looks fucking fire. The black, the white.
Because that also matters where to practice together with
He almost looks as good as me, right, chat?
I interviewed them and I was like, hey, how often is Cal asking to come in? It's like every single time. Like, Cal is ready. He is there. The man will show up if needed. But again, Tap, I saw in point two really pick it up there and what they're able to do. Speedery and what they can do on Psylocke, it takes a little bit away of what I think Tap's best hero is in Psylocke as well. So we'll see if that has to play. But I expect Window, who's just an absolute heartbeat of this team, to reset, reload. And it's the Vanguards that are going to hold the fortress down for Envy, potentially here in Central Park.
Yeah, while we wait out for game number 2.
Jay, when do we see you all sharp and dressed up?
We saw for map number 1.
I am sharp and dressed up right now.
Pieces that were allowed through, right? You're going over to Central Park. Is Jeffy going to be out again? Maybe not, because we saw that Jeff was banned. Dark Zero to Envy, and we know that's great too, because Factory being there, then you have to worry about the Angela on top of it all. Imagine having to get the whiplash of looking at where the It's Jeff is going to be, because we saw some great plays within that first round, but the adjustment needed when it didn't work out the second round was needed, and Dark Zero was able to bring that back for game number 3 when they didn't have the Jeff.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. With Envy in general, too, we've seen whether it's the group stage or over there in the mid-season, they're a team that kind of has waves, right? And you see this happen in, let's say, basketball.
Wait, are they going to start the game?
Waves and ups and downs, and Envy, when they're up, and they're hard to beat when they're down.
I like Vicky's top. Why don't you guys ever tell me that you guys like my top?
It's going to be the quick Emma ban coming from Dark Zero. I do respect and like what they're trying to do, shut down Kalu.
Jay, when are you going to dye your hair? You know, actually, you guys want to hear some J3 lore? A long time ago, I had a sub goal, and my sub goal at the time was like maybe like 1,000 subs, and if I got 1,000 subs, I would dye my hair, and we actually did reach it. So So I actually did go to dye my hair, but the people who were dyeing my hair said, hey, we can't bleach. Usually you have to bleach your hair, right, before dyeing it. They said I couldn't bleach my hair because my hair was too thin, and if I did bleach it, my hair was probably never going to come back. They literally said that to me.
They did something different and then saved it for the end.
Yeah, that's
and then I left.
Loki ban here, and again, Loki kind of back on the rise, right? We kind of see that in the MCU. We're seeing it here in Rivals 2, the ebbs and the flows of what is the anti-hero in Marvel. But the Atom save is going to be going on over to Envy, and once again, I do like what they might roll up here.
Cal is on Envy, but Cal is a bench player right now. I don't know why.
Hiding in contention,
I don't know why.
That you can pull off as the hero. Will they go with the Bucky save again? That's a pretty good answer to the Golden God.
Surprised not seeing the Atom save here, though, because then you see that focus with no Groot, and it's great because when you see the Emma Protect, you don't want the Groot together here, as we get to see what that next Protect is gonna be. By the way, no Jeff ban just yet, but seeing that may force the last ban to be Jeffy.
Absolutely here, yeah, with the save there on the Venom. You almost have to, bait it out, right? Get the Jeff off because this is one of the best meal times and locations for dinner for Jeff, so that's going to force that ban out. You know, we talked to Dark Zero enough. I think that was strategic. I think they're more like, hey, we don't even plan on playing too much Jeff anyway. Go ahead, do what you need to do. That opens up the rest of the art field to play.
This match hasn't even played at the last round of that last map that we literally just saw. It's great to be able to see how these pieces have been working in real time and how that kind of differs per different team, per region. As we get started,
I don't mind
if you can ban phase. Sure, you've protected the Atom Warlock, but you want the double res with the Loki. If anything, you could get the discount res when you have that BRB from the Rocket.
Yeah, and what we typically see here on the defensive side of things is that early